Chapter 3569. Sure enough, a life-and-death battle was the fastest way for a cultivator to grow. The various insights that one could gain in life-and-death situations would be imprinted into one's flesh and blood, and would never fade away from one's mind. Thinking back to the battle 8 days ago, Yang Kai was more or less relieved. Fortunately, after his spiritual energy had skyrocketed, he could nullify Yin Si's soul secret technique and even become immune to her charm. Fortunately, Yin Si hadn't fully recovered from her injuries that day. Even more so, he was relieved that Yin Si had been too careless, allowing him to grasp her weakness. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill a half-saint in her territory. As the master of the Flying Cloud continent, if she hadn't been imprisoned by him, Yin Si would have been able to escape at any time. Even if he was proficient in the space divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to stop her. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't hot-headed and insisted on fighting her one-on-one. At that time, he had already decided that if he really couldn't do anything, he would release Wind Chaser. At that time, it would be 2 against 1, and Yin Si wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yang Kai gained a lot from this battle, the most direct manifestation of which was that he had a deep understanding of his current combat strength. He might be slightly inferior to a half-saint, but he wasn't like when he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, where he couldn't even fight back against a half-saint. And if he really revealed all his cards, Yang Kai estimated that even if he really had to fight a half-saint one-on-one, he might still be able to put up a fight. Thinking back to when he met Song Mo outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the eastern territory of the Star Boundary, he couldn't help but sigh. Time had changed. If he met Song Mo again at this time, he and the embodiment would definitely be able to kill him without a burial ground. His body didn't have any hidden dangers, and with his powerful restorative abilities, those injuries that hadn't completely healed would only need to rest for a few more days. Only then did Kai Yang relax. With a flip of his hand, Yang Kai took out a space ring. This space ring was very ornate and was the one that Yin Si wore. After Yang Kai killed Yin Si inside the mountains and River's Bell that day, he naturally did not forget to collect his spoils. With Yang Kai's current cultivation and strength, an ordinary Demon King's space ring might not be able to arouse his interest, but a half-saint space ring should have some good things inside. After a round of examination, Yang Kai beamed with joy. There were indeed some good things in Yin Si's space ring, but what interested Yang Kai the most was naturally the myriad demon pill. There were only a little more than 1,000 pills, which wasn't a lot. It couldn't be compared to what he had robbed from Bailey Mo, but it wasn't a small amount either. There were also billions of demon crystals, some demon artifacts and secret techniques for the demon race, as well as Yin Si's personal belongings. What made Yang Kai a little speechless was that her space ring was a little similar to Bailey Mo's. There were countless clothes of various styles, most of which used very little materials and were extremely revealing. It seemed that women were still women in the end. Whether it was a demon saint or a half-saint, there wasn't much difference in their pursuit of beauty. Yang Kai wondered if Ru Meng's space ring also had these things. After seeing the richness of Bailey Mo's space ring, Yin Si's could only be regarded as a small matter. So although Yang Kai was very happy to be able to obtain some useful things, he didn't care too much. Yang Kai took out all the things that were useful to him, leaving the clothes and other things in the space ring. After busying himself for a while, he finished processing them. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai took out some healing spirit pills and swallowed them. While refining the medicinal effects of the spirit pills, he also took out some space spirit jades and urged his power to refine them into a space spirit bead. Being chased by the demon saint a few days ago made Yang Kai feel an urgent sense of crisis. With his current strength, if he encountered a half-saint, he could still fight, but if he encountered a demon saint, he could only suffer. Although Ru Meng had reached a new agreement with the other demon saint, and no demon saint would attack him, if he had entrusted his safety to such an agreement, Yang Kai wouldn't have lived to this day. In the face of enough benefits, any agreement could be easily torn up. Being in enemy territory, Yang Kai had to consider his own safety. And now, the only thing he could rely on was the space divine technique. Teleportation was a method of escape, but compared to the space spirit bead, the distance of teleportation was undoubtedly shorter, and it was easy to be interrupted by the demon saint. The space beacon attached to the space spirit bead was more convenient and faster than teleportation, and the distance of teleportation was also less limited. Seeing Yang Kai busy himself, Muzhu and Mulu sat quietly and watched with curious expressions. New space spirit beads took shape in Yang Kai's hands, and time passed slowly. During this time, Yang Kai saw that the two wood spirits had nothing to do, so he took the initiative to chat with them. The main reason was that Yang Kai was afraid that they would be bored after being locked in the small sealed world for so long. After all, after getting them from the wood spirit patriarch, these two little ones had been living in the small sealed world all this time and had never left. Usually, only he and his embodiment could communicate with them. Muzhu and Mulu were very curious about the demon territory, so most of the following topics revolved around the demon race. Hearing about the special geographical environment in the demon territory and the fragmented continents, the two wood spirits showed surprised expressions. They also heard that there were 12 demon saint in the demon territory, all of whom were extremely powerful, causing Muzhu and Mulu to worry. A few days later, Yang Kai had refined several hundred space spirit beads. Feeling that his injuries were much better, Yang Kai finally stopped. After informing the two wood spirits, Yang Kai flashed out of the small sealed world. On the same barren mountain, Windchaser was crawling on all fours on the ground. Its large eyes were vigilantly looking all around, as if it was a guardian guarding a treasure. Anyone who dared to approach would have to suffer its thunderous fury. Yang Kai directly appeared beside him. Wind-chasing wolf turned his head and immediately stood up with a grin, rubbing his big head against Yang Kai intimately, then turned his head to the sealed world bead on the ground, indicating that he had been guarding this place all this time. No one has come here recently, right? Yang Kai asked. Wind-chasing wolf snorted, and good job. Yang Kai patted his head and put away the sealed world bead. Using his divine sense, he soon found a deserted cave on this barren mountain. Ordering Wind-chasing wolf to wait in place, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared, only to return a moment later. In this short period of time, he had hidden a space spirit bead in a hidden place in the deserted cave. He wanted to connect all the continents in the demon territory with his space spirit bead, especially near the world gates. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to travel between continents in the future. If he encountered a demon saint chasing after him again, he could escape in time. If not for this, he wouldn't have made so many space spirit beads at once. Jumping onto Wind-chasing wolf's back, Yang Kai took out a map to check his position and the direction of the world gates, then pointed out a location to Wind-chasing wolf. Wind-chasing wolf immediately stepped on his golden flames and flew off. He didn't plan on finding trouble with Deely. It had been a long time since he killed Yin-Si, so the news should have already spread throughout the demon territory. If he went to find Deely now, he would definitely be prepared, and he might even fall into his trap. He had already achieved his original goal. Since Yu Rumeng had reached an agreement with the other demon saint. Then after the news of him killing Yin-Si spread, many half-saint would be afraid and suppress their desire to cause trouble. It didn't matter if he went to find Deely or not. Moreover, Deely wasn't Yin-Si. As a succubus demon, Yin-Si's strength was greatly reduced after being restrained by him. However, if it was Deely that day, the outcome would be unknown. What he didn't know was that Deely had already gone to the two-realm battlefield and wasn't in the demon territory at all. The journey was a bit slow, mainly because Yang Kai had to stop from time to find a suitable place to hide his space spirit beads. After passing through one continent after another, Yang Kai left at least 3 space spirit beads in each continent. There was definitely one near the world gate, and the rest were hidden in other suitable places. These ethereal spirit pearls might be discovered and taken away by others, but it shouldn't be enough to wipe them out. As long as any one of these ethereal spirit pearls played a role at a critical moment, his plan today wouldn't be in vain. It wasn't until half a month later that Yang Kai arrived at the destination of his trip, a bone-piercingly cold and snowy place, the proud snow continent. Naturally, he didn't come to the proud snow continent with good intentions. That day, with the help of the mysterious ice, he transferred the soul brand to Bailey Mo. Although Yang Kai took away her soul imprint as a double insurance, it wasn't impossible for a demon saint to get rid of such shackles. Although Bailey Mo agreed readily that day, Yang Kai guessed that she must have been thinking of ways to break the brand he planted in her sea of consciousness. At that time, the difference in cultivation between the two of them wasn't small, especially in terms of soul cultivation. Yang Kai wasn't sure how long his soul brand could last under Bailey Mo's methods. Therefore, he couldn't wait to rush over in order to strengthen the strength of the soul brand and prevent Bailey Mo from escaping his control. Controlling a demon saint would be of great help to his future plans. It could even be said that it was the key to success or failure. How could he allow Bailey Mo to regain her freedom? And this time, he estimated that he would give Bailey Mo a big surprise. He hoped that woman wouldn't be too surprised. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a playful smile. First, he found a place near the realm gate to hide a space spirit bead, leaving a way out for himself in case of an accident, and then rode Jue Feng to the proud Snow Ice Palace. Half a day later, from a distance, Yang Kai saw the huge and hazy outline of the proud Snow Ice Palace, and at this moment, he suddenly had a feeling that he was closely connected to something in that place. Yang Kai laughed, knowing that he wasn't too late. Bailey Mo hadn't cracked his soul brand yet. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a feeling of close connection. He was the connection of the soul brand, nothing else. Chapter 3570. However, at the same time that Yang Kai sensed something, a stream of light suddenly shot out from proud Snow Ice Palace's side and fled in the same direction as Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't realize what was going on at first, but when he felt the connection getting farther and farther away from him and out of range, he suddenly flew into a rage. Damn it, this bitch wants to run. That stream of light was none other than Bailey Mo's main body. Yang Kai estimated that at the same time that he sensed the connection, she had also noticed his aura, so she was in such a hurry to leave. This woman actually didn't want to meet him face to face. Perhaps she was already at the final juncture of breaking the connection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken such a risk. How could Yang Kai allow such a thing to happen? Immediately urging his space force, he teleported with Jue Feng and reappeared 1,000 kilometers away, reconnecting with the broken connection. Just as Yang Kai was about to teach Bailey Mo a lesson, who would have thought that she would suddenly accelerate and use some kind of secret technique to increase the distance between them and Yang Kai's senses? Yang Kai was furious. If he let Bailey Mo escape now, she might really regain her freedom. Urging his space force again and again, after teleporting several times, Yang Kai finally reconnected with the connection. The moment he sensed it, he didn't hesitate to use his space force. In the distance, the stream of light that was fleeing in the same direction suddenly paused and swayed a few times in midair, almost falling to the ground, but it still managed to fly up again. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai grinned, thinking to himself that he wouldn't let a cooked duck fly away. While constantly controlling the soul brand, giving Bailey Mo unbearable torture, he urged Jue Feng to increase his speed. Jue Feng's speed was naturally not slow, and after being urged by Yang Kai, it sped up even more. 2 people and 1 beast, one fleeing, one chasing, one fleeing, the ground beneath their feet flashed by in the blink of an eye. However, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. It wasn't that Bailey Mo's flying speed was slower than Windchaser's. If Windchaser flew at full speed, he might not be able to catch up to a demon saint. Not to mention, Bailey Mo was running for her life. The main reason was that under the torture of the brand of her soul, she was unable to escape with all her strength. The pain that came from her soul was something that even a demon saint would find difficult to endure. Affected by this, how fast could she be? Gradually, Yang Kai was able to see Bailey Mo's silhouette, and the distance between the two of them shrank again. After another incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai was only a few dozen kilometers away from Bailey Mo. With such a small distance, it would only take a short while for him to catch up. "You'd better stop now, or you're dead," Yang Kai shouted fiercely, his voice shaking the surroundings. Many members of the demon race below heard this voice and looked up, only to see 2 streaks of light flashing by at an extremely fast speed, causing them to show a look of surprise, wondering who was chasing after them. If they knew that their own Saint Master was the one who was escaping, who knew how they would feel? Facing Yang Kai's threat, Bailey Mo naturally turned a deaf ear. It would be strange if she could respond at this time. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed and nodded. Good, good, good. It seems you won't give up until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, don't blame this king for being ruthless. As his words fell, he urged the soul brand even more fiercely. Bailey Mo, who was fleeing in front, seemed to let out a muffled groan as sweat dripped down from her body. Even her speed had decreased by more than a notch. However, she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. As soon as she slowed down, Yang Kai immediately chased after her, riding Jue Feng and flying side by side with her, tilting his head and looking at her with a majestic look. Bailey Mo didn't even look at him, but her eyes were full of burning flames, obviously sullen to the extreme. Suddenly, Bailey Mo raised her hand and slammed it towards Yang Kai, her demonic chi surging wildly as the slender jade hand rapidly enlarged in front of Yang Kai's eyes, blocking out the light in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and didn't even hesitate to give Bailey Mo a fierce slap. The next moment, Bailey Mo, who had been gritting her teeth all this time, suddenly screamed, her voice full of pain, her whole body trembling violently as she was unable to maintain her flying posture and plummeted to the ground. As the demonic chi in her body fluctuated, the slap towards Yang Kai also disappeared. Yang Kai was still in shock as he cursed loudly, but just as he was about to find trouble with her, he saw that Bailey Mo had regained her footing a few hundred meters below him and was continuing to flee. So persistent? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked ahead, seeing the light of a world gate in the distance, and immediately understood what Bailey Mo was planning to do. He didn't chase after Bailey Mo. Instead, riding Jue Feng, he continued to pressure her while rushing towards the realm gate. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the realm gate first and stretched out his hand to slap it. Space principles surged and the huge realm gate rippled before disappearing. At the same time, Bailey Mo finally arrived. She watched helplessly as the realm gate disappeared without a trace. Her originally pale face was completely drained of blood. "Run, why don't you run?" Yang Kai sat on Jue Feng's back and looked down at her with a ferocious expression. "Bitch, you actually dare to attack me." Bailey Mo pursed her pale lips. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, revealing her beautiful figure. Her gaze was fixed on the spot where the realm gate had disappeared, her face filled with despair. She reckoned that she was probably the most aggrieved demon saint in the history of the demon territory. And today's situation was all thanks to Black Ice. Bailey Mo couldn't wait to resurrect Black Ice and kill her a few hundred times. "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Yang Kai roared. Bailey Mo took a deep breath, causing her full breasts to rise and fall in a soul-stirring arc. She tilted her head and looked at Chu Yang with an unconvinced expression. "Winner takes all. What do you want this senior to say? Who gave you the courage to attack me?" Yang Kai glared at her, his face filled with malice. Bailey Mo retorted sarcastically. "Who told you to be so close to me? Hey, you still dare to be stubborn." Yang Kai was furious, and with a single thought, Bailey Mo began to wail again, her whole body curling up as beads of sweat began to fall from her forehead like rain. If not for Yang Kai's demon chi wrapping around her, she would have fallen to the ground by now. Yang Kai ruthlessly tortured her until Bailey Mo's voice became hoarse. Only then did he stop and the anger in his heart subsided a lot. Coldly looking at Bailey Mo, who was still convulsing and trembling, Yang Kai sneered. "This is the first time, and also the last time. If there is a next time." Bailey Mo immediately looked at him coldly. Yang Kai blinked and found that he really couldn't say anything ruthless. The main thing was that although he could use the soul brand to torture Bailey Mo, there was no way to control her life and death. It was really a tragedy. Scratching his chin, he said, "If there is a next time, I will take off your clothes and lead you around the proud snow continent." Bailey Mo's expression changed greatly. "You dare?" Yang Kai grinned. "You can try and see if I dare or not." Staring at each other, intense sparks flew in the air. After a while, Bailey Mo tilted her head and snorted heavily. Yang Kai didn't want to be long-winded with her and immediately shouted, "Open your knowledge, see. I want to strengthen the soul brand." Bailey Mo's face was full of resentment, but after being ruthlessly tortured by Yang Kai, she knew that it was useless to resist at this time, unless she could kill Yang Kai. But after being frightened just now, this guy has been keeping a distance from her. As long as she makes a move, he will definitely be able to react. Reluctantly opening her knowledge see's defenses, in the next moment, Bailey Mo felt Yang Kai's divine sense pouring into her knowledge sea. A moment later, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense. "It's done." While speaking, he rejoiced in his heart. Just now, when he was strengthening his soul brand, he found that more than half of the brand had been worn away by Bailey Mo. He was afraid that in 10 days or half a month, this brand would be completely cracked. At that time, even if he still controlled Bailey Mo's soul imprint, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything to her. A wisp of soul had already been cut off by Mingyu, so it wasn't like she couldn't give up the soul imprint. This bitch should have begun to crack the soul brand after returning to Proud Snow Continent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to make such progress in such a short time. Fortunately, he had been worried about her and immediately rushed over after the matter in Flying Cloud Continent was over. Otherwise, she really might have regained her freedom. On the other side, after Bailey Mo checked her knowledge sea, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Yang Kai in amazement. How can your soul change so much? Although this time it was only strengthening, compared to before, the strength of the soul brand in her knowledge sea was simply incomparable. If she really wanted to crack the previous soul brand, she could have done so within a month or two, but with the current soul brand's strength, it would take at least a few years to crack it. The longer it took to crack the soul brand, the more impossible it was for her to break free from Yang Kai's control. If she could still see a glimmer of hope before, now this glimmer of hope was completely shattered. Yang Kai only needed to strengthen her soul brand every few years, and she would never be able to regain her freedom. In just over a month, how could a person's soul become so powerful? Bailey Mo was shocked. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. You found out? That's impossible. Bailey Mo looked unwilling to accept reality, biting her lip and asking, Who the hell are you? Yang Kai lowered his body slightly and looked at her playfully. I am me. Who else could I be? After saying that, he swept his eyes over Bailey Mo and smiled slightly. Why do I feel like I have the ability to control your life now? Do you want to try? Chapter 3571. Just now, even if he pushed his soul brand to its limit, he would only be able to inflict the greatest amount of pain and torture on Bailey Mo. But at this moment, Yang Kai really felt like he could kill Bailey Mo with a single thought. Of course, this might just be an illusion, but if he really pushed his soul brand to the limit, he would definitely be able to cause irreparable damage to Bailey Mo. It definitely wouldn't be as simple as just now, where she only suffered a moment of pain. Bailey Mo stared at him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, rocking back and forth as she laughed so hard that tears flowed out of her eyes. Seeing her laugh, Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he asked, What's so funny? Bailey Mo clutched her stomach and finally managed to stop laughing, looking at Yang Kai with interest as she asked, You and Ru Meng, did it? She can guess that. Yang Kai was startled, thinking to himself that this person who could become the demon saint really had amazing observation skills. Just from the changes in his divine sense, she was actually able to infer such information. He really couldn't underestimate her. If this matter can make you laugh, isn't it a little too easy for you to laugh? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Really? Bailey Mo's beautiful eyes widened. Yang Kai said proudly, Ru Meng and I are of one heart and soul. Now that we are a match made in heaven, what is there to be surprised about? It's nothing. Bailey Mo waved her hand, unable to restrain the smile on her face. It's just that my mood suddenly became a lot better. Tilting her head, she looked at him with a look of disbelief. That woman is really willing to spend so much on you. Yang Kai looked at her provocatively. If you are willing, I can also take you in and call you sister with Ru Meng. Go die. Inside Proud Snow Ice Palace, under the transparent dome, on top of the soft couch that originally belonged to Bailey Mo, Yang Kai lay unscrupulously, surrounded by a group of women. A beautiful female demon king peeled off the skin of a fruit and placed it in front of Yang Kai's mouth, making him eat it in one bite. Someone even brought a cup of fragrant wine to Yang Kai's mouth, while someone else massaged his legs and back. The most beautiful woman, the strongest wine, the best food. If one were to use 4 words to describe Yang Kai's current situation, it would be tyrannical. Bailey Mo sat at the side and looked at him coldly. A group of female demon king servants who served Yang Kai were surprised. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of the Lord, and they had never seen the Lord so tolerant of anyone. Today they finally witnessed it. Since returning to the Proud Snow Ice Palace, Bailey Mo's good mood had been completely ruined. Yang Kai's actions had a great impact on her prestige, but she could not do anything about it. The door opened and a female demon king walked in. When she saw the scene in front of her, she could not help but be stunned for a moment. Feeling that Bailey Mo's mood had dropped to the freezing point, she carefully walked over and whispered a few words in her ear. Bailey Mo nodded slightly and waved her hand to dismiss her. Are you ready? Yang Kai looked up at her. Bailey Mo gritted her teeth and said, It's just a mere 500,000 people. How long do you need to prepare? Yes. Yang Kai replied and got up from the couch. He straightened his clothes and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, my lord. We will meet again." Bailey Mo's mouth twitched and her red lips squirmed silently. No sound came out, but from the shape of her mouth, she seemed to be scolding someone. Yang Kai then said, "Oh right, my lord, you don't have to miss this king too much. I think it won't be long before this king comes to visit my lord again." After saying that, he winked at her. Bailey Mo's face was as cold as ice. Naturally, she knew that Yang Kai's so-called visit was fake. His real purpose was to check if there were any signs of damage to her soul brand. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai strode out of the room. Outside the proud Snow Ice Palace, the 500,000-strong army was divided into 5 groups of 10,000 people, quietly standing in the huge square. Although there were many people, there was not the slightest sound, and a kind of solemn atmosphere enveloped the whole place. Each group was equipped with 8 to 10 Demon King, and among them, there were many high-ranked Demon Kings. At the front of the group, a person stood proudly. When he saw Yang Kai appear, he immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai returned the greeting and smiled. "Brother Baya?" Baya sternly said, "In the name of my lord, Baya will lead 500,000 proud Snow Ice Guards to listen to Brother Yang's orders." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Very good." His eyes swept over the 500,000 proud Snow Ice Guards, and his expression became serious. The proud Snow Ice Guards were the most elite army in the entire proud Snow continent. They were also considered as Bailey Mo's personal guards. They were also the trump card of Bailey Mo's army. Even in the entire Devil Domain, such an army could be counted on one's fingers. Every proud Snow Ice Guard was selected through layers upon layers of selections. The lowest cultivation level to enter the proud Snow Ice Guard was Devil Commander. Bailey Mo only had 5 million soldiers under her command. If it were not for Yang Kai's order, she would not have given out 500,000 proud Snow Ice Guards at once. Yang Kai had commanded an army before. Whether it was in the Astral Boundary or recently in the Demon Territory, he had commanded at most 2 million troops. However, those guys could not be compared to the proud Snow Ice Guards in front of him. Whether it was the overall quality or the individual strength, the ones he had commanded before were just like a ragtag army. However, the 500,000 proud Snow Ice Guards in front of him were the ones who could really charge and break through enemy lines in blood and fire. If it was a real battlefield, these 500,000 proud Snow Ice Guards would definitely be able to wipe out the allied forces of the Cloud Shadow continent. From now on, these 500,000 proud Snow Ice Guards belonged to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. Although Bailey Mo did not say that she would give these people to him, since the 500,000 proud Snow Ice Guards had fallen into his hands, how could he give them back so easily? Even Baya. Baya seemed to feel that Yang Kai was looking at her with a somewhat malicious gaze. She could not help but shiver. She asked, "Brother Yang, are you really going to continue repairing the Realm Gate in the Demon Saint's territory? Brother Yang, now that you are in the limelight, shouldn't you hide your strength for a while before making any plans? This is really not a good time to show your face in public." Yang Kai had the opportunity of the great emperors. In the entire demon territory, the low-level demon race might not know about this, but existences above the level of Demon King would definitely have heard about it, especially those half-saint. Which one of them did not have their eyes on Yang Kai now? At this time, he really could not understand why Yang Kai wanted to expose himself and bring trouble to himself. His friendship with Yang Kai was not very good. He said this not because he wanted to help Yang Kai, but because he had been ordered by the saint to stay by Yang Kai's side and listen to his orders. He had to think of a way to protect himself. He did not want to be implicated by Yang Kai when the time came. That would not be worth the loss. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You must finish what you started." Although there were some misunderstandings between this king and the half-saint in the Eternal Heaven continent, since I promised someone, I must complete it. He then grinned and looked at Baya and said, "Besides, there is a new agreement between the Saint Venerables now. The Saint Venerables will not attack me. If there are only a few half-saint, don't I still have Brother Baya on my side?" Baya smiled bitterly, but didn't say anything after looking at Zhui Feng, who was riding on Yang Kai. Although Zhui Feng's intelligence was not high, its strength was obvious to all. If she counted herself, Yang Kai would have 2 half-saint by his side. If someone really wanted to harm Yang Kai, they would need at least 3 half-saint to have a chance of winning. However, there was only one opportunity for the great emperors. If more than 3 half-saint were to attack, how would the opportunity be distributed? No one would be willing to work for others, so this kind of situation was unlikely to happen. Moreover, Yang Kai was also proficient in the law of space. It was said that he had killed a half-saint under Saint Venerable Yu Ru Meng called Yin Si. His strength should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Boya heaved a sigh of relief. By the way, what did the Saint Venerable say to you? Yang Kai suddenly asked in a low voice. Baya said, the Saint Venerable asked us to listen to Brother Yang's orders. We can't disobey. What if I ask you to kill a demon saint? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Baya said seriously, if Brother Yang asks us to do so, the proud Snow Ice Guard will do it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, very good. He waved his hand and said, then let's go. As he spoke, he led the way. Baya called out, and the 500,000 soldiers followed in an orderly manner. They were not slow at all. On the way, Yang Kai asked Baya about the structure of the proud Snow Ice Guard. Only then did he know that the proud Snow Ice Guard was divided into 5 ranks: army, town, battalion, guard, and team. 500,000 people formed an army, 10,000 people formed a town, 3,000 people formed a battalion, 1,000 people formed a guard, 300 people formed a brigade, 100 people formed a team, and 10 people formed a small team. The hierarchy was clear and strict. In this way, the entire proud Snow Ice Guard had 10 armies. The army that Bei Li Mo had assigned to Yang Kai was one of the armies. Naturally, the commander of the army was Baya. The 5 strongest high-tier demon kings were in charge of the town. The battalion and guard were also led by mid-tier demon kings and low-tier demon kings. The captains were the positions of demon commanders. There were no demon commanders in the proud Snow Ice Guard. With such a clear structure and strict discipline, they could definitely unleash unimaginable destructive power on the battlefield. This gave Yang Kai a lot of inspiration. The star boundary was not like the demon territory. Even if the demon territory did not have a war between the 2 realms, there were still many conflicts on a daily basis. The clashes between the continents were often large-scale battles involving millions of people. The demon race was no stranger to this kind of war. The star boundary had been peaceful for a long time. Although there were occasional conflicts between cultivator and even sects that attacked each other, this kind of large-scale battle involving millions of people had never happened before. In terms of experience in dealing with this kind of situation, the star boundary was far inferior to the demon territory. This was also one of the reasons why the star boundary had been forced to retreat since the beginning of the war between the 2 realms. Large-scale battles were often not something that 1 or 2 powerful experts could control. What could be relied on was the strength of both sides involved. Chapter 3572. The demon territory was undoubtedly much more powerful than the star realm. This was also the reason why Yang Kai couldn't wait to find a way out for the 2 worlds. He wasn't thinking about the demon race, but the star realm. The star realm's chances of winning the war between the 2 realms were too low. Strong fortresses always crumble from the inside, and Yang Kai was now inside the enemy's territory. Even he didn't have much confidence that he could destroy the powerful enemy in the demon territory. He had done his best and left the rest to fate. The first destination of the 500,000 army was the Eternal Heaven Continent. When Yang Kai first entered the Eternal Heaven Continent, he also passed through Bei Li Mo's territory and entered from a neighboring continent under the Demon Saint. Therefore, the distance wasn't too far. The army's speed wasn't slow. In just 4 days, they had already arrived at the entrance to the Eternal Heaven Continent. There were originally 2 entrances to the Eternal Heaven Continent, but Yang Kai sealed one of them when he escaped. Now there was only one left. In the end, the sealed world gate was completely destroyed by the great devil saints. This time, the army arrived at the only remaining realm gate. Boya didn't know why Yang Kai had come to the Eternal Heaven Continent. One had to know that the Eternal Heaven Continent had already been shattered and disintegrated after the previous catastrophe. Even the world principles were in shambles. The demon race of the entire continent had already been sacrificed. The current Eternal Heaven Continent could be said to have no value at all. The only world gate was showing signs of instability at this moment. Once this world gate disappeared, the entire Eternal Heaven Continent would be completely annihilated in the territory of the demon domain. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask anything. Bei Li Mo had asked him to command the proud Snow Ice Guards to follow Yang Kai. She had clearly said that he shouldn't ask anything he shouldn't ask, and that he should listen to Yang Kai's orders. He was a half-saint. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to follow the orders of a high-ranked demon king. But since the Holy Master had said so, he could only obey. After letting Baya and the 500,000 army camp near the entrance, Yang Kai passed through the entrance alone and arrived at the Eternal Heaven continent once again. As far as the eye could see, the whole world was gray without the slightest light. The earth was broken, and the sky was full of cracks, as if there were scars that could never be healed. A trace of sadness welled up in Yang Kai's heart. This was the burial place of a great emperor, but when he recalled everything that happened that day, he had no choice at all. The bright moon great emperor had used his life to hand over his final instructions and responsibilities to Yang Kai. He didn't know how to explain it to Lan Sun when he returned to Star. Before setting off from the star boundary to the demon realm, Lan Sun had great expectations for him. But who would have thought that in the end, her father would die at his hands? Just thinking about it gave Yang Kai a headache. Sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai wandered around the Eternal Heaven continent at will. The whole world was like a broken plate, and fragments of this continent could be seen everywhere. The place where Ming Yu and the holy sages had fought that day still had a mysterious aura and traces of battle. The place where the boundless blood sea used to be still had a dazzling blood-red color. Only the formation base of the 12 Citadel demonic formation had disappeared. It might have been taken back by the Devil clan. After confirming that there was no aura of life on this continent, Yang Kai summoned the Sealed World Bead, had the Sealed World Bead transform into a rolling beast, and began to devour the fragments of this continent. Since devouring many continents in the demon territory, the rolling beast's body had grown larger and larger, swallowing an entire continent fragment with a single gulp. Inside the Sealed World Bead, on an uninhabited mountain, Huoluan stood in front of his wooden house, looking up at the sky with a lonely and desolate look. Over the past few days, he had also circled around this strange world. He found that there was not a single living thing in this world other than himself. There was an invisible barrier in the sky that prevented him from flying too high. Every time he reached a certain limit, he would be stopped. This world seemed to have its own edge, and that edge was also impossible to break through. He felt like a bird trapped in a cage, except that the cage wasn't small. What the hell is this place? Huoluan had asked himself this question more than once, but he could not find an answer. He remembered that before that guy left a few days ago, he had said that this world might become another demon territory in the future. Huoluan did not take this seriously. In the demon territory, even the most barren continent was 1,000,000 times better than this place. There was a loud bang, and there seemed to be a thunderclap in the sky. Huoluan's expression brightened, and he became ecstatic, his eyes widening as he looked up at the sky. He had lived here for nearly 2 months, and the whole world had not changed at all. There were no living creatures, not even a single sound. But now, there was a sudden thunderclap in the sky, and this sudden change naturally made him feel that this world was different. No matter what this change was, it was better than living here alone. His figure flickered as he rushed up into the sky, seemingly wanting to get closer to the thunderclap to see what kind of changes had occurred in this world. There was another loud bang, one so loud that it seemed to shake the entire world. Under Huoluan's nervous and excited gaze, a huge crack appeared in the sky, as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth. In front of this crack, Huoluan felt as small as an ant, but this did not stop him. Instead, he became even more excited as he rushed up. Huoluan felt that this might be his chance to escape. But before he could reach the crack, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the crack, and a terrifying pressure spread out. Huoluan came to an abrupt halt as he stared at the colossal figure with wide eyes. Moments later, the colossal figure finally revealed itself, and Huoluan could not help but draw a sharp breath. He was shocked to discover that this colossal figure was actually a huge continent, as if someone had cut off a piece of a continent and thrown it into this world. The crack spat out the fragment of the continent, and it fell straight down. Huoluan looked on with wide eyes, and just as he was worried about what kind of impact such a huge thing would have on this world, he discovered that the fragment of the continent was gradually melting as it fell, as if it was being digested by this world. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the fragment of the continent had disappeared without a trace before it hit the ground. Another fragment of the continent was spat out from the crack, and the same scene as before reappeared. Huoluan couldn't help but gulp. Could it be that he was in the stomach of some ancient beast? Although he was unwilling to admit it, he couldn't help but think that way. The fragments of the continent that had been swallowed up from the huge crack seemed to be the food of that colossal beast, and this world was the stomach of that colossal beast. Otherwise, how could it have digested those fragments without a trace? One fragment after another was spat out before disappearing without a trace, as if there was no end to it. Suddenly, Huoluan's brows furrowed as he keenly sensed that there seemed to be a slight change in this world. His cultivation was not very high, but he was still a low-rank demon king, so his perception of his surroundings was quite good. After pondering for a moment, Huoluan's face was filled with shock. He discovered that the energy in this world was a bit denser than before, and the world principles were also a bit denser. Although the change was not too great, the feeling was unmistakable. The words of the fellow who had thrown him and came back to his ears. Perhaps one day in the future, this place will become another demon domain. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now it seemed that it wasn't impossible. If this continued to develop at this rate, when the energy in this world became abundant enough and the world principles were perfected, wouldn't it become another demon territory? Huoluan was shocked. At this moment, something seemed to have fallen from the sky from one of the digested continental fragments. Was there something that this world could not digest? Huoluan rubbed his eyes to confirm that he was not seeing things, and his heart filled with excitement as he hurriedly flew in the direction that the object had fallen. After a full 2 hours, he finally arrived at the location and began searching through a large area with his divine sense. Without much effort, he found a spear in a clear lake. The spear was not light, and the patterns on the spear were complicated. It was obvious that it was a high-quality item that had been carefully crafted. After pouring in his essence to become the demon race, the spear actually flashed with a dazzling light. Huoluan sucked in a breath of cold air. High-grade demon artifact. This was actually a high-grade demon artifact. Moreover, even among high-grade demon artifacts, it was an extremely high-quality one. He did not feel the slightest bit of obstruction when pouring in his demon essence, and was able to wield it as if it was his own arm. According to Huoluan's knowledge, only high-grade demon kings and half-saints had the qualifications to use such a high-grade demon artifact. A mid-grade demon king and low-grade demon king had no chance at all. He also had demon artifacts, but they were only low-grade demon artifacts. Whether it was in terms of quality or value, they could not compare to this spear. What made him feel even more incredulous was that this high-grade demon artifact was as shiny as new, as if it had been used not long ago. But, if this demon artifact was here, then where did the high-grade demon king or half-saint that used it go? Huoluan could not care less as he tightly gripped the spear in his hand and laughed loudly. The gloominess and depression he had felt during this period of time were swept away. Just this demon artifact that he had unexpectedly picked up was enough to make him happy for many days. This kind of treasure was not something he could covet in the past. Just as his good mood began to rise, another object fell from the sky and landed several dozen kilometers away. Chapter 3573. After determining the direction, Huoluan hurriedly flew off to search, and a moment later, an even happier laugh rang out. This time, he had actually picked up a space ring, and the treasures and wealth stored inside were innumerable. Huoluan even found nearly 1,000 myriad demon pills inside. These were myriad demon pills. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to see them, but now he had obtained nearly 1,000 of them. Huoluan almost thought he was dreaming. With so many myriad demon pills in his hands, as long as he calmly cultivated, becoming a high-ranked demon king would be just around the corner. Even becoming a half-saint wouldn't be a dream. So many myriad demon pills were definitely not something a demon king could possess. According to what he knew, only a half-saint could possess so many myriad demon pills in the entire demon territory. Recalling the spear he had just picked up, Huoluan realized that he had likely picked up a half-saint's relic. As soon as this thought appeared, Huoluan was startled. For him, who was only a low-ranked demon king, a half-saint was a lofty existence. Who could actually kill a half-saint? His shock wasn't over yet. In the next few days, Huoluan constantly saw things fall from the sky, all of which were things that this world couldn't digest. Most of these things were demonic artifacts. Many of these demonic artifacts had already lost their spirituality. Their owners seemed to have experienced an extremely dangerous life and death battle before returning to the great demon god's embrace, leaving behind these demonic artifacts that had been used in battle. Huoluan also picked up a lot of space rings, making him rich. However, the half-saint space ring was only the one he had picked up at the beginning. Although there were many good things in the other space rings, and even myriad demon pills were occasionally found, none of them could compare to the wealth contained in the first space ring. This situation continued for 7 or 8 days until, under Huoluan's eager gaze, the crack in the sky gradually closed and nothing else was swallowed in. After waiting for a long time and confirming that there were no more treasures to pick up, Huoluan turned around and flew back to his wooden house, his face full of excitement. At this time, he no longer complained that he was like a little bird in a cage. What kind of guy in a cage would have such a terrifying opportunity? The wealth he had obtained in these past few days was something he couldn't obtain even in 100 lifetimes. Huoluan flew back to the mountain and was about to return to his residence when he suddenly stopped in midair and looked down. A moment later, Huoluan's eyes narrowed. The mountain where his wooden house was located had actually become a lot taller. This was definitely not an illusion. Although he hadn't measured of this mountain, a demon king's perception. The mountain had grown taller, and even the ground had become heavier. The laws of heaven and earth had become denser, and the energy of heaven and earth had become more abundant. This world had already undergone some subtle changes without anyone noticing. Outside the sealed world bead, where the eternal heaven continent was located, had become a void. The entire continent had been swallowed up by the rolling stone. The huge rolling stone had transformed into the sealed world bead and was recalled by Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned around and passed through the world gate, then sealed it again and called out to Bai Ye, who was waiting outside, "Let's go." He didn't expect that there would be so many good things left behind from the battle of the Eternal Heaven continent. Mingyu had killed more than a dozen half-saint realm cultivators in the Eternal Heaven continent, so the remains of these half-saint realm cultivators were naturally left behind. Most of them were found and taken away after the battle, but there was still one space ring that was completely lost. Now it was Huoluan, who was imprisoned in the sealed world bead. After leaving the Eternal Heaven continent, Yang Kai took Bai Ye and the 500,000 proud snow ice guards to various continents in the demon territory. Nominally, they were repairing and maintaining the world gates in the demon territory. This was something that Yang Kai hadn't finished before. More than half a year ago, when he was carrying out this task, he was ambushed and taken away by 3 half-saint realm cultivators from the 100-spirit continent. Then the Eternal Heaven change broke out, so this matter was delayed. If he continued at this time, no one would question him. However, repairing and maintaining the world gates was just an excuse. His real goal was to find an opportunity to devour the missing continents. In the past, when he asked Rolling to devour those continents, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it was a waste to just let the fragments of those continents be lost in the void. In any case, Rolling had already devoured them before, so it wasn't a bad thing to expand the sealed world bead's territory. But now, it seemed that this was a wise move with foresight. Those broken continents contained a part of the world principles of the demon territory. Although these world principles were as broken as the continents themselves, Rolling didn't refuse any of them. Many a little makes an ocean, and a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. The sealed world bead might undergo earth-shattering changes in the future. If this idea was really feasible, then he might be able to lead the war between the two realms to another path. As a veteran half-saint in the demon territory, Bai Ye naturally knew the situation in the entire demon territory like the back of his hand. Now that he had him by his side as an advisor, many things would be a lot easier to handle. Yang Kai only chatted with him for a few days, but he had already planned an efficient route in his mind. They passed through one continent after another. Every once in a while, Yang Kai would stop and have the proud snow ice guards seal off an area while he disappeared for a few days. Bai Ye also gradually discovered something strange about Yang Kai. This was because along the way, Yang Kai didn't repair or maintain any world gates at all. Instead, it was as if he was leading an army of 500,000 on a sightseeing tour, shuttling back and forth between continents in the demon territory. And every time he stopped at a place, there seemed to be some special rules. It wasn't until 2 months later that Bai Ye finally discovered what these rules were. The places that the proud snow ice guards sealed off were definitely places where a world gate once existed, and that world gate was connected to a continent that had disappeared when it still existed. After discovering this rule, Bai Ye's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. As a half-saint, his mind was naturally extremely sharp. An unbelievable guess couldn't help but appear in his mind. And as he secretly observed in private, he finally confirmed the guess in his heart one day. Yongkai really could reopen the world gates of those disappeared continents, and then enter those continents. Bai Ye's heart was in a perilous situation. Why did the demon race start the war between the two realms at all costs? Firstly, the demon race was bloodthirsty and aggressive. Secondly, it was because the demon race needed to find a place to settle down. The entire demon territory used to be a single entity many years ago, but for some reason, it later split into countless continents of various sizes. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. The continents were split, but they could still be connected to each other. The lives of millions of demon race didn't change much. The most important thing was that the continents were gradually disappearing, and the world gates that still existed were slowly having problems. If the demon race didn't need to find a place to settle down, once all the world gates disappeared, the continents would completely lose contact with each other, and the entire demon territory would fall apart. By that time, perhaps even the demon saint wouldn't be able to predict what would happen, and it might be the end of the demon territory. However, now that Yongkai had found the missing continents and was able to enter them, plus he had the means to repair the world gates, it was enough for him to maintain the safety of the demon territory for the rest of his life and prevent the demon territory from being destroyed. If that was the case, then what was the point of the war between the two realms? Countless demon race warriors and even the demon king and half-saint, what was the point of sacrificing their lives in the astral world? No wonder Yongkai asked the Saint Senior for 500,000 proud snow ice guards to accompany him. This kind of thing really required some help. Without the proud snow ice guards' blockade, if someone accidentally broke through, news would quickly spread, causing the entire demon territory to become turbulent. Since discovering Yongkai's secret, Bai Ye had become a little absent-minded, looking at Yongkai as if she was looking at a monster. Since he didn't expose him, Yongkai didn't explain either. Since he had brought Bai Ye along, Yongkai didn't think that this secret could be kept a secret for long. In any case, one day in the future, this matter would definitely be revealed, so letting Bai Ye inform Bai Liemo first was a good way to test her attitude. Inside the small sealed world, the mountain where Huoluan built his wooden house grew taller and taller. Since witnessing that magical scene with his own eyes that day, similar scenes would appear every once in a while. When a huge crack appeared in the sky for the second time and another fragment of the continent was swallowed up, Huoluan rushed out excitedly, wanting to pick up some more treasures. But the result this time disappointed him. Even after the crack closed, nothing strange fell from the sky. The same happened a third time, a fourth time. Today, Huoluan didn't have any extravagant hopes. When the crack in the sky appeared again, he just opened his eyes and glanced at it indifferently. No matter how shocking the scene was, it didn't matter anymore. In any case, there was nothing to pick up, so the crack would close on its own in a few days. These days, Huoluan went out again, mainly to verify a guess in his heart, and it turned out that his guess was correct. This world was expanding, and not only was the mountain he was on growing taller, but the entire world had also become much larger. As the crack opened again and again, as more and more fragments of the continent were swallowed up, the world principles and world energy of this world gradually increased. World creation. Huoluan suddenly understood. This kind of earth-shattering method was almost equivalent to the world creation stage. Who could have such an earth-shattering method? Was it the man who brought me here? Huoluan couldn't help thinking of Yongkai. That day, he had told that man that if one lived in this place for too long, not only would their cultivation not be able to improve, there was even a risk of it falling. But today, this kind of risk no longer existed. Perhaps in the absence of cultivation resources, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation, but it was impossible for one's cultivation to drop. This was because the energy and laws of this world had undergone great changes. Chapter 3574. Yongkai led the proud snow ice guards and roamed around the various continents of the demon territory for an entire year. During this year, he went to every demon saint's territory and devoured all the known continents that had disappeared. One day, a year later, Bai Ye stood in front of a void corridor in the sky above a vast sea. His eyes were absent-minded as he stared at the pitch-black void corridor filled with a dangerous aura. He had a complicated expression on his face. He knew that the void corridor connected to a continent that had disappeared from the demon territory as early as 3,000 years ago. After such a long time, Yang Kai no longer hid anything from him. In any case, this guy had already pried into his secrets. Secrets that were pried into were no longer secrets. Therefore, more than half a year ago, Yang Kai openly released the Return to Ruins in front of him and used the power of the Return to Ruins to shatter the void corridor. Yang Kai even brought him inside. When he saw the shattered continent, Bai Ye's expression was very interesting. He was filled with disbelief. Over the years, at least 100 continents had disappeared from the demon territory. However, all the people of the demon race subconsciously thought that these missing continents were only disconnected from the demon territory. There shouldn't be any problems with the continents themselves. As long as they could find that connection, those missing continents would return one day. However, when Bai Ye saw the outcome of those missing continents with his own eyes, he realized that he had been taking things for granted all this time. Even if the demon territory was fragmented, it was still a whole. Once a continent was separated from the demon territory as a whole, it would be like a person's limb being cut off. It would gradually decay and shatter due to the loss of nutrients. There was great fear between life and death. After seeing the outcome of those missing continents with his own eyes, Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder if the surviving continents in the demon territory would one day end up like that. The continents would shatter, and the holy spirits on those continents would all die. At that time, even the demon saint might not be able to escape, let alone a half-saint like himself. A faint aura came from the void corridor in front of him. Then a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared. Their eyes met and Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Bai Ye." Bai Ye smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Compared to what Brother Yang is doing, I'm just keeping a lookout. What's so hard about it? Is everything okay outside?" Yang Kai looked around. "There's a probing aura, but it hasn't come close." Bai Ye replied. With his status as a half-saint, only a half-saint's aura could make him care about probing. Over the past year, it hadn't been smooth sailing. Yu Ru Meng had reached a new agreement with the other demon saint a year ago. The demon saint wouldn't attack Yang Kai anymore, but there were many half-saints who heard the news. Yang Kai was now like a big injured fish in the ocean. His entire body reeked of blood, attracting the covetous gazes of those sharks and half-saints. Over the past year, he had clashed with half-saint more than 10 times. However, Yang Kai now had Windchaser, 500,000 proud snow ice guards, and Bai Ye by his side. 1 or 2 half-saints attacks were useless. The most dangerous time was when he encountered 5 half-saints attacks. In that battle, Bai Ye and Windchaser were each entangled by a half-saint and couldn't get away. The remaining 3 half-saints' relentless pursuit of Yang Kai made them think that they were about to succeed. However, every time Yang Kai went to a continent, he would hide his space spirit bead. Coupled with his incomparably exquisite space divine technique, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still run away. That battle lasted for half a month. In the end, those 3 half-saints followed behind Yang Kai and ate his dust for half a month. They didn't even get a single strand of hair. Instead, they were tormented by Yang Kai's unpredictable methods. Since then, no half-saint had a direct confrontation with Yang Kai. Now, all the half-saints in the demon territory knew that unless 10 half-saints joined hands or instantly sealed the area around Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to escape. Otherwise, there was no way to deal with someone who was proficient in space law. However, it was extremely difficult for 10 half-saints to join hands. The demon territory didn't lack these 10 half-saints. Back then, more than 100 half-saints participated in the encirclement of the bright moon great emperors. But at that time, it was only because of the orders of the demon saint that they joined hands. Now, it was basically impossible for 10 half-saints to join hands to kill an enemy, especially when the enemy only had a single opportunity. Yang Kai's battle had shocked the world. Previously, he had become famous in the demon territory because he obtained the opportunity of the great emperors. Only now did those half-saints, who were familiar with him or not, realize that this guy's strength was also unfathomable. It was no wonder that he could escape from the demon saint's pursuit that day. "Are there no other continents?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Ye shook her head. "The demon blood continent is the last continent that disappeared." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. He immersed his consciousness into the small sealed world and sighed slightly. "It's still not enough. Although the small sealed world had undergone tremendous changes over the past year because it had swallowed the broken continents, and its territory had become infinitely vast, it still wasn't enough. It wasn't that its territory was too small. The current territory of the small sealed world was equivalent to the sum of nearly 100 continents in the demon territory. With such a huge territory, it was absolutely possible to accommodate hundreds of billions of people. The shortcomings of the small sealed world lay in its world principles and world energy. Now, the world principles in the expanded territory of the small sealed world were similar to those in the star territory. In other words, under such world principles, the strongest master that could be born was only an origin king. Huoluan was the best test subject. He had the cultivation of a low-ranked demon king, and during this time, he seemed to have been using the myriad demon pill to improve his cultivation. Now, he had reached the peak of the low-ranked demon king realm, but he was unable to break through his bottleneck. The reason for this was that the world principles in the small sealed world were unable to meet his requirements for a breakthrough. If the newly expanded territory of the small sealed world didn't change, Huoluan would never be able to break through his bottleneck. This was the limit of the world principles, just like the origin kings in the star territory who needed to find a way to enter the star boundary. If one couldn't break through the limits of the world principles, no matter how good one's aptitude was, it would be impossible for them to make any further progress. It seems that I can only take this risk. Yongkai only hesitated for a moment before a resolute light flashed across his eyes, hoping that Bai Liemo wouldn't fall out with him. "Let's go," Yongkai called out to Baya. Baya immediately ordered the proud snow ice guards who were standing guard around to gather around. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the army flew into the sky. Half a month later, outside a world gate, Baya stopped, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, "Brother Yang, if I remember correctly, this world gate should lead to the 100-spirit continent. Is our destination the 100-spirit continent?" "That's right." Yongkai looked at him with a smile, grabbed his arm without any explanation, and stepped forward with him. Baya was shocked, but before he could say anything, the two had already plunged into the world gate and arrived in a gorgeous and colorful world. Baya smiled bitterly. The 100-spirit continent had a special status in the entire demon territory, except for those who were blinded by greed, who dared to enter it, especially the half-saint subordinates of the demon saint. They had all been warned by the demon saint to never enter the 100-spirit continent, otherwise they would be asking for it even if they died. Although Baya knew that Yongkai had a good relationship with the 100-spirit continent, he still felt like he had entered a tiger's den when he was dragged here. But since he was already here, what else could he say? He could only pray that the owner of the 100-spirit continent would not blame him. Who is trespassing on the 100-spirit continent? As soon as the two of them stood firm, a loud shout came from the other side. Obviously, someone had noticed the abnormality here. While the voice was speaking, a beam of light came quickly. When it came closer, the figure in the beam of light was revealed. It was a middle-aged man with the aura of a half-saint. After seeing Yongkai, the man could not help but be stunned. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "It's Lord Yang." "Master," Baya could not help but frown when she heard this name. She was not familiar with the middle-aged man in front of her. The half-saint of the 100-spirit continent rarely interacted with the outside world, but the half-saint here were all holy spirits and were extremely arrogant. How could such a person call Yongkai master? Baya realized that she seemed to have underestimated Yongkai's status in the 100-spirit continent and how much the owner of the 100-spirit continent valued him. No wonder even wind-chasing wolf was always by his side. This guy was the mount of that person who galloped the world. "How should I address you?" Yongkai looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man clasped his hands and said, "Master, you can just call me, do you?" Yongkai nodded slightly. "Is Senior Changtian here? I want to see Senior." "Master, please come with me." Diyu gestured with his hand and glanced at Baya as he spoke. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the fierce aura made Baya's hair stand on end. Yongkai said, "Brother Baya is my companion." When Diyu heard this, the fierce light in his eyes gradually disappeared. He nodded slightly and led the way without saying a word. In the dark and cold hall that seemed to never see the light of day, Yongkai saw Changtian again. A person like him could not have changed much in such a short time, so the two of them sat on the ground in the hall. Outside the hall, Baya stood quietly with a serious expression. Du, who led the way, was nowhere to be seen, but there was a pair of twin sisters standing in front of him, staring at him without blinking. The twin sisters, one in black and the other in white, had beautiful faces and graceful figures. Their auras seemed to echo and be closely connected to each other. Usually, any man would take a few more glances at such a dazzling scene, but at this moment, Baya did not look at them. The reserved smile on her face was almost stiff. She cursed Yang Kai in her heart. It's fine if you want to come to the 100-spirit continent, but why do you have to drag me here? I'm a half-saint, but I feel like a lamb falling into a tiger's den. Chapter 3575. Senior, I don't have any flowers growing on my body. Why are you looking at me like that? In the hall, Yang Kai touched his nose and looked at Chang Tian, who had been staring at him since he came in. Chang Tian smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. I was right about you. Now that you have that opportunity, your chances of becoming a demon saint will be greatly increased. In 100 years, the 100-spirit continent will have a successor. The battle of eternity heaven shook the world. Even though the 100-spirit continent was closed, it was still able to hear the news. Chang Tian didn't have much lifespan left, so he wanted to train Yang Kai as his successor so that he could take charge of the 100-spirit continent in the future and protect the many divine spirits on this continent. However, even though Chang Tian wanted to, he knew that the peak of the martial Tao was not so easy to reach. Now, even the opportunity of the great emperors was snatched by Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai could take it step by step, he might be able to see Yang Kai standing at the top of the demon territory before he died. At that time, he would have nothing to worry about, and the many saint spirits on this continent would have someone to rely on. Since you have such an opportunity, don't show your face casually outside in the future. Just stay in the 100-spirit continent. I have already talked to Ru Meng. I don't think she will have any objections. Yang Kai smiled bitterly when he heard this. Chang Tian was implying that he should stay on the 100-spirit continent in the future and cultivate diligently until he became a demon saint. Yang Kai could naturally feel Chang Tian's love for him. However, time waited for no man. Yang Kai did not have the time to cultivate in seclusion here. The goal of becoming a demon saint was still too far away for him. The battle of the two realms was in full swing. His family, women, and friends were all in the star world. How could he hide in this paradise with peace of mind? He was afraid that the star world would be long gone by the time he became a demon saint. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, I understand Senior's thoughts, but Senior, have you never thought of leading the 100-spirit continent out of this rut? Although the 100-spirit continent is very big, isn't it a little too small for you? Chang Tian's eyes flashed when he heard this. The corners of his mouth curled up and he said with a smile, What do you want to say? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes and said, I want to say that with Senior's ability, you shouldn't be trapped in a mere 100-spirit continent. Think about the 12 demon saint. Each of them controls dozens of continents. Senior's ability is no weaker than the 12 demon saints. Why do you only occupy a small 100-spirit continent? Senior is a dragon race, and the dragon race is the leader of all creatures. You should roam the 9 heavens and not be trapped in a puddle. Chang Tian's eyelids drooped slightly as he said, There was no 100-spirit continent in the demon territory. I spent half of my life fighting for it. The territory of the demons is indeed very large, with hundreds and thousands of continents. However, there is only one of me, and it is difficult for me to do anything alone. Senior, you still have me. You. Chang Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. He suddenly laughed. You have a big appetite, but you still need to have the corresponding strength to protect you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, Senior, you misunderstood me. I didn't have the intention to encourage you to seize the territories of the demon saint. The territory of the demons has long been falling apart. What's the point of seizing other people's territories? Perhaps in less than 100 or 1,000 years, the territories that you have seized will be destroyed. At that time, it will be useless. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the 100-spirit continent. Who knows when the 100-spirit continent will be separated from the demon territory and follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents? When that time comes, where will you go? What will happen to the billions of creatures in the 100-spirit continent? After a pause, Yang Kai said, Moreover, although you are content with your territory, The war between the two realms will sweep across the entire territory of the demons sooner or later. Can you and the 100-spirit continent really stay out of it when that time comes? As soon as he said that, Chang Tian's face darkened. Yang Kai continued, if I can see it, I'm sure you have already expected it. Although the war between the two realms was tragic now, it had not reached the critical moment yet. Therefore, the 100-spirit continent could still stay out of it. However, if it really reached the critical moment, how could the demon saint in the demon territory allow the 100-spirit continent to stay out of it? When that time came, they would definitely join forces to pressure the 100-spirit continent and force it to join the war. When that time came, Chang Tian would have no choice but to agree under pressure. Otherwise, the 100-spirit continent would be placed on the opposite side of the demon territory. When that time came, the 100-spirit continent would end up in an even worse state. If the demon saint really hardened their hearts and joined forces, the 100-spirit continent could still be destroyed. Do you have a solution? Chang Tian raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai suddenly said this to him. Obviously, it was not without reason, so he could not help but have a lot of guesses. I'm still in the process of figuring it out. I can't say for sure that it will succeed, but at least I have a direction. If this is successful, not only will it extinguish the war between the two realms, I can even find a better place for the 100-spirit continent and all the demon race. Extinguish the war between the two realms. Even though Chang Tian was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be a little stunned at this moment. Yang Kai's words were a little boastful. The war between the two realms was extraordinary. It was a battle for survival, so it would definitely be a life-and-death struggle. Unless one side was completely defeated or wiped out, it would not stop at all. In comparison, finding a better place for the 100-spirit continent and all the demon race seemed less sensational. If it were someone else who said this, Chang Tian would have thrown him out long ago to avoid wasting time. However, he had high hopes for Yang Kai and hoped that he could protect the 100-spirit continent in the future. At this time, even if he was unwilling to believe it, he could only ask, "Tell me in detail, what are your plans?" Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then looked like he had made an important decision. He looked up at Chang Tian and said, "Senior, you should see it with your own eyes." "See?" Chang Tian raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai extended a hand to him. "If Senior trusts me, please relax and don't resist." Seeing this, Chang Tian frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was planning, but he also extended his hand and placed it in Yang Kai's palm. With his strength, he was very confident in his own strength, so he was not worried about Yang Kai's schemes. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him. Then his vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in a strange world. Chang Tian was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look around. He saw that this was no longer his dark and cold hall. It could even be said that this was not any place in the 100-spirit continent. This world made him feel a little uncomfortable. As soon as he entered, he felt that there was an invisible shackle binding him. It was the omnipresent power of heaven and earth. This invisible shackle prevented him from using too much power, so he could not use the power of a demon saint, but he could not use the power of a demon saint. This made Chang Tian's expression change slightly. He thought that he had misjudged and accidentally fell into Yang Kai's trap. But soon, he threw away this thought because Yang Kai was standing next to him defenselessly. If Yang Kai really wanted to do something to him, he would never put on such a defenseless posture. Instead, this kid looked forward with a leisurely face. He stretched out his hand and said, "Senior, what do you think of this place?" "Where's this?" Chang Tian frowned and asked. Just now, he clearly felt a trace of space shifting, but before he could feel it carefully, he had already arrived here from the hall. As he spoke, he released his divine sense, but he could not detect the boundary of this world. "This is a world. I call it the small sealed world." "Small sealed world?" Chang Tian frowned, and then his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "A great world? Is this place a great world?" "It can barely be considered one. You actually found another great world." Chang Tian was shocked. Although people like Chang Tian knew that there was definitely more than one great world in the star boundary outside the demon territory. Perhaps in this vast universe there were thousands of great worlds, but so far, the demon territory had only intersected with the star boundary. As for where the other great worlds were and how to get there, no one knew. But Yang Kai actually found a great world and even knew the entrance to this great world. How could Chang Tian not be shocked? In an instant, Chang Tian understood what Yang Kai meant. If he could really go back and forth freely in this great world, he could indeed jump out of the rut of the 100-spirit continent. He would no longer have to worry about being suppressed by the demon saint in the future when the war of the two worlds heated up. He would also not have to worry about the 100-spirit continent falling apart one day, leaving hundreds of millions of people homeless. However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before the fire in Chang Tian's heart cooled down. He slowly shook his head and said, "This world is not suitable for high-level creatures to live in. It is not perfect." With his insight, he was naturally able to perceive the shortcomings of the newly expanded territory of the mysterious small world. If not for this, the invisible shackles of the world energy would not have been placed on him. Compared with the demon territory, this world was undoubtedly much inferior. Such a great world was just a facade. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Senior's vision is like a torch. But does Senior know what this world was like in the beginning? Chang Tian laughed. How would I know? He was stunned for a moment before he turned to look at Yang Kai. Do you know? Yang Kai said leisurely, Of course I know, because this world was created by me. You created it? Chang Tian's eyes widened, wondering if there was something wrong with his hearing. After the Battle of Eternal Heaven, did Senior go to the Eternal Heaven continent? Yang Kai suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Ahem. Chang Tian clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This king was in the Eternal Heaven continent at that time. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be startled. He had instinctively thought that Chang Tian would definitely investigate something as important as the Battle of Eternal Heaven. But who would have thought that Chang Tian would actually be in the Eternal Heaven continent on that day? Chapter 3576. After all, it was a battle between the great emperors and the demon saint. It was very likely to change the future of the two worlds, so it was reasonable for Chang Tian to pay attention to it. Then it's easy to explain. Yang Kai nodded gently. Senior must have seen the situation of the Eternal Heaven after that great battle. Heaven and earth were shattered, the world collapsed, the continents formed, and the world principles collapsed. How could a small continent withstand the full power of the demon saint and the great emperors? Chang Tian looked solemn. If I tell Senior that this world was even worse than the shattered Eternal Heaven continent in the beginning, I don't know if Senior will believe me. Chang Tian turned his head, his pupils shrinking slightly. Yang Kai stared back at him, his expression calm and his eyes pure. After a long while, Chang Tian slowly shook his head. It's not that this king doesn't want to believe you. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable. Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior should know that many continents in the demon territory have disappeared over the past thousands of years. Those disappeared continents were separated from the demon territory because of the world gates, and no one can enter them. After so many years, no one knows what the situation is inside those disappeared continents. Chang Tian frowned, you know? Yang Kai nodded. I can enter those disappeared continents, but those continents are different from what most people think. They are not intact, but have fallen apart long ago. They are even worse than the Eternal Heaven continent after the Great Battle. The world Senior is seeing now is the result of the fusion of those disappeared continents and the Eternal Heaven continent. Senior, don't you feel that the world principles and world energy here are somewhat similar to those in the demon territory? How could Chang Tian not feel it? He felt it the moment he entered. This world gave him the feeling that it was a weakened version of the demon territory. He didn't know why before, but now that he heard Yang Kai's explanation, he suddenly understood. Even though the world principles of a great world and a great world were similar, it was absolutely impossible for them to be exactly the same. For example, the star boundary and the demon realm's territory had different world principles and different world principles. But this mysterious small world had too many similarities with the demon realm's territory. Even though Yang Kai's explanation was reasonable, Chang Tian still found it hard to believe. How did you reunite the missing continents? In comparison, Yang Kai's ability to enter the long-vanished continents was not as shocking. Since he was proficient in the laws of space and could repair, maintain, and even seal world gates, it would not be a problem for him to reopen the world gates that had disappeared. I wonder if Senior has heard of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Chang Tian shook his head and said, Never heard of it. Unlike the many demon saint, Chang Tian knew nothing about the star boundary. If it were any other demon saint here, they might not be unfamiliar with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics. Since they dared to invade the star boundary, they must have put in a lot of effort to gather information about the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics are a peerless secret art created by a senior in my star boundary. It has the ability to devour the heavens and earth. This senior's name is Wukong, and he became one of the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago. It can even be said that he is the strongest among the great emperors. The greatest feature of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics is that it can devour everything in the world and turn them into its own. However, this senior was confident in his strength and invincible, and did many things that angered the heavens. As the saying goes, when the heavens are unhappy, karma is not empty. In the end, this senior incurred public anger, and the other great emperors joined forces to kill him. In that battle, he killed 4 great emperors of the same level by himself, but in the end, he was beaten to death. Chang Tian couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He killed 4 great emperors of the same level. It was difficult for people who didn't reach this position to imagine how difficult this matter was. Chang Tian was also a character on the level of great emperors. Looking at the entire demon territory, he wasn't afraid of any of the other 12 demon saint. He had even fought the first demon saint, Huang Wuji, alone, but it was impossible for him to kill 4 demon saints with his own strength. Let alone 4, as long as any demon saint intervened in his duel with Huang Wuji, he wouldn't be his opponent. At their level of cultivation, they had already reached the peak, and there wasn't much difference between them. So standing at the peak, Chang Tian could more and more understand the terror of the heaven-devouring great emperors Wukong. Yes, Yang Kai looked solemn. That battle was called the Battle of Emperors in Star Boundary, and the battlefield was the Shattered Star Sea. Chang Tian looked fascinated and murmured, Wukong, the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, a peerless genius. If I could compete with such a character in my lifetime, my life would not have been in vain. What a pity, what a pity. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't tell him that Wukong had come back from the dead, and now he had merged with the great emperors of the mortal world, forming a wonderful balance. Since that battle, the name of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor has spread for tens of thousands of years, and his fame hasn't diminished. He is also recognized as the first great emperors in Star Boundary since ancient times. The heaven-devouring great emperor he created is the most evil and powerful secret art in Star Boundary. Chang Tian's expression changed when he heard this. That secret art has fallen into your hands now? Originally, they were talking about the great world, but Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic to the heaven-devouring great emperors. Chang Tian's mind was so sharp that he immediately saw through it. Yang Kai nodded and said, yes, when I first entered Star Boundary, this junior had interacted with the descendants of Wukong and was lucky enough to obtain the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art. But at that time, this junior's cultivation had reached a certain level, and I didn't intend to cultivate another secret art, so I left it aside. Later, I learned that the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art is not something that everyone can cultivate. Although this secret art is powerful, it has great drawbacks. Now it seems that I'm quite lucky. If he had really cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art back then, his mind might have already been distorted. Although his physical fitness was strong, he was inferior to a Dharma body in some aspects. Chang Tian gently nodded and said, the more powerful a secret art is, the harsher the requirements are. The way of heaven is to take from the excess and make up for the deficiency. This is the only reasonable way. Yang Kai continued, this junior also has a thing called the sealed world bead, which has a world of its own inside. He pointed forward and said, this is the prototype of this world. Whether it is the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art or the sealed world bead, there is nothing special about either one, but when this junior combined the two, a very magical thing happened. What happened? Even though he had some guesses in his heart, Chang Tian couldn't help but ask. The small sealed world can actually devour other spaces to strengthen itself, which is why Senior saw the scene today. Chang Tian turned his head and looked around, sighing. No wonder this world is so vast, but it is uninhabited. Since it was a new world formed by devouring those disappeared continents, naturally, there were no living creatures. After thinking about it, Chang Tian said, but didn't you say that you didn't cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art? How did you combine it with the sealed world bead? Yang Kai smiled and said, This junior indeed didn't cultivate it. But this didn't prevent this junior from using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art to stimulate the sealed world bead. If it weren't for the embodiment, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to do this. It was because the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art and had a very deep understanding of this peerless secret art that Yang Kai could use the information transmitted to him by the embodiment to successfully stimulate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Chang Tian clicked his tongue in wonder. If what you said is true, the disappeared continents could form the current situation, and if you let your sealed world bead devour those intact continents, Senior's thoughts are exactly what I want. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The demon territory is falling apart, and there aren't many continents left. Sooner or later, they will disappear from the map of the demon territory. Instead of letting them disappear, it's better to let me devour them and rebuild a new world. If this can really be done, then all the creatures in the demon territory can settle down in this new world, and the war between the two worlds can end. Even Senior and everyone in the 100-spirit continent can find a home in this new world, and you don't have to hide in a corner and be bullied by other demon saint. As soon as this was said, Chang Tian's eyes flashed as if he saw a broad road paved under his feet. But with his strength, even if he valued Yang Kai very much, he couldn't be persuaded with just a few words. After a while, Chang Tian calmly said, "The sealed world bead is one of your trump cards, right? Aren't you afraid of exposing it in front of this king? Something that could potentially evolve into a great world was a precious treasure to anyone, and even those demon saint would be jealous of it." Yang Kai smiled when he heard this. The sealed world bead is indeed this junior's trump card. But since this junior has this idea, its existence will be revealed to the world sooner or later. In the early years, this junior hid the sealed world bead because this junior's strength wasn't enough to protect such a treasure. But now, this junior is a high-ranked demon king, and I have some ability to protect myself. So what if this junior is exposed? Besides, although the sealed world bead is precious, it's just an inanimate object. It needs the cooperation of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to have the ability to devour space. And the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, besides Wukong, this junior is the only one who has mastered it. Chang Tian chuckled. "You're telling me this today because you want this king to help you?" Yang Kai said seriously, "Creating a new world is not something this junior can do alone, and in the entire demon territory, only Senior is worthy of my trust. I hope Senior can lend me a hand." Yang Kai didn't know if Chang Tian was worthy of his trust. After all, they hadn't known each other for a long time, and he didn't understand Chang Tian's temperament. However, it was a fact that Chang Tian didn't have much lifespan left, and he had no one to rely on in the future of the 100-spirit continent. Therefore, with such a way out in front of him, Yang Kai believed that Chang Tian would make the right choice. Chang Tian didn't answer immediately, but his expression was solemn. After a long time, he slowly said, "It's not that this king doesn't want to believe you, but words have no proof. If this world can really evolve like you said, and eventually become an existence like the demon territory, then what's wrong with this king helping you?" "Then how does Senior want me to prove it?" Yang Kai asked. Chang Tian smiled. "1,000 words are better than seeing it with your own eyes." Chapter 3577. The thick door of the main hall opened a crack, and Yang Kai came out. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him from outside the door. They were Black Lotus, White Lotus, and Baiya. Seeing Yang Kai, Baiya couldn't help but sigh. Being stared at by 2 half-saint twins in this godforsaken place was really stressful. Yang Kai nodded slightly at Black Lotus and White Lotus and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll take my leave first." Black Lotus stepped forward and said, "Master, do you have any other orders?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior is going into seclusion. I don't have any other orders." Black Lotus nodded and didn't say anything else. She watched Yang Kai and Baiya leave. After leaving the Bailing continent, he summoned the 500,000 proud snow ice guards and summoned wind. Yang Kai mounted his horse and said to Baiya, "Brother Baiya, you and I will go first. The proud snow ice guards will return on their own." Baiya nodded and said something to the 5 proud snow ice guards. Then, she and Yang Kai rushed to the nearby realm gate. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Baiya, which continent in Saint Master Bei Limo's territory doesn't have a half-saint?" Baya didn't know why he asked this, but it wasn't a secret. She thought for a while and casually said a list of continents. Although Bay Limo controlled dozens of continents, not all of them had a master. She only had a dozen half-saint subordinates, less than 20 in total. A half-saint was in charge of a continent, and more than half of the continents were under the management of the high-ranked demon king, just like the situation of the Cloud Shadow continent. Then let's go to the Tianwu continent. Yang Kai randomly chose one. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to go to the Tianwu continent, Baya still felt uneasy. She had a feeling that Yang Kai's trip to the Tianwu continent was not a good thing. At the same time, in the small sealed world, Chang Tian stood on the peak of the mountain, looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. A low-ranked demon king stood behind him, trembling. From time to time, he looked up at Chang Tian's back, his forehead beaded with sweat. This low-ranked demon king was none other than Huoluan, was naturally the only resident of the territory. Originally, he was quite happy to see someone of the same race in this damned place. However, when he found out the identity of the person in front of him, he suddenly felt like he was walking on thin ice. He was the master of the 100-spirit continent, an existence comparable to the demon saint. Everyone in the demon region knew of Chang Tian's name. Huoluan felt dizzy. A lowly nobody suddenly met the strongest existence in the world. No one could remain calm. What made Huoluan feel the most uncomfortable was that this master had been standing there without moving since he arrived. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Chang Tian suddenly asked, "How long have you been here?" The sudden voice startled Huoluan. After he reacted, he immediately replying to Master, "This little one has been here for more than a year. What did this place look like when you first came here?" Chang Tian asked again. Huoluan said, "It's not much different from what Master sees now. It's just that the world energy and world principles in this place were not as good as they are now. Even our territory has expanded many times in the past year. Why are there such changes? This little one doesn't know." Huoluan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. This little one was caught and imprisoned here. One day, after 2 months, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Then a lot of world fragments rushed in from the crack. Those fragments melted away before they fell to the ground. It felt like the world had digested them. Digested? Chang Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes. It's just like how we eat in the demon race. It's just that the speed of digestion is too fast. As the world fragments were digested, some changes gradually occurred in this world. Huoluan cautiously looked at Chang Tian's back. He was hesitating whether he should tell Chang Tian about his harvest or not. When the world first changed, he picked up a lot of good things. He even picked up a semi-sage space ring. He didn't know whether Chang Tian's appearance here had anything to do with those things. But what if Chang Tian wanted to take back those things if he spoke about it? That was something he couldn't get even in 100 lifetimes. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, Chang Tian said, "What is the crack in the sky like? What are the world fragments like? Tell me in detail." Huoluan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly recounted everything he had seen in the past year. Chang Tian didn't have any reaction and just listened, causing Huoluan's heart to be in turmoil. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and be killed by this great figure before him. However, he was slightly relieved that Chang Tian didn't mention anything about the half-saint's relics. The Sky Martial continent was not close to the Bailing continent. However, after leaving behind the 500,000 proud snow ice guards, there was only Yang Kai and Baya. Naturally, their speed was much faster than before. In just a few days, the two of them arrived at the Sky Martial continent. Yang Kai stopped when he rushed in from the realm gate. Baya turned to look at him. "Brother Yang, why are you coming to the Sky Martial continent? Is there someone you know here?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "But I need this continent." "You need this continent?" Baya frowned. "Brother Baya, please don't be impatient. No matter what you see later, please don't be too surprised." Yang Kai smiled at him. "What do you mean?" Baya was stunned. Yang Kai didn't answer. He just flipped his hand, and a pearl suddenly appeared in his palm. Then he threw the pearl into the air and formed a seal with both hands. He pointed at the pearl. A beam of profound light shot out and hit the bead. In the next moment, the light in the sky was suddenly covered and a huge shadow covered the land. Baya looked up and couldn't help but gape. In the sky, a strange creature with a round body and a wide tail appeared. It looked like a fat fish. The creature was thousands of kilometers long, and the shadow it cast covered the land for thousands of kilometers. As soon as the creature appeared, spatial cracks appeared and disappeared. At the same time, Baya could clearly feel the space around the continent trembling. Layers of clear spatial ripples spread out in all directions with the huge creature as the epicenter. Wherever the invisible ripples passed, countless tiny cracks appeared. For some reason, in that instant, Baya felt as if the entire sky martial continent was about to burst. Rolling. This was not the first time Baya had seen a rolling. In the past year, he had been following Yang Kai and had been brought to the disappearing continent by Yang Kai. He had seen the rolling swallow the fragments of the continent with his own eyes. However, it was in the disappearing continent after all. Those continents were broken and no living creatures survived. Therefore, even though he was shocked, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He just thought it was a waste. However, this was the Sky Martial continent. This continent was still intact, and there were hundreds of millions of living creatures living there. Yang Kai wanted to swallow it. He was crazy. "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Baya suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly. His killing intent was concealed. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't feel anything. He was still writing on Jue Feng. He smiled and said, "Brother Baya, have you sent a message to the Lord about us coming to the Sky Martial continent?" Along the way, some of Baya's little tricks could not be hidden from Yang Kai. In the past half a year, Baya had been in contact with Bai Liemo. However, Yang Kai pretended not to know about it. Anyway, in his plan, Bai Liemo was the second person to know about his plan after Chang Tian. He had asked Baya to let Bai Liemo know in advance, so that he didn't have to explain to her. Baya said coldly, "The Lord is on the way. Brother Yang, please don't make a mistake." Yang Kai said, "That's good. I want to talk to her face to face." Baya was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Kai to not even care about Bai Liemo. However, the current situation was critical. If she really let him do it, the Sky Martial continent would disappear in a few days. The only person who could stop him now was herself. Even though she knew that Jue Feng was not to be trifled with, Baya still said coldly, "Brother Yang, please stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "Since I've already started, I can't stop now. Brother Baya, why don't you ask the Lord again and see what her attitude is?" Baya's face was solemn. She looked at Jue Feng, who was under Yang Kai's crotch. Her face revealed a trace of fear. She quickly took out an item to contact Bai Liemo and inform her of the situation. While he was conversing with Bai Liemo, Raleigh had already opened its mouth wide enough to devour the heavens and earth, and plunged its head down. Silently, everything in the path of the rolling stone turned into nothingness. Even under Baya's gaze, a city not far away was directly swallowed by the rolling stone. None of the millions of demon race living in the city escaped. Baya's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. Just as she was about to act recklessly, Bai Liemo replied. Seeing the Lord's message, Baya was stunned again. She clenched her fists angrily and said, "The Lord will be here soon. I hope Brother Yang can still be so calm by then." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders indifferently. At the same time, in the small sealed world, Hualun shouted in surprise on top of a mountain, "Master, that crack, that crack. Every time that crack appears in the sky, fragments of the mainland will be swallowed up." He didn't need to remind him, as Chang Tian had already noticed it. Chang Tian squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the huge crack with anticipation. After a while, as Hualun said, fragments of the mainland were swallowed up. As if confirming his words, Hualun shouted excitedly, "See, Master, I was right. After these fragments are swallowed up, they will be digested immediately and nothing will be left behind." Chapter 3578. As soon as Hualun's voice fell, the fragment that was swallowed began to melt rapidly, as if it was really being digested by this world. In the blink of an eye, the huge fragment had shrunk significantly, and as it fell, its size was also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But after a short while, Hualun's mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist inside. That was because the fragment of the continent hadn't completely melted away. There was still a part left, and that part looked like a city. A city. Hualun couldn't believe his eyes. Over the past year or so, he had long been accustomed to the scene in front of him. Except for the first time when he had a harvest and picked up a lot of good things. Most of the other times he had seen the same thing, but this was the first time a city had appeared here. Just as he was wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him, some small black dots suddenly flew out from the city. Huoluan focused his eyes and saw that these black dots were actually members of the demon race. These demon race members obviously lived in the city, and with such a sudden change, they all flew out of the city to investigate the situation. At first glance, the city that they had lived in for so long was actually floating in the air and slowly falling down, causing them to shout and shout. Because they were too far away, Huoluan couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could clearly see the panic on their faces and their hand gestures. More and more black dots flew out from the city, densely packed, as if a swarm of locusts had appeared in the sky. But there were even more members of the demon race who weren't strong enough to stay in the city, running around in panic as if doomsday had arrived. What's going on? Huoluan's face turned pale as he muttered to himself. Such a city, even in the entire territory of the demon race, was not small, so why was it swallowed up? And where did this city come from? Chong Tian still stood there, his body motionless, his expression as calm as an ancient well, but his eyes overflowed with excitement. A moment later, the city slowly landed on the ground. It was as if there was an invisible hand holding the bottom of the city and gently lowering it down. Apart from causing the city to shake slightly and some houses to collapse, the city did not suffer much damage. From this day onward, a new city of the demon clan would be built on the plains in the distance. Another crack appeared in the sky, and a fragment of the continent slowly emerged from it. Another crack appeared. In less than an hour, countless cracks had appeared in the sky. Fragments of the continent were constantly being swallowed by those cracks, and occasionally, some huge figures of cities would fall down. The world was undergoing some silent changes. Outside the sealed world bead, in the void, Baya looked forward with a pale face, a chill spreading all over her body. Not everyone could witness the gradual encroachment of an intact continent. After the encroachment, the space would turn into nothingness and return to chaos. The undercurrent of the void would roll up a storm in that nothingness. Even though he was a semi-sage expert, he could still feel the danger in it. If he were to be sucked into it, he might get lost and never find the way back. Madman, this guy is simply a madman. Boya turned his head, the corners of his eyes twitching as he stared at Yang Kai. How could he have imagined that this person would be so deranged? In such a short period of time, a perfectly good continent had been turned into such a mess by him. The Sky Martial continent was destroyed. Even if the rolling stopped now, this continent would never return to how it was before. It could even be said that because a part of it had been swallowed up, the area where it was swallowed up formed a nothingness. Under the influence of this nothingness, the Sky Martial continent would fall apart sooner or later. He kept reporting the situation here to Bei Li Mo, who was rushing over. There was no response from the Holy Senior, but Baya could still feel Bei Li Mo's anger. This guy is dead. How dare he mess with the Holy Senior? The Holy Senior will definitely cut him into pieces without any room for negotiation. Thinking of this, Baya looked at Yang Kai with some pity, but at the same time, she felt a little excited. If the Holy Senior really wants to kill Yang Kai in a fit of anger, wouldn't it be better for me to do it? I can take the opportunity to snatch the opportunity of the great emperors from him, and become a demon saint is just around the corner. After a day, about a fifth of the Sky Martial continent had been swallowed up. The complete continent was like a pancake that had been taken a big bite out of. At this time, there was a fluctuation from the realm gate behind Yang Kai and Baya. Then, Bei Li Mo suddenly appeared not far away. She had rushed all the way and finally arrived. Her pair of phoenix eyes swept around and immediately saw the endless nothingness. Feeling the strange aura from the nothingness, Bei Li Mo's expression changed slightly. Looking into the distance, she could faintly see a huge round object that was rolling around the edge of the Sky Martial continent. Wherever it passed, the Sky Martial continent would constantly shrink. It could be imagined that it would not be long before this huge object ate up the entire Sky Martial continent. At that time, there would only be nothingness left. Yang Kai, you're courting death. Bei Li Mo gritted her teeth and turned to glare at Yang Kai. Her murderous intent was almost tangible. Yang Kai smiled and said, Holy Senior, why are you so angry? Looking at his nonchalant expression, Bei Li Mo was so angry that she couldn't help but laugh. This noble lady gave you everything you asked of me. I even gave you 500,000 proud snow ice guards, and even sent Boya to protect you. Is this how you repay me? While she was talking, Baya had already secretly activated her magical energy. Once the Holy Senior gave the order, she would immediately attack Yang Kai. Since the Holy Senior was here, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything. Baya seemed to see a golden continent under her feet, and she was a little excited. This was truly a case of the evils of heaven being forgiven, but the evils brought on by oneself were the hardest to bear. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know that the Holy Senior has been good to me. That's why I want to show the Holy Senior a way out." As he spoke, he secretly sent a message to Bai Liemo, "Don't make too much of a fuss. Don't blame me if you can't find a way out." Bai Liemo's breath stagnated, and she gritted her teeth. She laughed coldly and said, "Destroying my continent is a way out? Shouldn't I thank you?" "No need to thank me. Wait until you meet someone." Yang Kai glanced at her. "Who?" Bai Liemo frowned. "Don't resist," Yang Kai said and stretched out his hand. Bai Liemo hesitated for a moment. She had indeed let her guard down. She had no choice but to let her guard down. She was now under the control of Yang Kai. There was no point in resisting in front of him. She might even let Baya see through her. If that happened, she would lose face as the Holy Senior. His big hand gently patted Bai Liemo's shoulder, and she disappeared in an instant. Baya was shocked and immediately shouted, "Yang Kai, what did you do to the Holy Senior?" In his anger, he even stopped calling him Brother Yang and called him by his name. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Brother Baya, don't be impatient. If the Holy Senior is unwilling, what do you think I can do to her with my strength?" Hearing this, Baya thought about it for a moment and felt that it made sense. Just now, it was obvious that the Saint Senior did not resist at all, so he had probably communicated with Yang Kai. Baya was puzzled. The Sky Martial continent was already in such a state, so why didn't the Saint Senior hurry up and capture Yang Kai, instead trusting him so much? Inside the small sealed world, Chang Tian, who was watching the changes in the world, suddenly frowned and turned around. He saw a graceful figure suddenly appear behind him. "Bai Liemo?" Chang Tian raised his brow. "Chang Tian." Bai Liemo looked over, and her face darkened. At this time, she knew who Yang Kai wanted her to meet. She had long heard that the stinky brat had a good relationship with the 100-spirit continent. Chang Tian even gave away his mount in the past. Now it seemed that it was true. "Bai! Bai!" Huoluan was dumbfounded. He trembled for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. If it was just the name Bai Liemo, Huoluan wouldn't have thought too much. The key point was that the silver-haired woman in front of him looked exactly like the rumors. She even dared to call out Chang Tian's name in front of the 100-spirit continent's master. In the entire demon territory, there was only one person with such an image. One of the 12 holy seniors, the Snow Demon Master. Huoluan only felt dizzy. It was rare to see a demon king like him, even a half-saint, let alone a demon saint. However, a master of the 100-spirit continent suddenly appeared in front of him a few days ago. Today, another Snow Demon Master came. What the hell was this place? Why did it attract so many masters? In his panic, Huoluan quickly bowed his head and greeted, "Greetings, Holy Senior." Bai Liemo only glanced at him. She was surprised to see a low-ranked demon king by Chang Tian's side. She didn't pay much attention to him and just asked coldly, "Why are you here? Where is this place?" Just now, Yang Kai only asked her to relax her resistance. Then she appeared in front of her in a blur. She didn't expect Chang Tian to appear in front of her. The relationship between the demon saint and Chang Tian wasn't very good. At this moment, Bai Liemo couldn't help but be a little vigilant. She wondered if the stinky brat wanted to use Chang Tian to harm her. However, since he had planted the soul brand in her mind, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. "I have the same reason why you are here." Chang Tian laughed. In fact, he was also a little surprised that Bai Liemo would appear here. As for where this place is, didn't that young brat tell you? Bai Liemo snorted coldly. That stinky brat didn't say anything. She turned around and didn't see anyone else, so she asked suspiciously, "Where is that bastard?" Hey, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not something a holy senior should do. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from above her head. What can you do about this senior's actions? Bai Liemo was indignant. She released her divine sense, but still couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and said, "Come out. What are you doing sneaking around?" Chapter 3579. Since when have I been sneaking around? Yang Kai was a little unhappy. Then why don't you show yourself? Bailey Mo snorted. Since Yang Kai did not show himself, she felt that he was up to something and had to be on guard. It's not convenient, Yang Kai said bluntly. He could use his close connection with the sealed world bead to send Bailey Mo in. But if he were to come in, there would be no one outside to look after him. What if something unexpected happened? Bailey Mo was furious, but there was nothing she could do about Yang Kai. Her face was as cold as ice. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chang Tian revealed a look of interest. If Bailey Mo was replaced by Yu Ru Meng, he could understand. After all, everyone in the demon territory knew that Yu Ru Meng had a special impression of Yang Kai. But the key point was that this was Bailey Mo. Yang Kai's attitude was so bad, but Bailey Mo was able to tolerate it. Furthermore, what method did Yang Kai use to get Bailey Mo here? Was Bailey Mo not wary of him at all? What was the relationship between the two of them? Chang Tian suddenly felt that he could not see through Yang Kai. He originally thought that he was just a high-grade demon king with the bloodline of the dragon race. He hoped that Yang Kai would be his successor and protect the 100-spirit continent in the future. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was shrouded in a layer of fog? While Chang Tian was pondering, Bailey Mo also discovered that this place was strange. There were huge spatial cracks everywhere, and from these cracks, fragments of the continent were constantly being swallowed, disappearing without a trace. Occasionally, one or two cities would fly down and firmly take root in the ground. Countless demon race members were flying in the sky, panicking. Needless to say, Bailey Mo knew that the demon race were the people of the Sky Martial Continent, and the fragments that were being swallowed were the fragments of the Sky Martial Continent. Thinking back to what she had seen, Bailey Mo's expression turned cold. What is this place? Ever since she entered, there was a layer of invisible force that bound her like shackles, making her feel very uncomfortable. This place gave her the feeling that it was the demon territory, but not the demon territory. This is a large world. Yang Kai's voice came from the sky. Bailey Mo immediately sneered. What a joke. What kind of large world is this? The Devil Domain was a great world, and so was the Star Realm. Although she had never been to the Star Realm, she knew that since it was able to give birth to someone like the Great Emperor, the laws of heaven and earth in the Star Realm would definitely not be weaker than the Devil Domain. The two worlds were at the same level. Bailey Mo frowned. One day? Don't be impatient, just wait and see. No matter how much Bailey Mo shouted, there was no response from Yang Kai, causing her to almost explode in anger. Chang Tian's expression became more and more thought-provoking. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe that Yang Kai would dare to treat a demon saint like that. After scolding herself for a while, seeing that Yang Kai was indeed ignoring her, Bailey Mo gritted her teeth and looked at Chang Tian, wanting to get some information from him. But the most hateful thing was that Chang Tian actually had his back facing her, with his hands behind his back, as if he was riding the wind, causing Bailey Mo to grit her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Behind the two of them, Huoluan was like a quail in winter, shivering. Time passed slowly, and the strange scene in the sky did not stop. At a certain moment, Chang Tian, who had been calm all this time, suddenly had a change in expression. Even Bailey Mo, who was sulking, was surprised. Chang Tian turned around and looked at her. When their eyes met, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Now was not the time to be angry with Chang Tian and Yang Kai, so Bailey Mo stepped forward and stood side by side with Chang Tian. The mountain breeze blew, causing Bailey Mo's snow-white hair to flutter in the wind. You feel it, don't you? Chang Tian asked. Bailey Mo gently nodded. It seems that my feeling was not wrong. Chang Tian slowly shook his head in disbelief. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. If this is the case, Yang Boy's plan may actually work. What is his plan? Why is he destroying my continent for no reason? Bailey Mo followed the topic. Chang Tian said, Is this a piece of land in your territory? Bailey Mo gritted her teeth. Of course, if not, why do you think this senior would come looking for him? That bastard actually destroyed my continent without saying a word. Sooner or later I will make him pay. Chang Tian smiled slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, His actions are not without reason. He is simply verifying a future direction. Bailey Mo looked at him and did not ask any more questions. Since Chang Tian had already spoken, it was obvious that he had already explained a thing or two to her. Yongboi has an object in his hands called the Sealed World Bead, a world of its own inside, which is the space you and I are currently in. This space has the ability to swallow other spaces and strengthen itself. What you see in front of you is the broken continents that have long since disappeared from the demon territory. According to Yongboi, these broken continents have long since collapsed, their world principles withered, and all life extinguished. But it was these broken continents that were swallowed by that thing that formed the embryonic form of this world. How is that possible? Bailey Mo exclaimed. Although she did not know what the disappeared continents eventually became, what Chang Tian said was simply too incredible. At first, I also thought it was somewhat impossible. Chang Tian slowly shook his head and laughed, but after seeing the scene in front of me, I have no choice but to believe it. Bailey Mo was stunned, turning her head to look at the crack in the sky, her eyes slightly absent-minded. Just as Chang Tian said before, 1,000 words were not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Before she came here, she saw with her own eyes that a huge monster was swallowing the Sky Martial continent, and the entire continent had already been swallowed by it. After entering, she saw the fragments of the continent melting into this world, and the cities falling in an orderly manner all over this world, and the demon race living in those cities were also swallowed up. If that was all, it would be fine, but the key was that as this world continued to be swallowed up, some changes were happening. These changes were very subtle, and ordinary people would not be able to detect them, but they could not hide from her and Chang Tian's perception. It was because of these changes that Bailey Mo and Chang Tian had a conversation at the beginning. The world principles of this world were a little thicker, and the world energy had also become a little more vigorous. And as time passed, these changes became more and more obvious. Why is he doing this? Bailey Mo frowned and asked. He said that he wants to quell the flames of war between the two realms and find another place for the demon race to settle down. Chang Tian replied indifferently, but in my opinion, he should be trying to protect the star realm. He is already a member of the demon race. Bailey Mo's face sank. If it was said that when she first met Yang Kai was still a human, then after completely becoming the demon race, Yang Kai's identity had quietly changed, and his body was filled with demonic qi. If this was not a demon race, what could it be? But his heart is in the star realm. Chang Tian smiled slightly. Humph. Bailey Mo sneered. How can the flames of war between the two realms be so easily quelled? Since the war has begun, who would be willing to give up without fighting to the death? You're right, but if he has enough strength to intervene, it may not be impossible. Chang Tian pointed with a finger, and this world is his capital. Those who play with fire will burn themselves. Bailey Mo said indignantly. Obviously, these words were meant for Yang Kai to hear because she knew that although Yang Kai did not speak, he was definitely paying attention to this side. Chang Tian did not say anything else, and quietly paid attention to the changes in this world. Since he did not speak, Bailey Mo could only keep her thoughts to herself. About 5 days after Bailey Mo entered the Sealed World Bead, the cracks in the sky began to close again, and when the last one disappeared, no more fragments were swallowed up. At this time, whether it was Bailey Mo or Chang Tian, both could clearly perceive that this world had changed greatly compared to before. Although it was still far inferior to the demon territory, it was at least stronger than before. Yang Kai's voice sounded again in the sky. Senior, this is just the result of swallowing a single continent. What do you think? To be honest, Yang Kai himself was a little surprised. The small sealed world swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor's martial continent brought far more benefits to this world than he had imagined. If the small sealed world was really compared to a person's stomach, then the shattered continents it had swallowed before were like vegetables, while the heaven martial continent was a fragrant plate of crystal pork shoulder. The benefits it brought to the small sealed world were vastly different. Swallowing a single heaven martial continent was more than swallowing 10 shattered continents. The reason for this was that the shattered continent's world principles had withered while the heaven martial continent's world principles were relatively perfect. Unexpected, but still a long way to go. Chang Tian said lightly. Yang Kai laughed. At the very least, this is a good start. I believe that as long as we devour enough continents, this place will become a complete great world one day. At that time, it won't be any worse than the demon domain. Bailey Mo was startled. Little brat, could it be you still have ideas about me? I'm warning you, the Heaven Martial Continent is one thing. But if you dare. At this point, Bailey Mo suddenly snorted, her face turning slightly pale, unable to continue speaking, only anger remaining on her face. Chang Tian glanced at her in amazement, his brow furrowed, as if he had seen through something, a look of shock appearing on his face. After hesitating for a moment, Chang Tian said, "This is a matter of universal condemnation. The demon saint won't just stand by and watch. If you really do this, I'm afraid you will stand on the opposite side of the entire demon territory. At that time, who knows how many demon saint will want to take your life? Are you sure you want to do this?" Chapter 3580. The arrow has already been knocked, so it has to be fired. Yang Kai's voice was firm and decisive. Since ancient times, those without help are more likely to succeed. So, I need both of you to lend me a hand. Bailey Mo immediately said coldly, "I don't agree. That's not up to you." Yang Kai snorted coldly. He still needed to persuade Chang Tian, but he had already decided to make a move on Bailey Mo's Sky Martial Continent was just the beginning. Even if Bailey Mo didn't agree, it was useless. He could just swallow up all the territories under Bailey Mo's control one by one. When that time comes, Bailey Mo would have no choice but to join him. In this matter, she didn't have a choice at all. Seeing Yang Kai being so overbearing, Bailey Mo's expression turned even uglier. Chang Tian looked at her with a smile and said, "Why are you so indignant?" What Yang Kai said was right. The demon territory won't last long. If we can exchange a broken demon territory for an intact demon territory, it's not a bad deal for anyone. Bailey Mo turned to look at him and sneered, "Aren't you afraid that he'll burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Chang Tian smiled slightly. "I don't have much time left. I just want to find a way out for the 100-spirit continent. I don't ask for too much." Bailey Mo was stunned, but she immediately smiled again. "Well, as long as you let him swallow your 100-spirit continent first, I'll agree. What do you think?" Unlike other demon saint, although Chang Tian was also a demon saint, he only had the 100-spirit continent under his control. It wouldn't hurt him to swallow the Sky Martial Continent, but if the 100-spirit continent was swallowed up, Chang Tian would have no way out. What's more, Yang Kai had already put it that way, so she couldn't refuse at all. But if she could drag Chang Tian down with her in advance, then she would have less to worry about. After all, she couldn't be the only one to suffer. Chang Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What a good plan, madam." Bailey Mo snorted coldly. "Don't tell me you don't even have this awareness?" Chang Tian nodded slightly and said, "Madam is right. Let's start with my 100-spirit continent." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Senior, do you agree? If you can agree to a few of my conditions." "Senior, please go ahead," Yang Kai said seriously. "Treat all the living beings of the 100-spirit continent kindly. Do not send them to their deaths for no reason." Yang Kai laughed. "That's not a problem. Even if Senior didn't say so, I wouldn't have done that. Secondly, I want a territory 10 times the size of the 100-spirit continent." Chang Tian continued. "That's not a problem." Yang Kai agreed without hesitation. The 100-spirit continent was just a single continent, and 10 times the territory was equivalent to 10 continents. Bailey Mo already controlled several dozen continents, so when the time came, all she had to do was to share some of the profits with him to satisfy this condition. What's more, the newly expanded territory in the small sealed world was a combination of dozens of continents. It was many times larger than the 100-spirit continent. This condition was not a problem for Yang Kai. He could easily fulfill it. The third condition. Chang Tian paused for a moment and smiled. The third condition is not a condition. It's just that your plan is too big. If you only rely on this Senior and Madame Bei, I'm afraid it won't be enough. You will need other help to succeed. Yang Kai said, "Rumeng should be fine." Chang Tian obviously thought of this too. He nodded slightly and said, "If you Rumeng is also included." "Well, this king agrees." "Thank you, Senior." Yang Kai was overjoyed. The stone in his heart was finally lifted. He secretly planned to go to the 100-spirit continent and devour it. When the time came, there would be no turning back. It would be impossible for Chang Tian to go back on his word. "I also have a condition," Bailey Mo shouted. Yang Kai was in a good mood and was too lazy to argue with her. He said, "What are your conditions? Let's hear them." Bailey Mo gritted her teeth and said, You should know what my condition is. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he replied. Good. I will fulfill your wish after the matter is settled. Although Bai Liemo did not say it explicitly, for her, the most important thing now was to regain her freedom and remove the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her knowledge sea. Bai Liemo's eyelashes trembled, but she did not say anything more. After everything was agreed, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the two. Yang Kai's voice came, Please move. Chang Tian and Bai Liemo looked at each other and rushed into the crack. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Huoluan standing alone on the mountain peak. The wind blew, and his whole body was cold. After the crack in front of him disappeared, Huoluan fell to the ground and gasped for breath. The reason why he was so frightened was not because he saw two great devil saints, but because the two great devil saints were discussing something with the voice that came from the sky. After hearing something that he should not have heard, the only result was to be silenced. In that short period of time, he felt like he was on the brink of death countless times. Fortunately, the end result was not bad. Those Master Realm Masters did not seem to be interested in him, so he saved his life. Outside the sealed world bead, Chang Tian and Bai Liemo appeared together and cast their gazes towards the bead in Yang Kai's hand. The two of them knew that this should be the sealed world bead with its own independent world inside. Baya cupped her fists. Greetings, Holy Senior. Greetings, Master Chang Tian. Bai Liemo nodded lightly while Chang Tian smiled at Yang Kai. Don't forget what you promised me. I will be waiting for you and Holy Senior Dream in the 100-spirit continent. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Senior, please take care. Chang Tian nodded. With a flash of his body, he vanished from the spot. After he left, Bai Liemo looked at Yang Kai with gritted teeth and sneered. Are you satisfied now? Yang Kai laughed and said, Holy Senior, you don't have to be so bitter. If this matter succeeds, it will be good for both of us. Bai Liemo wanted to say something, but Yang Kai did not give her the chance. After saying goodbye, he also left through the world gate. Baya looked in the direction Yang Kai left and whispered, Holy Senior, the Sky Martial Continent is destroyed. Are we just going to let this matter go? What else do you want? Bai Liemo looked at him sideways. Baya said, Do you want me to gather some people? As she spoke, she made a throat-slitting gesture with her hand. Go where? Bai Liemo was furious. She could not vent her anger in front of Yang Kai, so she vented all her anger on Baya. Can you beat him? Don't embarrass me. Inform all the half-step sages that are still in my territory to go to Proud Snow Ice Palace. I have something to tell them. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Baya. He turned around and walked towards the realm gate, leaving her with his back facing her. Baya was embarrassed and touched her nose helplessly. She did not dare to stay there for long and hurriedly left. The Sky Martial Continent was swallowed up, and the space where the continent was originally located was now empty. Under the turbulence of the void, even the world gate had become unstable. It would not be long before the world gate disappeared. If he waited until the world gate collapsed, he would not be able to leave. Phantom Continent, Holy City. As the center of Yu Rumeng's territory, Holy City did not seem to be affected by the war between the two worlds. It was still bustling with people coming and going like a tide. Demon commanders and demon kings could be found everywhere in Holy City. 200 miles outside Holy City was Yu Rumeng's palace. At this moment, in a secret room under the palace, Yu Rumeng was sitting cross-legged. She was forming hand seals with one hand and holding a purple fruit under her nose with the other. As she breathed in and out, wisps of purple aura floated from the purple fruit and was absorbed into her body. In the Battle of Eternal Heaven, almost all the demon saint had been injured, and Yu Rumeng was no exception. One of her soul fragments had been cut off, and her soul consciousness was damaged. This kind of injury could not be healed in a day or two. For the past year or so, she had been healing her injuries. Presumably, the other demon saint whose soul fragments were cut off were the same. Today, the injury to her soul consciousness was finally about to be healed. Suddenly, Yu Rumeng seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, and there seemed to be stars flowing inside them. They were as dazzling as a star field. Gently biting her red lips, Yu Rumeng snorted coldly and continued to absorb the aura from the purple fruit with her eyes closed. But this time, she could not calm down no matter what. The purple aura that floated under her nose was like a lost lamb. It no longer flowed into her body, but instead coiled around her for a while before disappearing. Inside the palace, Yongkai walked like a dragon on the ground and a tiger on the ground, rampaging all the way. He kept shouting like he was in a dream. A group of guards who tried to stop him were knocked all over the place. A charming maid followed him step by step and blocked his way. She said anxiously, "Prince, this is the palace of the Holy Sage. Don't make so much noise. If the Holy Sage finds out, she will be angry." Yongkai walked forward and stared at her. "Get out of my way. Don't block the way." As he spoke, he reached out and pushed the maid aside, almost causing her to fall to the ground. After walking around in a big circle, he did not find any trace of Yu Meng. However, this ruckus alarmed many of the palace's guards. They surrounded him and stared at him covetously. Yongkai stood in the same place and scratched his head. He turned to look at the maid who spoke just now and asked, "Where is the Holy Sage? Why is there no trace of her?" The maid shook her head. "I don't know." Yongkai asked the guards again, "Do you know where the Holy Sage is now?" Not only did the guards ignore him, but they also looked at him with a dignified face, as if they were facing a great enemy. Yongkai grinned meaningfully and simply closed his eyes, silently perceiving his surroundings. Although the heart seal secret technique had been transferred to the soul-warming lotus by some means, this secret technique had not lost its effect. If he used this secret technique to sense with his heart, he would be able to determine Yu Meng's position. Of course, the premise was that they were not too far away, otherwise it would be useless. After a while, Yongkai's expression changed. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Chuckling, the space principles fluctuated and he disappeared. Chapter 3581. Soon, someone knocked on the door of the secret chamber, accompanied by Yongkai's voice. "Ru Meng, Madam Meng, I'm back." Sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber, Yu Meng was both amused and annoyed when she heard this. What did this dead man think of her palace as? That he could come and go as he pleased? More than a year ago, Yongkai left this place, and not long after, news of Insi's death came. Yongkai was also seriously injured that day, and his whereabouts were unknown. She immediately ordered people to find Yongkai and bring him back to the holy city. Unfortunately, the people she sent were a step too late. By the time they found where Yongkai was staying, Yongkai had already left. After that, she learned that Yongkai went to various continents in the demon territory to repair and maintain the realm gates. She also heard that Baiye and 500,000 proud snow ice guards were traveling with him. After confirming that he could protect himself, Yu Meng didn't pay much attention to him. She was also injured and urgently needed to recover, so she came to this secret chamber and healed until today. This dead man actually has the face to come back. Gently gritting her teeth, Yu Meng simply ignored him. The knocking on the door continued for a long time, and Yongkai kept calling her name, but he didn't get any response at all. Knowing that this woman must still be angry, Yongkai couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling somewhat helpless. In terms of strength, he was not as good as Yu Meng. If he really couldn't win against her by force, it would only make him look bad. He didn't know when she would calm down. However, in Yongkai's plan, Yu Meng was the most important and indispensable part. Whether Changtian and Bai Liemo were willing or forced, even if they agreed to cooperate with him, there were many variables. However, Yu Meng was different. As long as he could convince her, she would definitely become his most powerful support. At that time, he would have 3 Demon Saint-level powerhouses on his side. Although he would not have any advantage against the other 10 Demon Saint-level powerhouses, it would be enough to cause trouble. Half an hour later, the knocking on the door gradually subsided, and there was not even the slightest movement outside. Yu Meng was not in the mood to continue absorbing the energy of the purple fruit. With her divine sense, she found that Yongkai was actually sitting cross-legged outside the secret chamber with his eyes closed, meditating. Yu Meng sneered in her heart, intending to teach Yongkai a lesson. She was prepared to give him the cold shoulder, so naturally, she would not pay attention to him. For a figure like her, going into closed-door cultivation for a few decades, or even 100 years, was nothing out of the ordinary. Although the current war of the two worlds didn't allow her to go into closed-door cultivation for such a long period of time, 3 to 5 years wasn't a problem. She didn't believe that Yongkai could wait outside for 3 to 5 years. When the time came, as long as this fellow felt bored, he would naturally leave. Thinking of this, Yu Meng steeled her heart, calmed down, and continued to heal her wounds. Outside, Yang Kai really did not make any more noise, as if he had made up his mind to wait for Yu Meng to come out on her own initiative, so he just sat outside the door and meditated. As the days passed, Yu Meng's mood gradually calmed down, and she began to absorb the energy of the purple fruit again to repair her wounded soul. One day, half a month later, Yu Meng was suddenly awakened by a sudden burst of power. Opening her eyes, her divine sense surged, and her expression changed. Yang Kai, who was one door away from her, had his demonic qi violently surging within his body at this moment. His face was filled with pain, and his forehead was covered with sweat, as if he had encountered some kind of setback in his cultivation. Yu Meng quickly got up, but just as she was about to rush out, she suddenly stopped. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as hers, if he deliberately made this appearance, it would not be difficult to make her feel distressed. What's more, he was now a high-ranked demon king. After cultivating for so many years, how could it be so easy for something to go wrong during his cultivation? This was definitely a plot to trick her into going out. Gritting her teeth, Yu Meng coldly snorted and sat down again. Just as she was about to see what Yang Kai was up to, she suddenly heard a cry. Outside the door, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. His body trembled, tottered, and fell straight back. With a bang, a gust of wind rolled up in the secret room, and Yu Meng disappeared. The closed door opened with a bang, and Yang Kai's falling body fell into Yu Meng's soft embrace. Yu Meng's beautiful face turned pale at this moment, and her heart was in a mess. She anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" While speaking, her demon qi surged and entered Yang Kai's body to investigate the situation. But before she could figure it out, she suddenly found Yang Kai lying in her arms winking at her. Yu Meng was startled for a moment, and then became furious. How could she not know that she had fallen into a trap? She loosened her hand and was about to throw Yang Kai away, but who would have thought that a strong and powerful hand had already wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Yang Kai exerted force on his feet and stood up with Yu Meng at the same time. He picked her up by the waist and laughed as he walked into the secret room and closed the door behind him. "Let go of me, you bastard. You lied to me again." Yu Meng's face was livid. She had been deceived by him once before, and her anger had not yet subsided. She was actually deceived again. As a dignified demon saint, it was really shameful. As she spoke, Yu Meng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's shoulder and chest in anger, causing a series of loud bangs. Yang Kai was beaten until blood spurted out. This was not an act. Just now, in order to lure Yu Meng out, he had used the reverse secret art and forcibly injured himself. At this time, even if Yu Meng did not use her full strength, the anger of a demon saint was not so easy to bear. After a few slaps, Yang Kai felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Fortunately, he had a half-dragon body. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary high-ranked demon king, he would have been slapped to the ground by Yu Meng and wouldn't be able to get up. Okay, don't be angry. If killing me can make you feel better, then it doesn't matter if I die here. But can you feel better?" Yang Kai looked at Yu Meng in his arms with a smile. The golden blood at the corner of his mouth was extremely dazzling. Yu Meng stopped struggling, but just looked at him with an icy expression. Her voice was colder than the cold wind of the proud snow continent. "Let go of me." Yang Kai didn't move. Yu Meng gritted her teeth and said word by word, "I told you to let go of me." "I won't let go." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. It was not easy to deceive her to open the door of the secret room. If he let go, all his previous efforts would be wasted immediately. "Don't force me to get angry, it won't do you any good." Yu Meng's chest heaved up and down. It seemed that she was extremely angry. Thinking about it, the matter last time had not been solved, and this time, she was deceived by Yang Kai. She really doubted whether there was a problem with her eyesight. Yang Kai still didn't let go. Not only did he not let go, but he also leaned down and kissed Yu Meng's red lips. Feeling the breath in her face, and the face that was getting closer and closer, Yu Meng sneered. She tilted her head back slightly, and then fiercely hit Yang Kai. With a bang, Yang Kai felt as if his head had hit a mountain. He couldn't help but stagger a few steps back. For a while he felt dizzy. He shook his head with all his strength and looked at Yu Meng in disbelief. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "You, a demon saint, actually used your head to deal with me?" Yu Meng sneered. You asked for it. Although her forehead was also red and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die, she couldn't show any weakness in her aura. Yang Kai laughed sinisterly. You have guts. Yu Meng's fierce resistance and the pain on her forehead aroused his ferocious and evil nature. While speaking, he walked to the corner of the wall and put Yu Meng down. However, he used his body to firmly press against her. Not only that, he even used one of his big hands to grab both of her wrists, making her unable to move. Yang Kai's strength was extremely strong. Even though Yu Meng was a demon saint, she couldn't resist at all when he was so close to her. A succubus demon was not known for its strength. After struggling a few times, she couldn't break free. Yang Kai kissed her again. The head came again, but Yang Kai nimbly dodged it. Before Yu Meng had time to gather her strength, he had already grabbed her red lips and unscrupulously took them. An intense pain came from his tongue. It was bitten by Yu Meng. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. It was obvious that she had bitten him. Yang Kai didn't care. He was like a wild beast that had been released from its cage. His other hand had already reached into the gap of her dress, groping up and down. Yu Meng made a whining sound as she struggled and squirmed. Even her demon chi went berserk. At such a close distance, the two looked at each other. Neither of them flinched. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely strange, full of blood and ambiguity. Slowly, the demon chi in Yu Meng's body calmed down. A complicated look flashed in her beautiful eyes. She slowly closed her eyes and her struggling movements gradually stopped. 2 blushes appeared on her cold cheeks, and her white neck was also covered with a trace of pink. Yang Kai let go of her wrists. Her 2 arms that had been bound stiffened slightly, then she wrapped them around Yang Kai's neck. It was as if she was hanging on Yang Kai's body. Their bodies were so close together that they could feel each other's heat. Her clothes were disheveled, and the air gradually filled with a charming atmosphere. 1 day later, Yu Meng was lying on the ground. Her perfect white porcelain body was pink. Her hair was messy, and her beautiful eyes were blurred as she looked at the ceiling. She gasped for breath. Rest, I can't. Before she could finish, Yang Kai had already turned over and blocked her red lips. 3 days later, Yu Meng kept shaking her head. Her hair fluttered, and her voice carried a trace of sobbing. No, I really don't want. Kai Yang turned a deaf ear to him, like an angry bull rampaging through the crowd. 5 days later, Yu Meng lay on the ground and said weakly, Let me go. She looked pitifully at the dress that was only 3 feet away from her. Then, she watched as her dress was smashed into powder by Yang Kai's palm. Yu Meng's heart was dead, and she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 3582. After a full 10 days, the movements in the secret chamber gradually stopped. Yu Meng lay on Yang Kai's chest like a kitten, their skin touching, feeling each other's heartbeat. Yang Kai grabbed a strand of her hair and put it on the tip of his nose to smell it. The demon saint had a very nice smell, not sweet but not greasy, making people feel relaxed. A numb feeling came from his chest. It was because Yu Meng had woken up from her deep sleep and her eyelashes were trembling. Sure enough, after a while, Yu Meng opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a lazy smile. Have you rested well? Yang Kai's lips curled up, revealing a wicked smile. Yu Meng seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help shivering. She looked at Yang Kai with fear in her eyes. In these 10 days, every time Yang Kai showed this smile, she would be devastated. If she wasn't a demon saint, she wouldn't have been able to withstand such a storm. She had long heard that a dragon's nature was lustful, but when she saw it for herself, she understood that the rumors were true. Yang Kai laughed and stroked her smooth back. Don't worry, there's no more. Only then did Yu Meng breathe a sigh of relief. She glared at him and then lay down again, quietly listening to the thumping sounds coming from Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai suddenly sat up straight, straightening her body. Her long hair draped over her chest, covering the boundless spring scenery. When their eyes met, Yu Meng found that Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious, as if he had made an important decision. Tilting her head to look at him, Yu Meng was full of suspicion. I have something to tell you. Yang Kai looked serious and added, A secret. A secret? Yu Meng raised her eyebrows and then smiled. Everyone has their own secrets and things that they don't want others to know. Since it's a secret, it's not a secret to tell others. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Yang Kai shook his head. You are my woman now. I have nothing to hide from you. Yu Meng pursed her lips and said, "Now? Wasn't it before?" Yang Kai scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "It was before, but it's different." Yu Meng naturally knew what he meant. Between a man and a woman, breaking through the last layer of their relationship was completely different from not breaking through. Although the two of them had already had intimate relations more than a year ago, she had driven him away out of annoyance at that time. It was not until this time that they were able to bury the hatchet. Smiling faintly, Yu Meng straightened her body, nodded and said, "All right, then I'll listen to what secrets you've been hiding from me." SSSSSSSSSSSSSS. SSSSSSS. SSSSSSSSSSSS. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai said, "Enter my knowledge sea." Hearing this, Yu Meng didn't hesitate and stretched out a finger to touch Yang Kai's forehead. The next moment, the two closed their eyes at the same time. Yu Meng's divine sense surged and her soul left her body. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a graceful figure gradually appeared. It was Yu Meng's soul avatar. If a person wanted to enter another's knowledge sea, they either had to break through the knowledge sea's defenses with their powerful cultivation, or the other person voluntarily opened their knowledge sea. The latter was undoubtedly the embodiment of extreme trust. Yang Kai needed Yu Meng's help, and after the relationship between the two of them had taken a step further, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to have an open and honest conversation with her. As soon as she entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yu Meng cried out in surprise. That was because this knowledge sea was much wider than she had imagined. The seawater below, which represented the strength of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, was incomparably vigorous and thick. The pitch-black seawater was filled with demonic qi, a sign that Yang Kai had completely entered the devil path. Although such a knowledge sea was inferior to hers, it was much stronger than an ordinary half-saint's. Yang Kai's figure appeared beside her and held her hand. Yu Meng turned her head and glanced at him. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said, "Do you recognize that thing?" Yu Meng turned her head and looked in the direction he pointed, her expression becoming solemn. In the center of the dark sea, there was a treasure island exuding a seven-colored light. No matter how fiercely the seawater slammed into it, the seven-colored treasure island remained unmoved. Yu Meng could clearly feel a strange power emanating from the seven-colored treasure island. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she immediately saw through the true face of this treasure island. "The soul-warming lotus?" Yu Meng exclaimed, her soul avatar trembling slightly due to the violent fluctuations in her heart. "Is this the soul-warming lotus?" Madame's eyes are sharp. Yang Kai squeezed her palm. "This is the soul-warming lotus." In the end, she was a demon saint, so her eyesight was still quite good. Back then, Profound Ice and Bei Liemo could recognize the soul-warming lotus, so there was no reason for Yu Meng not to recognize it. "You actually have the soul-warming lotus." Yu Meng was really shocked. If it was an ordinary treasure, she would have ignored it. As a demon saint, she really didn't care about ordinary treasures, but the soul-warming lotus was different. She had only heard of such a precious treasure and had never seen it with her own eyes. Staring at the soul-warming lotus, Yu Meng muttered, "I heard that the soul-warming lotus has the effect of nourishing the soul. Even if the master of the soul-warming lotus dies, their soul force will not dissipate. No wonder I always felt that your soul force was higher than your cultivation realm. So this is the reason." After speaking, she fiercely pinched Yang Kai. The perception of a soul avatar was countless times stronger than that of a physical body. So being suddenly pinched like this, Yang Kai suddenly felt a kind of pain that made him want to die. He grimaced and said, "Why did Madame pinch me?" Yu Meng gritted her teeth and said, "Good. You knew that my divine soul was injured, but you still watched me suffer day and night for a year. You didn't want to use this treasure to help me heal. Husband, you are so cruel." As she spoke, she looked at Yang Kai with an accusing expression mixed with blood and tears, full of resentment. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Didn't you drive me away last time?" Yu Meng coldly snorted and said, "If you really had the heart, how could you have been driven away by me?" As she spoke, she shook off his hand and turned away in a fit of pique. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and had to coax her to calm down. "Why did you bring me here to see this? Are you trying to heal me?" Yu Meng glared at him. "If you have such thoughts, then this senior will forgive you. Although it's a little late, it's better than nothing. If Madame wants to heal you, naturally there is no problem. But before that, I need to confess something to you." Yang Kai coughed lightly and scratched his cheek, looking uncomfortable. What is it? Yu Meng squinted at him. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, but was too embarrassed to say it. Yu Meng gritted her teeth and said, "Even now, you still want to hide it from me?" Yang Kai lowered his head and whispered, "Madam, the heart seal secret technique you used was transferred to the soul-warming lotus." Yu Meng blinked as if she didn't understand. "What did you say?" Yang Kai explained, "I didn't mean to transfer it, but this thing seems to have this ability. At that time, I just casually tried it, but who knew that the heart seal secret technique would run from my knowledge sea to there." As he spoke, Yang Kai pointed to the seven-colored island and then carefully observed Yu Meng's expression. Yu Meng was stunned for a while before gently nodding and saying, "So that's how it is. I was wondering how you could fool me with the heart seal secret technique." After she finished speaking, she started punching and kicking Yang Kai. "You smelly man, you've been playing around with me all this time, haven't you?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured the storm, grimacing in pain. But after a while, Yu Meng stopped and glared at him angrily. Yang Kai said shyly, "Madam, are you appeased? What do you think?" Yu Meng sneered. Yang Kai immediately acted like a troublemaker and waved his hand. "If Madam is still angry, just hit me again. I won't complain even if you beat me to death." "Don't give me that." Yang Kai grinned and said, "So Madam is appeased?" Yu Meng ignored him and was silent for a moment before suddenly sighing and saying, "Actually, I also have a secret that I haven't told you. Can you break the heart seal secret technique?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Yu Meng looked up at him with her mouth slightly open, but after a while, she couldn't help looking a little flustered. "How did you know?" Yang Kai laughed. "Bailey Mo and Master Mingyu both reminded me of this. But Bailey Mo was trying to sow discord while Master Mingyu kindly reminded me. Of the two of them, one is the great emperors of Star Boundary and the other is a demon saint in demon territory, yet they both said such words, so of course I have my guesses." "That bitch." Yu Meng gritted her teeth, obviously scolding Bailey Mo, but after scolding her, she said with some apprehension, "They are right, the heart seal secret technique can indeed be broken. I told you before that once the heart seal secret technique is used, two people will live and die together, never leaving each other, but that was a lie." Yang Kai said, "Even if Madam doesn't admit it today, I won't know why you told me this." Yu Meng said, "You and I are already like this now. What's the point of hiding it from you? If one day you confirm this from others, it will only create a gap between you and me, so it's better for me to tell you personally." Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and held her hand, tenderly saying, "Thank you for telling me this." Yu Meng looked up. "You're not angry? If you are, you can just hit me back. Just now. I hit you." Yang Kai laughed. "How could I bear to hit you? You and I both hid something from each other before, so let's call it even." Yu Meng's beautiful eyes filled with emotion. Yang Kai put his arm around her shoulder and looked at the soul-warming lotus with her, saying, "Since Madam can break the heart seal secret technique, then do it. The current situation is unfair to you." Hearing this, Yu Meng's tender body trembled and she turned to look at Yang Kai. "You want me to break it?" "Of course. This is also the reason I brought you here today." Yang Kai nodded with a calm expression. Chapter 3583. Ever since the heart seal secret technique was transferred to the soul-warming lotus, it no longer had any effect on Yang Kai. Instead, it restricted Yu Meng. It was undeniable that this secret technique was extremely powerful. It bound a man and a woman who met for the first time tightly together, allowing them to live and die together without abandoning each other. But no matter how powerful it was still a secret technique and not true feelings. In the past, Yang Kai didn't care and even used this point to set up a trap for Yu Meng, but now was different. There was no need for this unfair secret technique to exist. Yu Meng looked at him with her beautiful eyes. "Husband, are you not afraid that after the secret technique is undone, my temperament will change and then harm you?" If she hadn't seen the soul-warming lotus, it would have been fine. The key was that the soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was coveted by even the demon saint. Once the heart seal secret technique was undone, if Yu Meng had any evil thoughts, Yang Kai would have no way to resist. This was the Phantom Continent, Yu Meng's territory. Even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he wouldn't be able to do anything under her nose. Hearing her question, Yang Kai smiled gently. "I said, you are my woman now. You are now, and you will still be after the secret technique is undone. If your temperament really changes, I will accept it. Yu Rumeng pursed her red lips and said, Then does husband want me to undo it? It's up to madam, Yang Kai said with a smile. Yu Rumeng also smiled and looked straight at him with her beautiful eyes. I can make my own decision, right? Yang Kai nodded, yes. Then I won't undo it. Yu Rumeng let out a long breath. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask anything, she said, Although I can undo the heart seal secret technique, I will have to pay a price. Moreover, I can only use this technique once in my life. Since I have already used it on you, I will follow it to the end. Yang Kai said, Madam, are you not afraid that your current feelings for me are due to the secret technique and not your own will? Yu Rumeng smiled and said, Whether it's because of the secret technique or my own desire, I know in my heart. Perhaps at the beginning, it was really because of the secret technique that caused her to suddenly develop deep feelings for Yang Kai. But today, these feelings were no longer just because of the secret technique, so it didn't matter whether or not she unraveled the heart seal secret technique. If it wasn't for this, she wouldn't have put up so much resistance more than a year ago. If she really didn't intend to, how could Yang Kai have taken her body? That's up to you. Yang Kai nodded. After he finished speaking, he suddenly laughed, looking extremely relaxed. Yang Kai had been very careful in front of Yu Rumeng ever since the heart seal secret technique had been transferred to her. He was afraid that she would see through his flaws. But everything was fine now. So, he didn't need to pretend anymore. He felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. And he felt much less pressure now. Immediately, Yang Kai said in a light tone, Madam, there's something I need your help with. Yu Rumeng asked, What's the matter? Yang Kai deliberated over his words and said, Since Madam is a demon saint, you must have felt that something is wrong with the demon territory. The entire demon territory is collapsing, and countless continents are gradually disappearing. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the demon territory is completely destroyed. I'm afraid this is also the reason why you launched the war between the two worlds, right? Yu Rumeng nodded and said, Yes, before the demon territory completely collapses, we need to find a way out. The star boundary is the only world that can be connected to the demon territory. This matter has been planned for a long time. I haven't been promoted to demon saint for a long time. Before my promotion, this matter was already being prepared. We were just waiting for the passage between the two worlds to open. Yang Kai nodded. He had experienced the Great War of the Ancient Era in the Thousand Illusions dream world, so he naturally understood this point. If there is a new demon territory, can we end this war? A new demon territory? Yu Rumeng frowned and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Don't tell me you found a new world. Yang Kai smiled. I can't find a new world, but I can create one. Create? Yu Rumeng was shocked when she heard this. If it weren't for the fact that she had a closer relationship with Yang Kai and the fact that he had been honest with her before, she really wouldn't have believed him. Creating a new world, just how ridiculous was that? Even as a demon saint, she didn't have the ability to do so. I have a space artifact that can store living things. Madam should know this. Yu Rumeng nodded. She naturally knew about the existence of the sealed world bead, because many times when Yang Kai summoned his avatar, she was always next to him. However, she didn't know much about the sealed world bead. When she was in the star boundary, no one told her about it. Not only can that artifact store living things, but it can also form a world of its own. A small world? Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes lit up. A small world wasn't a rare existence, but it was incredible that it could be refined into a space artifact and carried around. You can say that, but my sealed world bead is different from ordinary small worlds. It can devour the continents of the demon territory and strengthen itself after melting them. It can also accommodate the world laws and energy of the continents in the demon territory. Before Yang Kai finished speaking, Yu Rumeng's expression froze. Your small world can fuse with the continents of the demon territory. In the end, she was a demon saint and reacted quickly. With just a few words from Yang Kai, she understood what Yang Kai's plan was. Yes, it can be fused, and the more continents it fuses, the stronger the world laws inside will be. Yu Rumeng said with a solemn expression, You want to devour the entire demon territory and then turn the demon territory into a whole. Yes. Yang Kai nodded heavily. When I was repairing the world gates protecting the continents in the demon territory, I found the missing continents and devoured them all. Moreover, I also devoured a place called the Sky Marshall Continent in Bailey Mo's territory. Facts have proven that this method is feasible. Hearing that Yang Kai had found and devoured the missing continents, Yu Meng let out a soft cry. Hearing that even the Sky Marshall Continent had been devoured, Yu Meng asked with a strange expression, "You devoured the Sky Marshall Continent? When did that happen?" Yang Kai grinned, "Before I returned." "Bailey Mo didn't go all out against you?" Yu Meng was surprised. As far as she knew, Bailey Mo wasn't a good person. Yang Kai had committed such atrocities in her territory. It was a miracle that he could return alive. If Yu Meng were in Bailey Mo's shoes, she would definitely tear Yang Kai to pieces. Haha. Yang Kai laughed loudly. "I'll tell you about Bailey Mo later. First, I'll tell you my plan." Yu Meng smiled bitterly. "I understand your plan, but it won't work." "Why?" Yang Kai was startled. "On my side, I'll naturally help you. However, the other demon saint won't easily trust you and let you devour their territories." Yu Meng looked at him and said, "Furthermore, you're the master of the sealed world bead. Even if the sealed world bead devours all the continents and becomes a new demon territory, doesn't that mean that the survival of all the demon saint and even the demon race is in your hands? How would they be willing to hand their future over to you?" Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled and said, "I naturally thought of this point, so I don't expect them to agree so easily. I just want you to promise to help me. As for the other demon saint, it won't be too late to deal with them slowly." Yu Meng still shook her head and said, "With my strength alone, I can't protect you at all. If your plan is exposed, it'll be bad." At this point, her expression changed. "You're making such a big fuss in that bitch Bailey Mo's territory. I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden." Ahem. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Madam, I still have a secret to tell you." Yu Meng was stunned and then glared at him. "Speak, what other secret do you have?" "It's about Bailey Mo." As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Yu Meng gritted her teeth and said, "I heard that after you left me a year ago, you went to the Proud Snow Continent and borrowed 500,000 Proud Snow Ice Guards from Bailey Mo. She also sent by you to follow and protect you?" Madam's news is really fast. Yang Kai hurriedly flattered. Yu Meng's voice grew louder. "Don't tell me you have something to do with that bitch." "Yes, I do have something to do with her, but it's definitely not what you think." Yang Kai hurriedly explained. "Do you still remember after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, I fled to the edge of the world and was blocked by Bailey Mo in the Cloud Shadow Continent? When you came over at that time, I was confronting her." "Of course I remember. What about it?" Yu Meng's face was cold. "It happened before you came." Yang Kai knew that if this misunderstanding was not solved, there would be a fire in his backyard. So he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly recounted what happened at that time. "This matter started from the first time I went to the Proud Snow Continent. At that time, I followed Bailey Mo to the Proud Snow Continent and accidentally offended her. She threw me into the 18th layer of ice prison, and in that 18th layer of ice prison, there was a woman called Miss Bing. That Miss Bing deceived me, saying that she was Bailey Mo's disciple and was imprisoned here because she made a mistake. She gave me something called the Profound Underworld Needle and sealed a secret technique of hers. She told me that after activating the secret technique in the Profound Underworld Needle, I would be able to block Bailey Mo for 3 to 10 breaths of time. After the Battle of Eternal Heaven, I fled to the Cloud Shadow Continent. When I was breaking through, there was a commotion that was detected by Bailey Mo. During the fierce battle with that woman, I activated the Profound Nether Needle. Who would have thought that not only was the needle sealed with a secret technique, it also contained Miss Bing's soul. After that, both our souls rushed into Bailey Mo's sea of consciousness. As soon as the two women met, they quarreled fiercely. After listening to their conversation, I found out that Miss Bing was not Bailey Mo's disciple, but Bailey Mo's master. I don't know if Bailey Mo had gone crazy, or if Profound Bing had done something that made the master and disciple turn against each other. Chapter 3584. Profound Ice wanted to possess a body, but in the end, she didn't succeed. Instead, her soul was swallowed by Bailey Mo, but before that, Profound Ice took the initiative to let me plant a brand in her soul. So this brand was transferred to Bailey Mo. Wait. Yu Meng suddenly raised her hand to stop Yang Kai, looking at him with a strange expression and said, "You said that Bailey Mo's knowledge has your soul brand?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Yu Rumeng blinked, then covered her mouth and laughed, rocking back and forth for a while. She naturally knew what the soul brand was, and what its effects were. As a demon saint, and a demon saint who was born as a succubus demon, she was a top figure in the divine spirit territory. This kind of cultivator with a little bit of cultivation was proficient in controlling others, and she had long been tired of it. Now, she disdained to use such inferior means to control others. But what if the target was a demon saint? Listening to Yang Kai's words just now, she also knew that there were many elements of luck and coincidence. If Profound Ice hadn't taken the initiative to let Yang Kai plant the soul brand, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve this. But because Profound Ice took the initiative, even Bailey Mo, who swallowed her soul, was unlucky. A dignified demon saint was actually controlled by a high-grade demon king. She immediately understood that this should be what Yang Kai was referring to when he mentioned Bailey Mo. That bitch also has a day like this. After laughing, Yu Rumeng softly snorted. Because the two demon saint territories were adjacent to each other, the relationship between them had always been bad. Before the war of the two realms happened, the half-saint and demon king under each other had many conflicts and constant battles. Suddenly hearing this exciting news, how could Yu Rumeng hide the joy in her heart? I want to see what kind of expression she will have when she sees me again. As if imagining the scene of seeing Bailey Mo again in the future, Yu Rumeng couldn't hide the smile on her face. This was an extremely great thing. Since ancient times, who could control a demon saint level master? Retracting her smile, Yu Rumeng said, "But the gap between your cultivation and hers is too big. If she wants to crack the brand, it's not impossible, you need to pay more attention to the brand." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know that, so when I left your place a year ago, I went directly to Proud Snow Continent and reinforced my soul brand. In addition, I also received a soul imprint from her that day, so with this double insurance, Bailey Mo has nothing to fear." More than a year ago, Yang Kai's soul cultivation soared, and although it didn't reach the level of a demon saint, it surpassed that of a half-saint by a lot, reinforcing the soul brand. Yu Rumeng estimated that if Bailey Mo wanted to crack the brand, it would take at least several years without rest or sleep. In that case, can that bitch also help you? Yu Rumeng thought of another layer. She has no choice but to agree. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There is also Senior Chong Tian. I have already discussed it with him. Chong Tian. Yu Rumeng gently nodded. It wasn't surprising that Chong Tian would agree. This guy had a special impression of Yang Kai, and had even planned to let him take over his position. Once Yang Kai's plan succeeded, it would be tantamount to breaking the current situation in the demon territory, which would be of great benefit to him. It was reasonable for him to agree. Thinking of this, Yu Rumeng's expression turned solemn. In this way, including herself, there would be 3 demon saint-level characters standing on Yang Kai's side. Although the number was still less than other demon saint-level characters, they already had the qualifications to start this plan. After all, behind Yang Kai stood the entire star boundary, as well as many great emperors. Looking at Yang Kai helplessly, Yu Rumeng said, "Since you've already done things this far, then I can only follow you as you marry a chicken or a dog." Agreeing to him was not just because of the relationship between the two, but because the future of the demon territory was really uncertain. Even if the demon territory could obtain the final victory in the war between the two realms, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. Moreover, the star boundary was the star boundary, while the demon territory was the demon territory. So what if they seized the star boundary? The laws of heaven and earth were different, so the demon race would not be able to live freely there. It would be better to live in a new demon territory. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Madam also agreed? Yu Rumeng said, "I have a condition." How could there be a condition? Chong Tian and Bailey Mo also said the same thing before, but Yu Rumeng was different from them. So Yang Kai nodded readily. "Madam, what condition do you have?" "Not to mention one, even if it is 1,000 or 100, I will comply." "Don't be so full of yourself." Yu Rumeng glared at him. "There is no medicine for regret in this world." Yang Kai grinned and said, "What condition can Madam put forward that will embarrass me? If I don't embarrass you, how can it be called a condition?" Yu Rumeng snorted and then said, "I want to be the first madam of the Yang family." Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth wide. No matter how smart he was, he did not expect that Yu Rumeng's condition would actually be this. Without waiting for him to speak, Yu Rumeng gently gritted her teeth and said, "I know how many women you have, And those women have known you before me and have gone through many trials and tribulations with you. So I have no reason to ask you to drive them out. Logically speaking, we are all sisters, so there is no need to distinguish between seniority and seniority. But there must be rules in everything. In the future, your Yang family will need to have a person in charge. In terms of cultivation, strength, knowledge, and experience, I am afraid no one is more qualified than me, right? But you can rest assured, I don't need you to intervene in this matter. When we meet, I have the ability to make them willingly call me Big Sister. Yu Rumeng's words were spoken lightly and did not sound very serious. But even though Yang Kai was here as a soul avatar, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. The women in his family were getting along well, and they all followed Su Yan's lead. But Su Yan had never had a temper, so if Yu Rumeng met with them, it would not be difficult to make them acknowledge her as the first madam. The key was that there was Zhu Qing on Dragon Island, and Zhu Qing was a fire attribute dragon. If they met in the future, would they fight? Seeing Yang Kai lowering his head and not speaking, Yu Rumeng snorted and said, "Of course, if husband finds this difficult, then just pretend that this mistress did not say anything. It seems that this mistress and husband have not known each other for long enough, and cannot compare to the position of these sisters in husband's heart." As she spoke, her eyes turned red and she turned her head away. It was unknown how her soul avatar made her eyes turn red. It's not difficult. Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hand. Just now, husband just thought that in the future, with you in charge of the family and the respect of my sisters, my heart was comforted and a little absent-minded. How could it be difficult? Husband, don't force yourself. Yu Rumeng pursed her red lips, looking very distressed. How could I force myself? Yang Kai stepped forward and grabbed Yu Rumeng's hand and said with a smile, "To be able to gain Madam's favor and help is simply the blessing of 10 lifetimes. Not to mention being the first Madam. Even if I worship you like an ancestor, it would not matter." Originally, he just wanted to flatter her, but who knew that this guy would hit the wrong spot? Yu Rumeng's face turned pale and she said, "Husband, do you think I am too old?" After speaking, her eyes turned red again and she lowered her head and said, "That's right, this mistress is indeed not young. It is natural that husband would dislike me." As she spoke, she gently pulled her hand, as if she wanted to pull her hand out of Yang Kai's grasp. This was unreasonable pestering. Yang Kai was anxious and angry, too lazy to say anything more. He reached out and directly pulled Yu Rumeng into his arms, raised his hand, and slapped her round buttocks. With a cry of surprise, Yu Rumeng's face turned red. One had to know that this was a soul avatar, so any feeling was countless times stronger than that of a physical body. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a wicked smile and whispered, "Madam's soul has not yet healed, so don't think too much about it. It is more important for husband to help you heal." After saying this, he leaned over and kissed her red lips. A moment later, Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled, and on the island, the two soul avatars were entangled, almost merging into one. Decadent sounds came from the island, and the entire world seemed to be flowing with a strange pink color. 3 days later, in the secret room, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at Yu Rumeng sitting in front of him with a smile. At this moment, Yu Rumeng's face was flushed red and she was gasping for breath, her body involuntarily convulsing. The fusion of the soul was countless times more intense than the fusion of the physical body. Anyone who tried this kind of feeling that penetrated deep into their bones would be unable to stop themselves from indulging in it for the rest of their lives. What's more, Yang Kai and Su Yan had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art and were familiar with it, so over the past 3 days, they had even used it. There were countless methods to cultivate secret techniques, so even though Yu Rumeng was a demon saint, how could she withstand Yang Kai's teasing? All day long, she was in a daze, not knowing the passage of time. If Yang Kai had not taken the initiative to withdraw, she would have been immersed in it for a long time before waking up. During these 3 days, not only did the two souls fuse, but Yang Kai also used the power of the soul-warming lotus to heal the wounds on Yu Rumeng's soul. She had been recuperating for more than a year before, but her soul had still not fully recovered. According to her original estimate, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for her soul to fully recover. However, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, she had completely recovered in 3 days. Not only that, but her soul also seemed to have gained some other benefits. Yu Rumeng was not the only one who had gained something. Yang Kai's soul had also increased a little. Although it was somewhat inferior to the surge he had experienced a year ago, it had indeed increased. The fusion of yin and yang was a heavenly Tao, so the two of them who had used the soul-warming lotus to fuse their souls naturally did not waste their time. Supporting his cheek with his hand, Yang Kai showed a smile as he quietly looked at the succubus demon in front of him. When he first met her, how could he have ever thought that she was actually a demon saint? How could he have ever thought that this demon saint would one day become his woman? The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Chapter 3585. After a long time, the flush on Ru Meng's face slowly faded away, but the air in this secret room was filled with a strange scent, making one unable to stop themselves from smelling it. He didn't know what other succubus demon were like, but after spending some time with her recently, Yang Kai discovered that every time Ru Meng was aroused, a strange fragrance would overflow from her body. This fragrance was harmless to others, but it could help them enjoy themselves in the bedroom. After waiting for a while, Ru Meng opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai tenderly. Her eyes were so charming that it was as if water could drip from them. If any man in the world saw her like this, they would be captivated. Even Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. However, he had something to do now, so he could only suppress the excitement in his heart and said, "Madam, come with me to the 100-spirit continent. If you don't show your attitude in front of Senior Chong Tian, I'm afraid he won't feel at ease." Ru Meng nodded, "Okay." She then smiled, "But don't call him senior in the future. Even this mistress will have to lower herself in front of him." "As you wish." Yang Kai laughed, got up, pulled her up, and left the secret room together. After finding the palace guard leader and giving him a few instructions, the two flew straight into the sky. After they were far away from the palace, Yang Kai used his demonic qi to wrap Ru Meng up and said, "Madam, don't resist." Ru Meng relaxed her body and let him do what he wanted. In the next moment, as the space laws fluctuated, the two of them had already crossed the entire continent and directly appeared somewhere on the Phantom Continent. Ru Meng turned her head to look and immediately saw the realm gate 100 miles away. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "Husband's attainments in the space laws have become even deeper." It had to be known that this place was millions of kilometers away from the palace, so Yang Kai could actually teleport so far away. It was really incredible. With such ability, as long as he could use the space principles in time, who could take him down? Even facing the demon saint, Yang Kai was in an invincible position. Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled. "Madam, you're mistaken. I came here with the help of this thing." As he spoke, he took out a space spirit bead. Ru Meng took it and let Yang Kai take her to the realm gate. While she was playing with it, she asked, "What's the use of this?" Yang Kai explained, "I learned it from Li Wui." After explaining the wonders of the space spirit bead to Ru Meng nodded repeatedly as she listened. In the end, she directly put away the space spirit bead, then found a snow-white thread from her space ring and made a bracelet on her wrist. After passing through the realm gate, Yang Kai once again activated the space spirit bead and led Ru Meng to the other side of the continent. As a result, the speed of their journey increased exponentially. They only needed to teleport 2 or 3 times to cross a continent, which was much faster than flying. On the way, Yang Kai asked about the situation in the two-realm battlefield. He learned that after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen brazenly took action and single-handedly killed hundreds of millions of the demon race. He directly drove the demon race's army back to the passage between the two realms. At that time, there were as many as 3 half-saints who died at his hands. It had to be known that at that time, basically all the half-saint of the demon race had been summoned back to the demon territory to participate in snatching the opportunities of the great emperors. There were only a total of 3 half-saints left in the Star Realm. In the end, those 3 were completely slaughtered by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Not a single one survived. Zhan Wuhen's actions undoubtedly broke the previous agreement between the great emperors and the demon saint. However, the demon saint also pinched their noses and admitted to this matter, and did not pursue it further. Everyone knew that Zhan Wuhen's actions had a reason. If they really made an issue out of this matter, it was possible that it would trigger the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint ahead of time. Although the demon territory had a great advantage, the demon saint did not want the war to escalate too quickly. Therefore, they had to endure this matter even if they could not bear it. Thanks to Zhan Wu Hen massacring thousands of miles in anger, the Star Realm had recovered a lot of the territories occupied by the demon race. Now, the battle between the two realms had returned to its initial stage. After learning this information, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. He was really afraid that the Star Realm would not be able to hold on. Now that he had a plan, what he lacked was time. Originally, it would take Yu Ru Meng several days to travel from the Phantom Continent to the 100-Spirit Continent, even if she rushed at full speed. After all, they had to pass through one continent after another and pass through one realm gate after another. But now, with the Space Spirit Beads methods, Yang Kai only spent half a day to bring her to the 100-Spirit Continent. They entered through the only realm gate with ease and soon arrived at Chang Tian's cultivation ground. Landing in front of the main hall, before Yang Kai could ask for an audience, Yu Ru Meng suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned her head to look in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was suspicious and followed her gaze. A moment later, he saw a flowing light shooting over from the horizon. He immediately sensed something and chuckled. "She's here too, that makes things easier." The person who came was very fast. Just a few breaths after Yang Kai finished speaking, the flowing light landed in front of them and revealed Bai Li Mo's figure. She had obviously arrived a long time ago, but she did not wait here. She must have sensed Yu Ru Meng's aura and hurried over. The two women who had always been at odds with each other, especially when these two women were demon saint, naturally had to fight both openly and secretly. One was as beautiful as fire, the other as cold as frost, and when their eyes met, there was a faint flicker of fire. Yu Ru Meng spoke first, pursing her lips and smiling. "I haven't seen elder sister for more than a year, and you look even more elegant than before. Did something good happen to you? Why don't you tell younger sister, and let younger sister have some fun?" Bai Li Mo's face was cold as she glared at Yang Kai when she heard this. She knew that this matter could not be hidden from Yu Ru Meng. If not, how could this cheap maid speak with such sarcastic words? A dignified demon saint was being controlled by a high-ranked demon king using a soul brand. How could this be called a good thing? Lightly snorting, Bai Li Mo said, "There is no need for younger sister to worry about good things or bad things. Younger sister should take care of yourself first." "What is elder sister talking about?" Yu Ru Meng smiled sweetly. Bai Li Mo glanced sideways at Yang Kai and sneered. "You know very well what it is. Younger sister is a demon saint. If you really want to choose a man, you should be more careful. My demon territory has countless good men, so if younger sister is so reckless, wouldn't you lose face as a demon saint and be ridiculed by others?" Yu Ru Meng smiled when she heard this and moved closer to Yang Kai, taking the initiative to hold his arm and leaning on his shoulder with a sweet look. "Is elder sister envious?" "Me? Envious?" Bai Li Mo couldn't help rolling her eyes. "You are willing to degrade yourself, so don't make others laugh here." Yu Ru Meng said, "Why is elder sister so stubborn? Although we are demon saint, we are still women. Sooner or later, we need to find a home. Younger sister has now found a home, but elder sister is still alone. You and I have been neighbors for so many years. I really can't bear to see elder sister so lonely." Bai Li Mo sneered. "Why don't elder sister also follow younger sister? In the future, everyone will share the joy of the bedroom. Younger sister won't mind." Saying this, Yu Ru Meng looked at Yang Kai and said with a shy tone, "Not to mention his other skills, but his skills in bed are amazing. Younger sister can't handle him alone." Bai Li Mo's eyes widened and she was surprised. "You have the nerve to say this? Human relations are perfectly justified. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Yu Ru Meng blinked and looked at her with clear eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment, then suddenly cursed at the same time. "Whore! Sluts!" But after cursing, Yu Ru Meng stomped her feet and said, "Husband, she's cursing." Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he lowered his eyes and nodded slightly. I heard it." Saying so, he looked up at Bai Li Mo and his mind moved. Bai Li Mo's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she let out a muffled groan as her tender body trembled. But she was also quite strong. Although she was in great pain, she still gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound, only staring fiercely at Yang Kai, her eyes full of complaints. Yu Ru Meng clapped her hands and said, "Retribution." At the same time, she quietly winked at Yang Kai, telling him to stop before going too far. Although she wanted to use Yang Kai to teach Bai Li Mo a lesson and vent her anger, she couldn't go too far. After all, Bai Li Mo was a demon saint, so it wasn't good to go too far. At this moment, with a creaking sound, the heavy door of the hall slowly opened a gap and Chang Tian's voice came out. Saint Rumeng has come from afar. This Chang Tian has failed to welcome you. Please come in for a chat. Yu Rumeng smiled when she heard this and stepped into the hall with her head held high, as if she had just won a great battle. After she walked in, the gap in the door slowly began to close again. Bailey Mo didn't have time to be angry with Yang Kai and glared at him fiercely. Just you wait, sooner or later I'll make you pay. Saying so, she rushed to the door and slapped it. The closing door immediately stopped and Bailey Mo said angrily, "Why can't I go in? I want to go in too." This matter was related to her future, so of course she had to participate, lest Chang Tian and Yu Rumeng reached an agreement inside without her knowing. How could the door stop her angry attack? After a slight pause, Bailey Mo had already flashed inside. Yang Kai sniffed and wanted to go in as well, but before he could get close to the door, he felt a soft force in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. However, Chang Tian's meaning was clear. Obviously, he didn't want him to enter the hall. Helplessly, Yang Kai could only retreat and wait quietly outside. After thinking about it, he released Jue Feng from the small sealed world bead. After returning to the 100-spirit continent, Jue Feng was undoubtedly a little happy. After running around Yang Kai for a while, he rushed in a certain direction and soon disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he was going to find his concubines. Not long after, the two sisters, Black Lotus and White Lotus, flew over with a gust of wind. After landing, Black Lotus asked, "Where is Saint Senior Bailey Mo? Have you been here before?" The two of them were ordered by Chang Tian to accompany Bailey Mo on a tour of the 100-spirit continent. Just now, Bailey Mo suddenly rushed back, so the two of them were a little slower and didn't arrive until now. Yang Kai pointed at the hall with his hand behind his back and looked into the distance with deep eyes, whispering softly, "It's a good place." Black Lotus and White Lotus looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai was sighing. Chapter 3586. The three demon saint level experts entered the hall and discussed for a long time. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he asked Lien and Lien about the 100-spirit continent. Although he had been to this place several times and stayed here for some time, he still didn't know much about the 100-spirit continent. If Chang Tian really agreed to devour the 100-spirit continent, all the forces on this continent would become Yang Kai's support. Yang Kai had eaten a lot, so he had to be aware of the consequences. This was not a secret. Lien and Lien knew that Chang Tian favored Yang Kai very much, so they did not hide it. In the entire 100-spirit continent, apart from Chang Tian, who was a supreme master, there were as many as 9 half-saints left. Among them were the Lotus sisters, Lion Jue Feng, and Duyu, whom Yang Kai had met once. However, these half-saint experts usually cultivated in the 100-spirit continent and did not come out often. Therefore, even though Yang Kai had been here several times, he had not seen many half-saint experts. Lien and Lion worked for Chang Tian, so they met more often. In addition to these half-saint experts, the rest were the demon kings. There were many demon kings on the 100-spirit continent, at least 1,000 of them. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this number. In any case, this number was huge. There were only 100 demon kings on the Cloud Shadow continent. Although many demon kings had been conscripted to the two-realm battlefield at that time, there were no more than 300 demon kings on the Cloud Shadow continent even at its peak. There were more than 1,000 demon kings on a continent, which was unique in the entire territory of the demon realm. Generally speaking, Chang Tian's subordinates were weaker than the other demon saint experts. However, he only had the 100-spirit continent, so his forces were very concentrated. As they chatted, Black Lotus suddenly asked, "Is something going to happen?" "Why do you ask?" Yang Kai asked her. Black Lotus glanced at the hall and said, "Two holy sages coming together is something that has never happened before. The demon saint would not come to the 100-spirit continent. The last time Yu Rumeng came, the Lotus sisters were a little surprised. They did not expect that even Bailey Mo would come this time. They were not stupid. They were both half-saint level masters. Naturally, they sensed something different. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There is indeed something. However, you can ask Master Longevity Sky about the details later. It's not convenient for me to say." He didn't know what the three of them would discuss. If they didn't discuss properly and Yang Kai spoke first, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Bai Lian glared at Yang Kai. She hated people who tried to be mysterious. Her gaze was like a knife, as if it could dig a few holes in Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai threw the back of her head. As they were talking, the heavy door suddenly opened slowly. The three of them looked back together. Bailey Mo was the first to come out. Her clothes were fluttering, and her face was expressionless. Then Yu Meng came out as well. She nodded at Yang Kai imperceptibly. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that the discussion had been settled. After that, it was Longevity Sky. However, when Longevity Sky came out, he stood in the crack of the door. Then he stretched out his hands and slowly pushed the half-open door to both sides. The door was very heavy. It was unknown what material it was made of. As it opened, there was a deep sound. Longevity Sky's hands did not seem to be pushing the door. Instead, it seemed to be pushing the eyelids of the Lotus Sisters. As the door opened, the Lotus Sisters' eyes widened as if they had seen something extremely incredible. Finally, the door was completely opened. The Lotus Sisters covered their red lips, and their beautiful eyes trembled. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at them with a strange expression. He did not know why they were so excited. It was just opening the door. Was there a need to be like this? Yu Meng's voice came into his ears. In the early years, Longevity Sky fought with many holy spirits in the territory of the demon realm. He was rampant, but in the end, he was defeated by the demon saint at that time. He had no choice but to retreat to the 100-spirit continent. From then on, this door has never been fully opened. For Longevity Sky, the half-open door is a kind of encouragement, but also a shame. Longevity Sky once said that when he can fight his way out of the 100-spirit continent, this door will officially open. That is why they are so surprised. Yang Kai understood. Longevity Sky's action meant that the 100-spirit continent would see the light of day again. It was no wonder that the Lotus Sisters were so surprised. With two swishing sounds, the Lotus Sisters came in front of Longevity Sky. They half knelt on the ground and lowered their heads. Black Lotus said in a trembling voice, "Master, please give the order. Hundreds of millions of people in the 100-spirit continent will follow the Master. We will not hesitate to do anything. Master, please give the order." White Lotus also said in a low voice. She raised her head, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Longevity Sky smiled slightly. "Summon them here. I have something to tell them." He did not say who he was going to summon, but only the half-saint were qualified to see him. "Yes," the Lotus Sisters replied. Then, they turned around and disappeared without a trace. It would definitely take some time to summon people, but they were all people with high cultivation, so they did not mind wasting some time. Perhaps because he had made up his mind, Longevity Sky was particularly relaxed at this time. He waved his hand and set up a table in front of him. He then took out a teapot and spring water and personally brewed tea for them. Yang Kai and Yu Meng huddled together and whispered to each other. Bailey Mo looked on coldly from the side. Her red lips moved from time to time, and she scolded them silently. She came here mainly to see if Yang Kai was going to swallow the 100-spirit continent. If he was, it meant that Longevity Sky had no way out. When the time came, she would not be able to go back on her promise. Not long after, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Longevity Sky invited them to sit down and waited while drinking tea. Half a day later, the first half-saint arrived. After seeing Yu Meng and Bailey Mo, he could not help but be startled. However, he quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes and went forward to greet them. Chong Tian whispered to the sage-to-be cultivator. The sage-to-be cultivator was surprised, but he didn't ask anything. He turned around and left. One after another, the half-saint who received the news rushed over. After seeing Longevity Sky, they quickly left. At this time, Yang Kai also understood Longevity Sky's intention. When he went back to swallow the 100-spirit continent, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. If he did not inform the half-saint in advance, there would be some trouble. If he informed them in advance, the half-saint could prepare in advance, and it would save a lot of trouble. It was not until 2 days later that the last half-saint arrived. After receiving the order, he quickly left. Everyone waited for another 2 days. Then, Longevity Sky stood up and looked at Yang Kai. "Let's begin." Yang Kai gently nodded. He had waited for a long time. Naturally, he was a little impatient. The sooner he tied Longevity Sky to his ship, the sooner he would be at ease. If Longevity Sky did not need to inform the half-saint, he would have already taken action. His figure flickered and flew directly into the sky. With a flip of his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. With a slight movement of his mind, accompanied by a bang, the sealed world bead suddenly turned into a rolling behemoth. In an instant, the void of the 100-spirit continent shook, and space cracks appeared in the sky. The Lotus Sisters exclaimed in unison. Even though the two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, they did not know what this behemoth was. How could it shake the space of the 100-spirit continent as soon as it appeared? Yang Kai pointed his finger, and the rolling behemoth immediately bent down, opened its huge mouth, and bit a huge hole in the 100-spirit continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the rolling behemoth passed, the void was chaotic. Whether it was living or dead, everything was swallowed up. The Lien sisters had already turned pale. Such a horrifying scene was simply unheard of. They had never seen or heard of anything like this. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the sky, their faces full of inquiry. Longevity Sky was also a little shocked. Last time, when Yang Kai swallowed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Martial Continent, Longevity Sky witnessed the whole process from the small sealed world. Now, looking at it from the outside, it was even more shocking. Not only him, but Yu Meng also had a dignified expression. It was also the first time she had seen such a thing. On the contrary, Bailey Mo, who had experienced it once, looked calm, but the shock in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. In a short while, the 100-spirit continent had been gnawed into a huge hole. The land within a radius of millions of miles had become a void. Turbulence was rampant in the void, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. You two go in and calm them down. Longevity Sky suddenly turned to the Lotus Sisters and said. Hearing this, the Lotus Sisters nodded without hesitation and were about to rush in. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Yang Kai suddenly stopped them and stretched out his hands. I'll send you in. The Lien sisters glanced at each other and tacitly placed their hands on Yang Kai's palm. Don't resist, Yang Kai ordered, and with a thought, the Lien sisters disappeared from where they stood. I'll go in and have a look too, Yu Meng said. Although she had heard a lot about the sealed world bead from Yang Kai, including how it swallowed continents, strengthened its own world principles, and created a new demon territory, she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she was naturally curious. Since his madam wanted to go in, Yang Kai naturally did not say anything and immediately sent her in. Inside the small sealed world, it was still the same mountain peak. Huoluan stood in front of his wooden house, looked at the crack in the sky, and slowly shook his head. After seeing such a scene, he was no longer shocked at the beginning and had become numb to it. He knew that it must be another continent that was swallowed. Last time, a continent was swallowed, and Huoluan went to talk to the demon race, learning that they were actually from the heavenly martial continent, but he did not know which continent was swallowed this time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Huoluan, who was paying attention to the movement in the sky, was shocked and quickly jumped a few steps back and shouted, Who is it? Yu Meng turned her head and glanced at him, but found that he was just a low-ranked demon king, so she did not pay any more attention. Looking around, she did not see the Lotus Sisters, so she knew that Yang Kai must have separated her from them. The Lotus Sisters had to calm the people, but she did not need to. Chapter 3587. Behind her, Huoluan opened his mouth wide in shock. It wasn't that he recognized Yu Meng, but that he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Especially since Yu Meng had been nourished recently, she had become more and more beautiful. Just now, Huoluan's soul had almost been taken away by her beauty. However, Huoluan wasn't an idiot. He was a low-ranked demon king after all, so he had some knowledge. He knew that this beautiful woman must have an extraordinary identity, otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such a graceful and noble temperament. In addition, the Snow Demon King had been here before, so although Huoluan was shocked by Yu Meng's beauty, he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he lowered his head and cupped his hands. This lowly one, Huoluan greets Master. How should I address you, Master? He couldn't see through Yu Meng's cultivation, so he naturally knew that she was stronger than him. Calling her Master wasn't wrong. Yu Meng didn't answer, but she released a little bit of the demon saint's aura. Huoluan knelt on the ground with a plop. This lowly one greets Saint Ru Meng. May Saint Ru Meng's face never grow old and stay young forever. He wailed in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly, otherwise he wouldn't be alive right now. Last time, the Snow Demon King had come, And this time, the succubus demon king had also come. What kind of place was this? Why did it attract so many masters? Yu Meng was a little surprised. She turned around and glanced at him, not because this guy's words were interesting, but because he actually recognized her identity. She tilted her head and asked, "You've seen this sovereign before?" "I haven't," Huoluan obediently replied. "Then how do you know who this sovereign is?" Yu Meng was even more curious. Huoluan honestly said, "Among the 12 saint sovereigns in the demon territory, only 3 are women. This lowly one has seen the snow demon king before, but this lowly one hasn't seen the feather demon. But the feather demon clan's characteristics are very obvious. Saint Sovereign is definitely not a feather demon, so this lowly one naturally knows Saint Sovereign's identity." Yu Meng suddenly realized that this person had seen Yu Meng before. No wonder he could recognize her. She smiled slightly and said, "You're quite clever. Saint Sovereign is too kind. Get up and talk." Yu Meng raised her hand. Huoluan hesitated for a moment. Then he obediently stood up. However, he didn't dare to look at Yu Meng. Instead, he stared at his toes. The lord of the succubus demon was not someone that could be casually looked at. It was no wonder that his soul had almost been taken away. If he had looked at it a few more times, he was afraid that his soul would have left his body. "You said you've seen Mo? When did it happen?" Yu Meng asked casually as she watched the grand occasion in the distance. "Not long ago," Huoluan answered honestly. "About half a month ago. Counting the days, it should have been before Yang Kai returned to the Phantom Continent, which coincided with the time when he devoured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wu Dalu." Yu Meng immediately understood that when Yang Kai devoured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wu Dalu, he must have taken Mo in. He secretly gritted his teeth. He actually found out about Yang Kai's secret later than Mo. When he returned, he would definitely settle the score with Yang Kai. "How long have you been here?" Yu Meng asked. "More than a year." Yu Meng was startled. "More than a year? Didn't that mean before and after the Battle of Eternal Heaven?" Thinking of what Yang Kai said to her before, she asked curiously, "When you first came here, what was this place like?" What she asked was similar to what Chang Tian and Mo had asked that day. Huoluan naturally told her everything he knew. Yu Meng nodded repeatedly. As time passed, she did feel the changes in this world as the 100-spirit continent was devoured. The 100-spirit continent took more than 10 days to devour. The entire continent, like the Heaven Martial continent, had completely turned into a chaotic void. Yang Kai took back the sealed world bead and released Yu Meng from the small sealed world bead. He then looked at Mo with a smile, his meaning obvious. Chang Tian was also looking at her. Since the 100-spirit continent was devoured, Chang Tian had no way out now. Naturally, he would not let Mo live alone. Mo obviously knew this too. Without any nonsense, she turned around and said, "Let's go." The group of 4 exited the world gate and rushed towards the proud snow continent. Halfway there, Yu Meng left and returned to the Phantom Continent to make preparations. What Yang Kai was going to do next would definitely set off a storm in the entire demon territory. If she did not make arrangements early, it was very likely to cause some unpredictable changes. At the very least, she had to make proper arrangements for her half-saint subordinates. She also had to recall all the half-saint in the 2-realm battlefield. Mo was no exception to this. A few days later, Yang Kai, Chang Tian, and Mo arrived at the proud snow continent. After arranging accommodation for the two, Mo began to summon her half-saint subordinates to make preparations. Chang Tian had bet the future of the 100-spirit continent on Yang Kai. He hoped that after the birth of the new demon territory, he would be able to obtain a better future and a wider world for the people of the 100-spirit continent. Therefore, he was more concerned about Yang Kai's safety than anyone else. In the proud snow ice palace, he was almost always with Yang Kai. A dignified demon saint-level master had practically become Yang Kai's guard. Yang Kai had advised him several times, but he would not listen, so he just let him be. While Mo was making preparations, Yang Kai was also checking the map and inquiring information from Chang Tian. He learned that Mo had 43 continents under her control. Yu Meng was slightly inferior to her, controlling 38 continents. She originally had 11 half-saint subordinates, but Yu Sang was killed by Mingyu, and Yin Si was killed by Yang Kai. Coupled with the losses she suffered in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, She only had 8 half-saint subordinates. Similarly, Bailey-Mo originally had 13 half-saint subordinates, but one died in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, so she only had 12 left. Yang Kai silently counted. Chang Tian, Bailey-Mo, and Yu Rumeng had a total of 29 half-saint subordinates. Such a terrifying force, after he devoured all the continents, would be able to help him. Although he was still inferior to the other demon saint subordinates, he could at least put up a fight. During this period, Yang Kai also asked Chang Tian if he could rope in more demon saint subordinates. He did not need many, just 1 or 2 would greatly increase his chances of winning. But Chang Tian made him give up. Whether it was him, Bailey-Mo, or Yu Rumeng, their situations were special. He was unwilling to be left alone and wanted to find a way out for the 100-spirit continent, so he boarded Yang Kai's ship. Bailey-Mo was forced, and Yu Rumeng was forced to do so because of the love between a man and a woman. The other demon saint were not so easy to talk to. If this matter were to spread to them, it would definitely be a storm of attacks with absolutely no room for negotiation. Because of this, Yang Kai could only give up. Before his wings were fully grown, he did not want to make this matter known to everyone. Bailey-Mo did not delay and came to inform Yang Kai 3 days later that everything was ready. Then there was nothing to say. He directly began to devour the proud snow continent. During this period, Bailey-Mo had been standing beside Yang Kai, looking indifferently at the gradually disappearing proud snow continent, not saying anything. But her mood was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. After all, this was the place where she became a demon saint. It was also the place where she was born and raised. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could she be willing to let the proud snow continent be devoured? After the proud snow continent, Yang Kai rushed to the next continent without stopping. Time passed, and as the continents were devoured one by one, the territory under Bailey-Mo's command shrank little by little. Devouring continents required time. Yang Kai remembered that rolling took about 10 days to devour a broken continent at the beginning. Depending on the size of the continent, the time it took to devour varied. However, as the space in the sealed world bead expanded, rolling's size also rapidly grew, and its devouring efficiency seemed to gradually increase. It only took half a month to devour the 100-spirit continent. It must be known that the 100-spirit continent was one of the largest territories in the entire demon territory. It was almost twice the size of the proud snow continent. It only took about 7 days to devour the proud snow continent, and as time went on, its efficiency gradually increased. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that the preparation time of his plan would be too long. After all, Bailey-Mo had 43 continents under her command. According to the calculation of 78 days per continent, it would take about a year to devour 43 continents. There were too many variables in this 1 year's time. But now that the efficiency was increasing, it was exciting news. As time passed, the continents were devoured one by one, and the rumbling grew larger and larger. Gradually, it took 56 days to devour a continent, then 34 days, and then 12 days to devour a continent. If it encountered a smaller continent, it would only take half a day to devour it completely. As the continents disappeared from the map of the demon territory, the places where each continent was originally located turned into a void filled with turbulent space flow. With Bailey-Mo's arrangements in advance, there were not many accidents during the devouring process. Although the demon race on the continents were frightened, they could only close their eyes and endure this world-destroying disaster. When they opened their eyes again, they had already entered another world. The territory of the small sealed world was rapidly expanding. In less than 3 months, the 43 continents under Bailey-Mo's control had been completely devoured. Not a single one remained. When the last continent was devoured, Yang Kai clearly heard Bailey-Mo sigh faintly. At this time, she was completely tied to Yang Kai, and there was no turning back. Afterwards, Yang Kai took her into the sealed world bead and asked her to settle down her people. During this time, Bailey-Mo had entered and exited the sealed world bead many times, so she was no stranger to the small sealed world. She could also feel the changes in the small sealed world. Now, this world was undoubtedly much stronger than when she first entered. The 43 intact continents, plus the 100-spirit continent, were a huge source of nourishment for the small sealed world. With the enrichment of these continents, the world principles of the small sealed world were rich enough to give birth to an origin king realm cultivator. almost the same as the territory of the lower star field. And this was just the territory of a single demon saint. There were still 11 demon saint territories that had yet to be devoured. If he could devour the territories of the 11 demon saint territories, Yongkai was certain that the small sealed world would grow into a great world not inferior to the star boundary or the demon territory. At that time, a demon saint could be born in this world. Chapter 3588. Devouring an entire demon territory was a massive and lengthy project. Not to mention the time required to devour those continents, the remaining demon saint would not be easy to deal with. So if he wanted to devour their territories, it was naturally impossible to do so without interference. However, the recent changes in the sealed world bead made Yongkai wonder if one day, Rolling Stone would be able to swallow an entire continent in a single gulp. If that was really the case, who would care if those great devil saints agreed or not? He would bring Raleigh to their territory and release and retract, and a continent would be gone. Another release and retract, and another continent would be gone. Once all of Bai Li Mo's territories had been swallowed up, the next would naturally be Ru Meng's territory. Inside the mysterious small world, atop a nameless mountain, inside a wooden hut, Huoluan was silently circulating his secret art as his demonic qi surged and his stomach rumbled incessantly. This was because he had swallowed a 10,000 demon pill and was in the process of refining it. The energy stored in that 10,000 demon pill was incredibly massive, and as a low-ranked demon king, it would take him several months to fully refine it. Originally, Huoluan was not in the mood to cultivate as this world was very strange. From time to time, cracks would appear and fragments of continents would rumble out, making Huoluan extremely nervous. On top of that, there was an invisible binding force in this world, as if invisible shackles were binding him, making him feel very uncomfortable and unable to use too much of his strength. At best, he could only display a level of strength that this world's world principles could bear. What was the point of cultivating in such a world? Even if he cultivated to the mid-rank or high-rank demon king, he would still only be able to treat himself as an origin-returning realm cultivator, origin king realm cultivator. However, ever since he sensed that the world was slowly changing, Huoluan's silent mood had once again brightened up. Although the laws of this world were still not that great, at least it had been developing in a good direction. In addition, after listening to the conversation between Yongkai, Chong Tian, and Bai Li Mo, he knew about Yongkai's plans and intentions. Thus, his thoughts of cultivating once again became active. Right now, his cultivation as a low-rank demon king had yet to reach the peak. Naturally, he planned to continue cultivating until he felt a bottleneck. This way, as long as the laws of this world were able to give birth to a mid-rank demon king, he would be able to immediately break through. Cultivators naturally yearned for more profound martial arts. This had nothing to do with the origins of the human race or the demon race. Powerful strength had always been the goal of a cultivator to climb to the peak. Just as Huoluan was eagerly refining the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demon's pill, he suddenly frowned and revealed a helpless expression. There was no other reason. Someone had come. He could be considered the first resident of the newly expanded territory of the mysterious small world. Originally, he had been quite lonely, but since Yongkai began to devour the various continents, this world had begun to become lively. Although the territory of the mysterious small world was constantly expanding, the demon race was also very curious about this new world. Many people, after confirming that they were safe, began walking around to investigate this new world. Over the past few months, many visitors had come to this nameless mountain, but most of them only took a quick glance before leaving. Occasionally, there would be a few people who saw Huoluan settle down here, so naturally they were curious and chatted with him for a while. At first, Huoluan was still in high spirits. Taking advantage of the fact that he was the first resident of this world, he interacted with the visitors. However, as time passed, this kind of thing became somewhat annoying, especially after he decided to continue to cultivate and break through to the middle-grade Devil King realm. He set up a restriction around his wooden house to prevent others from approaching. Now that someone had come and touched the barrier, he naturally felt it. However, Huoluan didn't intend to pay attention to it. The myriad demon's pill was extremely precious, and although he had obtained thousands of them, he never had the habit of wasting them. If he were to interrupt at this time, Although the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demons pill wouldn't be completely wasted, it would definitely be reduced. Although he didn't pay attention to it, the newcomer seemed to be quite interested in this place and walked around the wooden house for a while before stopping. Then, the barrier was suddenly broken. Huoluan's eyelids twitched as he immediately flew into a rage, got up, and pushed open the door, cursing loudly, "Which bastard." At this point, he fell silent and stared straight ahead. Because in front of him, there was a woman with a slightly pale complexion who looked weak and delicate standing in the same place at a loss. Beside her was a pattern of a ferocious head that was slowly disappearing, but it was the sign of the restriction being broken. Too embarrassed to continue cursing, this woman was too beautiful. The moment the two sides met, Huoluan's anger was extinguished, especially when he saw the expression on the other side's face at this moment. It was like a child who had done something wrong, so Huoluan really couldn't bring himself to curse. But even if he didn't curse, he was still quite angry. He had clearly set up a barrier nearby, and anyone with a discerning eye should be able to see through the master's intention to reject guests. So what was wrong with this woman? Not only did she not leave, but she also broke his barrier in such a short time. From this, it could be seen that the other side's eyesight and cultivation were definitely higher than his. But Huoluan wasn't afraid of anything. He was someone who had seen several demon saint. Those several demon saint were very polite to him. So who in this demon territory could make him afraid? Moreover, in this strange world, because of the restrictions of the world's laws, everyone's strength had a limit. Basically, everyone was pulled to the same starting line, so if they really fought, it was hard to say who was stronger. A look of boredom appeared on Huoluan's face as he said, "What's wrong with you? Why did you break this king's barrier?" A trace of red appeared on the woman's pale face, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see what this barrier was, who knew that I would accidentally break it." The word accidentally made the veins on Huoluan's forehead bulge. If it weren't for the sincere look on the woman's face when she spoke, he would definitely think that she was deliberately provoking him and mocking him for his inferior means. Staring straight at her and making sure that she really didn't mean to mock him, Huoluan's face relaxed a little, and he softened his voice and said, "Are you new here?" "What?" The woman tilted her head and looked confused. Huoluan impatiently said, "I asked if you just came in from outside." It was so tiring to talk to this woman. If it weren't for her beauty, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to her. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to refine the effects of the myriad demon pill? "I've been here for half a month." The woman suddenly realized. Heh. Huoluan hurriedly put on the posture of a senior. "This world is different from the places you stayed in outside. I'm afraid you haven't adapted in half a month, right? Let me tell you, the first time I came here, it took me more than half a year to slowly adapt to this place." The woman didn't show the slightest bit of impatience after hearing his long-winded speech. She even asked him a few questions after hearing his interesting words. This made Huoluan have a good impression of her, and he felt that this beautiful woman was fine except for being a little dazed and absent-minded. Perhaps he also felt that he was a little long-winded, so after imparting his experience of living in this world, Huoluan stopped talking and asked, "Which continent are you from?" The beautiful woman was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I'm from the Cloud Shadow Continent." "Cloud Shadow Continent. I know, it's the continent of Saint Senior Yu Ru Meng." Huoluan nodded repeatedly, showing that he was very knowledgeable. The main reason was that he had just met Yu Ru Meng last time, so when he heard the words Cloud Shadow Mainland, he immediately remembered. He then asked, "Which race are you from?" This time, the beautiful woman didn't answer and just slowly shook her head. Huoluan didn't care. If the other party didn't want to say, he couldn't force her. This was just a small matter. "Excuse me, does this mountain belong to you?" the beautiful woman suddenly asked. Huoluan laughed when he heard this. "This place has a master, but that's not me. I'm just a guest. The real master of this place is someone else." "That master," the woman stretched out her hand and pointed, cutting him off. "I want to settle down over there. Is that okay?" Originally, Huoluan was a little unhappy about being interrupted, but looking in the direction she was pointing, his eyes lit up. "You want to be my neighbor?" The nameless mountain he occupied was originally not very big, but as the mysterious small world continued to devour, the mountain range had gradually expanded. At this moment, within 100 kilometers of this mountain range, there were 3 peaks arranged in a triangular shape with a valley in the middle. There were already some flowers and plants growing in this valley, as well as a clear lake. The scenery was quite decent. At this moment, the beautiful woman was pointing at one of the three peaks. Seeing Huoluan act like this, the beautiful woman lowered her head and said, "If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I'll look around again." Although the territory of the mysterious small world was large, because of the reconstruction and fusion during the mysterious small world, there weren't many suitable places to live at this stage. She had walked for half a month before finally finding this place. If not for this, she wouldn't have broken Huoluan's barrier. Huoluan laughed and said, "What's so inconvenient about that? I can't ask for anything more than a beautiful girl like you as my neighbor. Go ahead and live with them. You can choose whichever one you like, or even both of them." The woman smiled shyly. "I only want one, sorry to disturb you." Saying so, she turned around and left. Huoluan called out after her, "This king is Huoluan. What's your name?" The woman paused for a moment before lightly replying, "Li Shiqing." Looking at her departing back, Huoluan rubbed his chin and frowned, "Li Shiqing." This name sounded good, but why did it feel a little strange, as if she had come from a foreign territory? Shaking his head, Huoluan walked back to his room and began meditating to refine the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demon pills. Suddenly having a beautiful woman as a neighbor put Huoluan in a good mood. He didn't even care that his cultivation had been disturbed. In any case, he had thousands of myriad demon pills, so wasting some of their medicinal efficacies wasn't a big deal. Chapter 3589. Now that there was another person on the nameless mountain, it naturally became livelier. While Huoluan was cultivating, he would occasionally see Li Shiqing's busy figure on the mountain to his left. Since they were going to settle down, they had to find a place to stay. Fortunately, there were trees on the mountain, so building a treehouse shouldn't be too difficult. In just a few days of work, a small building with a foot on the ground had already taken shape. The two mountains were only a few dozen kilometers apart, so Huoluan's eyesight was quite good, so he could naturally see everything clearly. Looking at the exquisite little house, then looking at his own wooden house, Huoluan had the urge to tear down his wooden house and build a new one. But this was just a thought. It was just a place to stay, so it didn't matter if it was ugly. As long as it was habitable, it was fine. This could be considered a housewarming celebration, so Huoluan wanted to pay a visit to congratulate her. But on second thought, she was a woman, so it wouldn't be right for him to go over. If he didn't do it well, it might cause some misunderstandings. After all, they were neighbors, and they would be familiar with each other in the future, so he gave up on the idea. However, Li Shiqing seemed to have sensed his gaze, and when she looked up, she nodded slightly at him. Ever since a beautiful neighbor appeared on the mountain next to it, the nameless mountain changed its appearance every few days. When he came out of seclusion for the second time, Huoluan habitually glanced at the neighboring mountain, then rubbed his eyes, almost unable to recognize it. He saw that the mountain over there was a field of red flowers, green willows, and fragrant birds. The scenery was beautiful. After a few days, the valley between the three mountains also changed its appearance. There were some flowers and plants in the valley that even Huoluan didn't know the names of, and standing in front of his wooden house, he could even smell the fragrance of the flowers carried by the breeze. This was a woman who loved flowers. Huoluan thought to himself. However, this was her interest, so he wasn't in a position to say anything. Not to mention, the scenery of the nameless mountain had become quite extraordinary, and it was even more suitable for living. After a few more days, Huoluan was stunned again when he came out of seclusion, because there were some flowers and plants on his mountain, adding a touch of liveliness to it. He raised his head and looked into the distance. On another uninhabited mountain peak, there was a lithe figure bustling about. Huoluan couldn't help laughing. One day, half a month later, Huoluan was meditating in his room when he was suddenly alarmed by the sound of fighting. The sound of fighting was not far from where he was. It should be in the valley below the mountain peak. Huoluan also felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the sound of someone yelling. It was his neighbor. He immediately got up, opened the door, and looked towards the valley. He saw two figures moving back and forth in the valley, fighting fiercely. The originally colorful valley was now in a mess, and the unknown flowers had all withered. Just as he expected, one of the combatants was his neighbor, and the other was a burly man with bulging muscles. He looked like a force demon. Whether it was his neighbor or this Liemo, their cultivations should be quite good, at least higher than Huoluan's, but because of the limitations of this world's world principles, even if they were strong, it was difficult for them to display much of their strength. The strength they displayed was only at the Origin King realm. However, even if their strengths were on the same starting line, Huoluan's beautiful neighbor was not Li Mo's opponent. This could not be helped as Li Mo's body was extremely tough and his strength was infinite. In the Origin King realm, the stronger one's physique was, the more advantage they had. The fight should not have lasted long, but Huoluan found that his neighbor was completely at a disadvantage. Relying on her dexterity, Huoluan was constantly dodging Li Mo's attacks while Li Mo's eyes flashed a lustful light as he grinned wickedly. Every punch and kick he sent out seemed simple and clumsy, but each of his strikes was powerful enough to make one pale. The corner of Huoluan's eyes twitched, not knowing whether he should just stand by and watch or rush over to help his neighbor. Speaking of which, Huoluan and his neighbor had many interactions, let alone a friendship, so even if he stood by and did nothing, no one would blame him. However, seeing the lewd grin on Li Mo's face, Huoluan knew that if his neighbor was defeated, his fate would not be any better. It was definitely not something that could be resolved with just death. Out of the corner of his eye, Huoluan caught a glimpse of red. Turning his head, he saw the flowers and plants his neighbor had planted a few days ago, blooming bright red flowers that swayed in the wind. The floral fragrance wafted into his nose, making him feel refreshed. Fuck! Huoluan grit his teeth and cursed, no longer hesitating. Pushing his demonic chi, he rushed down the mountain valley. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly saw a blood cloud charging out from the side and approaching the battlefield at an even faster speed. It was aggressive and overflowing with blood flames. Another helper? Huoluan was shocked and pushed his demonic chi even harder. At the same time, he took out 2 axes and shouted, "Be careful." These words were meant to warn Li Shiqing. Inside the mountain valley, Li Shiqing, who was fighting Li Mo, was at a disadvantage, but when she saw the blood-red cloud rushing over, she couldn't help showing a bitter look on her face. She had been planting flowers in the mountain valley today, but who would have thought that Li Mo would suddenly descend from the sky and attack her after a few flirting words? His intentions were obvious. Thinking about it, she was the disciple of the great emperor's flower shadow. Although her temperament was weak and gentle, since her enemy had taken action, how could she just sit there and wait for death? This Li Mo was definitely a high-ranked demon king, and even though he was limited by the world principles of this world and could not display too much strength, only being able to display the strength of an Origin King, his combat experience was still there. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, it wasn't long before Li Shiqing fell into a disadvantage. At this time, another blood demon had suddenly appeared, so the bitterness in Li Shiqing's heart could be imagined. She secretly made up her mind that if she was really cornered today, she would immediately use her flower burial secret technique. Even if she had to die, she couldn't tarnish the reputation of her sect. In a flash, the blood-red cloud had already rushed into the battlefield while Huoluan was still 10 kilometers away. The 2 axes in his hands glowed with demonic chi as he continued to shout and run as fast as he could. At this time, he wished he could grow a pair of wings on his back. This beautiful woman was a good neighbor, actually planting so many flowers in front of his house. No one had ever been so kind to him before. When he saw those flowers that had just sprouted a few days ago, Huoluan was truly moved. How could Huoluan bear to see such a good neighbor suffer an accident? Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the blood-red cloud suddenly rushed into the battle. Huoluan called out in surprise as his eyes bulged and he stared forward. This was because the blood-red cloud didn't do anything to his neighbor and instead directly crashed into Power Demon. When the blood-red cloud rushed over, Power Demon was obviously vigilant, but the blood-red cloud was simply too fast. The Blood Demon Clan's movement technique was second to none in the entire demon territory, so before Power Demon could react, he was hit head-on. Immediately after, the blood-red cloud wrapped around the blood-red cloud, and a fierce battle broke out. In the next moment, the blood-red cloud retracted and landed in front of Li Shiqing, revealing a heroic figure, like a mountain that could block a storm. As for Power Demon, he took a few steps back and stared forward with a cold expression. Behind the Blood Demon, Li Shiqing was startled. This figure gave her a very familiar feeling. If she hadn't confirmed that it was a blood demon, Li Shiqing would have thought that it was Yang Kai. However, only the Blood Demon Clan could use blood secret techniques, so the person in front of her was definitely not Yang Kai. What's more, Yang Kai should have been in the devouring demon territory recently. So how could he have the time to pay attention to this place? Are you okay? A slightly deep voice called out from the front, one that was quite magnetic. Li Shiqing knew that he was asking her, so she nodded and replied softly, I'm fine. At this moment, Huoluan finally arrived. He was holding 2 giant axes that were half the height of a man. He looked quite majestic. He landed on the side and glanced at the blood demon, then at Li Shiqing and asked, How is it? Li Shiqing shook her head, her voice still soft, I'm fine. Huoluan nodded, That's good. Huoluan glanced at the blood demon again. Although they didn't know each other, Huoluan still nodded at the blood demon kindly as a form of greeting. There were very few chivalrous people in the demon race, but beautiful women always had some advantages. Huoluan felt that this blood demon should have helped them because of this. But in any case, this guy was one of them. 3 against 1, the situation was quite clear. With only the strength of an origin king, even if Li Mo had extraordinary means, he wouldn't be able to use them. Continuing to stay here would only be inviting humiliation. So after sweeping his eyes over Huoluan and the blood demon, Li Mo coldly snorted and suddenly retreated quickly. You want to leave after coming here? The blood demon sneered. What do you think this place is? Saying so, his body shook and a sea of blood suddenly burst open, turning the originally lush and colorful mountain valley into a boundless blood-red color. All of this happened so suddenly that Huoluan thought that there was some kind of deep hatred between Li Mo and this blood demon. Otherwise, why would Li Mo stop him from leaving? At a glance, it was obvious that this blood demon wasn't someone to be trifled with. Being able to repel him was one thing, but to actually fight him to the death was a bit too much. Just as Huoluan was thinking so, the blood demon suddenly turned to look at him and asked, Where is this place? He himself didn't know where he was. How could Huoluan know that this place didn't have a name, but a timid voice suddenly called out, 10,000 Flower Valley. How come I didn't know this place was called 10,000 Flower Valley? Huoluan was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his neighbor would even have a name for this place, but 10,000 Flower Valley it was. It didn't sound too bad. Nodding, Huoluan said, Yes, this is 10,000 Flower Valley. The blood demon sneered again, releasing an evil aura. Inside 10,000 Flower Valley, you can only enter but not leave. Stay here obediently. Damn, since when was there such a rule here? I was the first one to live here, okay? Huoluan blinked. Chapter 3590. Half an hour later, in 10,000 Flower Valley, the sea of blood suddenly receded, revealing 3 figures, Li Shiqing, Huoluan, and the blood demon. As for the burly man from before, he had long since disappeared without a trace. With 3 against 1, the outcome was already set in stone. On the path of martial Tao, there was no shortage of bloodshed, and life and death could be decided with a single thought. It had to be said that the man who came here today was truly amazing. His strength was formidable, and his methods were extraordinary. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 3 would be his opponent. After this battle, whether it was the blood demon or Huoluan, both of them had some wounds on their bodies. Only Li Shiqing remained unscathed, but her face was slightly pale, obviously having consumed a great deal of energy. After this life and death battle, the 3 of them felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Li Shiqing immediately expressed her thanks. Today's matter was caused by her, and since Huoluan and the blood demon had both come to help, she naturally had to thank them. Hearing her call him Big Brother Hua, Huoluan felt a little strange, but he was even happier and gladly accepted it. The blood demon, on the other hand, was very forthright, waving his hand and saying, There's no need to thank us. A man bullying a woman is just a sore sight. If you really want to thank us, give us some wine. Do you have any? Yes. Li Shiqing nodded quickly. She didn't drink much herself, but there was some flower wine she brewed herself in her space ring. The fragrance of the wine was rich and mellow, and since the 2 of them had saved her life today, she immediately invited the blood demon and Huoluan to sit on her peak to express her gratitude. Huoluan was still hesitating, but the blood demon immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. Compared to the other party's forthrightness, Huoluan was a little narrow-minded, but there was nothing else to say, and he simply followed. On the peak of the mountain, there was a full set of tables and chairs. Li Shiqing cooked a few dishes herself and took out a few jars of flower wine to entertain her 2 saviors. The banquet was a vegetarian one. There was no meat, and the dishes seemed to be made of some strange flowers. However, Li Shiqing was very clever, and these flowers made the dishes very enjoyable for Bloodseeker and Huoluan. Huoluan was full of praises for her. After 3 rounds of wine, Huoluan and Blood Demon were a little tipsy. Li Shiqing also drank a few mouthfuls. Her pure white face had a layer of red, which was very beautiful. They had fought side by side before, and now that they were exchanging toasts, they naturally became more familiar with each other. Li Shiqing and Huoluan both reported their names and looked at Bloodseeker. Blood Demon drank a mouthful of wine and said casually, "Emo Sheng." With a crash, Huoluan stood up in shock and said with wide eyes, "Demon Saint." The Blood Demon laughed, as if he had expected this. He told Huoluan his name in detail. Huoluan let out a sigh of relief and sat down with a bitter smile. He was still a little scared. This Mo Sheng came from a continent under Bei Limo's control. Yang Kai had already swallowed up Bei Limo's territory, so the demon race had naturally entered the small sealed world as well. His name was really a coincidence, Mo Sheng, Mo Sheng. Those who didn't know him would think he was a demon saint. Huoluan really didn't know how this guy had lived until now. If he had this name, Huoluan estimated that he would be beaten to death sooner or later. "Girl, you're not from the demon race, are you?" Mo Sheng took a sip of wine and suddenly asked. Huoluan raised the glass of wine to his mouth slightly and turned to look at Li Shiqing. Previously, he didn't notice anything strange about this beautiful neighbor of his, only thinking that her name was a bit strange. But when they started fighting just now, Huoluan discovered that Li Shiqing didn't have any demonic qi and wasn't using her demonic qi. Instead, it was similar to the power displayed by those from the Star Boundary. However, he had never been to the Star Boundary, nor had he participated in the War of Two Worlds, so he wasn't too sure. On the other hand, Mo Sheng was straightforward and asked this question without hesitation. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips and glanced over at Mo Sheng, but found that the other party seemed to be asking casually with a calm expression, not intending to get to the bottom of it. However, there was no need to hide this matter, so she nodded and said, "I'm from the human race." Human race? Huoluan was shocked. This beautiful neighbor was really from the Star Boundary, only there would be humans in the Star Boundary. However, Mo Sheng seemed to have expected this and wasn't surprised. "I heard that Saint Venerable Yu Ru Meng has a human called Yang Kai who is highly regarded by the Saint Venerable. Do you know him?" Li Shiqing said indifferently, "Yes." Mo Sheng was obviously interested in Yang Kai, so he immediately became spirited and said, "I heard that he participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven and stole the opportunity of the great emperors. Is it true?" "What Battle of Eternal Heaven?" Huoluan was confused. After the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Yang Kai fled to the Cloud Shadow continent and caught Huoluan midway, borrowing his power to pass through the Realm Gate, so Huoluan didn't know about this at all. "Brotherhood doesn't know?" Mo Sheng looked at him strangely. Huoluan shook his head. Mo Sheng immediately told him the whole story of the Battle of Eternal Heaven. In fact, he only heard about it from hearsay and didn't participate in it himself. However, this matter had caused a stir in the entire territory of the Devil race and was very popular. There were very few people who didn't know about it. Huoluan listened with his mouth wide open, continuously swallowing saliva. The opportunity of the great emperors. What kind of incredible thing was this? The master who created this world actually had such great fortune? No wonder he picked up the remains of a half-saint. It turned out that the Eternal Heaven continent had swallowed that half-saint, and that great emperors had obviously been killed by the Bright Moon continent. In other words, he had obtained the legacy of a great emperor from the Star Boundary. After he finished speaking, Mo Sheng turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, "You and he are both humans, so you should be familiar with each other, right?" Li Shiqing was silent for a moment. Then she stroked her hair behind her ear, picked up a wine jar and poured a cup of wine for the two of them. She shook her head and said, "Not really." Seeing that she was a little repulsed by this topic, Mo Sheng and Huoluan stopped talking about it. After the banquet, Mo Sheng stood up and pointed at another mountain peak, asking, "Does that mountain have a master?" Huoluan shook his head no. Mo Sheng laughed loudly. "Then from now on, it has a master." As he spoke, he grabbed an unfinished jar of flower wine from the table, put it on his shoulder, and swaggered toward the ownerless mountain peak. Huoluan laughed. Brother Mo's personality is really free and easy. Now, all 3 peaks of 10,000 Flower Valley had a master. However, this was a good thing. It wouldn't have mattered if they were strangers, But the key was that the three of them had fought side by side today. If they encountered any trouble in the future, they could help each other. The current world wasn't peaceful. At the beginning of the world's creation, people's hearts were unstable, and all kinds of monsters appeared. Today there was a power demon, and the day after tomorrow, there might be a corpse demon or bone demon or something. After Mo Sheng left, Huoluan didn't stay any longer. After thanking Li Shiqing for her hospitality, he quickly left. In the void of nothingness, Yang Kai and Chang Tian stood side by side. In the distant void, a huge rolling figure covered the sky and the earth, continuously devouring the continent. Behind the two, Boya stared at the rolling figure in a daze. She couldn't be more shocked. This was the first time she saw a rolling figure, and the first time she saw a continent being slowly devoured like a pancake. How could she not be shocked? Continue. Yang Kai's voice rang out, and Boya slowly came back to her senses. She organized her words and continued. After that battle, Li Shiqing, Huoluan, and Mo Sheng lived in the 3 peaks of 10,000 Flower Valley. The 3 of them often visited each other and got along quite well. Yang Kai nodded. Did you find out where that power demon came from? Regarding Li Shiqing, Yang Kai was having a headache. Ever since she saw him kill the great emperors Mingyu in the Eternal Heaven continent, Li Shiqing's attitude towards him had taken a huge turn. It was as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between them. Last time, she even tried to assassinate him in Cloud Shadow Mainland's city guarding palace. A month ago, when Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow Mainland, although Li Shiqing didn't do anything unwise, her attitude towards him was extremely cold. After Cloud Shadow Mainland was devoured, Li Shiqing stayed in the small sealed world bead. Later, Yang Kai learned that Li Shiqing had left alone and no one knew where she had gone. It was not easy for an ordinary person to find someone in the vast small sealed world bead. They might not even be able to find her for the rest of their lives. However, the small sealed world bead was Yang Kai's territory, so after sweeping it with his divine sense, he was able to find Li Shiqing. He then used some means to send Boya not far from Li Shiqing and ordered her to secretly pay attention to Li Shiqing's safety and report to him if anything happened. For this reason, Yang Kai also left a space secret technique sealed in the space spirit jade for Boya. In a moment of crisis, Boya only needed to crush the space spirit jade and Yang Kai would be able to sense it. Boya clearly saw what happened in 10,000 Flower Valley a few days ago, but at that time, even without Mo Sheng and Huoluan's help, she would have secretly helped Li Shiqing deal with that power demon, so there was no need to inform Yang Kai. Later, Huoluan took action, and Mo Sheng appeared out of nowhere, so there was no need for her to expose herself. Today, when Yang Kai summoned her from the small sealed world bead to ask about Li Shiqing's situation, Boya naturally had to report what happened at that time. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Boya replied, I did, but the demon race in the small sealed world is a mix of crooks and dragons, so I couldn't find any clues. What about that blood demon? That guy called Mo Sheng? Yang Kai asked again. This Mo Sheng is indeed the demon king of one of the continents under Bei Li Mo's command. There is no mistake about it. They couldn't find out the origin of the power demon because there was no trace of it, but Mo Sheng had mentioned his origin before, so it was easy to find out. Mo Sheng. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Do you think it was a coincidence, or does he have ulterior motives? Boya pondered for a moment before replying. It should be a coincidence, right? Also, that Mo Sheng's temperament isn't bad. He's very straightforward and generous. He doesn't seem like a scheming person. Yang Kai nodded. It's best if he doesn't have ulterior motives. Pay close attention to that side, especially that Mo Sheng. Report to me if anything happens. Although Li Shiqing didn't give him any face, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore her. If something happened to Li Shiqing in the small sealed world, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to the great emperors. Yes, Boya nodded seriously. Chapter 3591. Anyway, I'll be leaving on the 17th to participate in Yuewen's salon. I'm going to Japan this time, so I have to save up some manuscripts in the next few days. Otherwise, I won't be able to write much when I get there. Yang Kai was about to put her into the sealed world bead and send her to the 10,000 Flower Valley when Boya suddenly said, By the way, that Mo Sheng's back looks very similar to yours. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything. Under the surge of his space principles, Boya disappeared. Trouble has come. Chang Tian, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on the void in front of him, as if he could see through the barrier of space. I'll have to trouble Senior, Yang Kai nodded gently. Trouble should have come a long time ago, so he wasn't surprised. It took him 3 months to devour Bai Limo's territory, and another month to devour Yu Rumeng's territory. After such a long time, it was impossible for the other demon saint to not notice such a big change in the demon territory. Since they noticed, they would definitely track him down and investigate. So Yang Kai already knew that as long as he made a move, it wouldn't be long before he clashed with the other demon saint. However, he was already satisfied with the 4-month buffer period. There was still half of Yu Rumeng's territory left to be devoured, and he only needed 1 more month to complete the task. At that time, he could set his sights on the territories of the other demon saint. As for how much he could devour, it would depend on how the other demon saint dealt with it. Be careful, don't die. As Chang Tian's voice fell, he had already taken a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already 100 kilometers away, and with another step, he disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. As soon as he left, Yang Kai immediately pushed his demon chi to protect himself. At the same time, he opened the demon eye of annihilation in his right eye to monitor the surroundings. He didn't know how many demon saint had come, but he was sure that there weren't many demon saint, maybe only one. After all, demon saints' time was precious, and most of their souls were injured in the last battle of eternal heaven. They must be healing now, so who would run around for no reason? Those who could trace this place must be the demon saint bordering Bailey Mo or Yu Rumeng's territory. Only those few could be the first to discover the abnormality of these many continents. In the void, Chang Tian suddenly stopped and stared ahead with an indifferent expression. After a long time, he said, Brother Zhu's escape technique is extraordinary, but even this chaotic void can't block your aura. I can smell it from thousands of miles away, so what's the point of hiding? A figure suddenly appeared a few dozen kilometers away from where Chang Tian was. This figure was thin, like a shriveled corpse. His skin was as white as paper, and he looked ferocious. He was one of the 12 demon saints in the demon territory, the Lord of Corpse Demons, Zhu Qie. Chang Tian. Zhuan stared at Chang Tian with his eyes that looked like a dead fish. His eyes were white, and his pupils were the size of a needle. He looked horrible, and his voice was dry as if he hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. Why are you here? Chang Tian didn't answer, but asked, Why can't this king be here? Zhu Qie didn't want to be entangled with him, and turned to look around. What happened here? And what happened to the other continents under Yu Rumeng? What does this have to do with the human race? The demon saints were not stupid. Only a great divine technique could make the continents disappear. In all of Demon, no one had such an ability. However, as he continued investigating, he discovered that the continents showed signs of being devoured. It wasn't until he came here and saw Raleigh that Zhuan realized the truth behind the continents being devoured. Rolling's body was full of strong spatial fluctuations, and the space around him was cracked. It was not difficult for him to associate it with Yang Kai. Chang Tian didn't answer. The corners of Zhu Qie's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. His dry voice sounded again. It seems that you are with that human. Chang Tian, this king advises you not to seek your own death. You should know the consequences of being my enemy. Chang Tian said coldly, This king has learned about it tens of thousands of years ago. Zhu Qie's needle-like eyes widened slightly. He pointed forward and said, This king is going to deal with that boy. Get out of my way. Chang Tian didn't say anything. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and a pitch-black longsword appeared in his hand. It was the Dragonfang sword, refined from Chang Tian's own Dragonfang. It was incomparably sharp and could cut through anything. Chang Tian's attitude was obvious. There was no need to say anything. Zhu Qie roared, and the corpse chi on his body rolled. He raised his hand and 3 black coffins appeared in front of him. As soon as the coffins appeared, there was a series of banging sounds from inside, and a monstrous evil chi rolled out. It seemed that some peerless monster was about to break out of the coffins. Before he could cast another spell, Chang Tian had already slashed at him with the sword. The demonic chi rolled and turned into a huge black dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It shook its head and swung its tail, destroying the void. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Zhu Qie's expression didn't change. He made a hand seal, and the demonic chi in the coffins filled the air. With 3 muffled sounds, the monsters in the coffins came out. All of them looked terrifying with green faces and fangs. The three monsters looked up to the sky and howled. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread out crazily, and then met the black dragon. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The master of the 100-spirit continent and the master of the corpse devil fought fiercely. Except for the strong rise of Chang Tian tens of thousands of years ago, the demon saint rarely had a chance to fight in the demon territory. The most recent time was the Battle of Eternal Heaven, but at that time, the demon saint teamed up to fight against the great emperors of the bright moon, so it didn't count. But at this moment, Zhu Qie and Chang Tian were fighting alone. It was not that they hadn't fought before. Tens of thousands of years ago, they had fought several times, but there was no clear winner. Tens of thousands of years later, the situation was still the same. No one could do anything to the other. Suddenly, Zhu Qie sneered, "That boy is dead." Chang Tian thrust out his sword and responded indifferently, "Is it Qi Yan or Mo Can? Or perhaps both of them are here?" Zhu Qie, Qi Yan, and Mo Can were the neighbors of Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liemo. If there was anyone who noticed the abnormalities of the continents first, it would be them. Now that Zhu Qie had appeared, at least one of the remaining two had come here. It was just that he hadn't shown up yet. He must have taken advantage of the time when Chang Tian was delayed to find trouble with Yang Kai. Zhu Qie was startled. "Aren't you worried at all?" Chang Tian said. "What's there to be worried about?" Zhu Qie's pupils were only as big as needles, and he couldn't shrink any further. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible, Yu Ru Meng isn't with that boy. I've seen this clearly before. Without the demon saint's protection, he will die." Chang Tian said coldly, "He won't die." While the two were talking and fighting, Yang Kai's face suddenly became serious. He looked at the void in front of him and said, "Which saint has come? Why don't you show yourself?" As the void distorted and the raging flames roiled, a fiery light suddenly appeared 10 kilometers away. Inside this fiery light was a figure, and even from 10 kilometers away, the scorching heat caused the demonic qi protecting Yang Kai's body to evaporate. The master of flame devils, Qi Yan. Yang Kai had seen all the demon saint in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, and Qi Yan's characteristics were so obvious. He naturally recognized him. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "So it's Senior Qi Yan. Excuse my lack of manners." Qi Yan looked at Yang Kai, then turned to look at the huge figure in the distance who was devouring the continents. His eyes were like fire as he shouted, "Boy, what the hell are you doing? Do you think you have lived too long?" Yang Kai showed a puzzled expression. "Why do you say that, Senior Qi Yan?" Qi Yan sneered, "Don't tell me this isn't your doing." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior Qi Yan is right, this is my doing. You have guts, you actually dare to devour the continents in the demon territory." Qi Yan immediately shouted angrily. His shout was mixed with scorching divine soul power, which pierced Yang Kai's knowledge sea like fire and burned his divine soul. Senior Qi Yan is wise. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. It was also for the sake of the demon territory. Yang Kai cupped his hands again in a polite manner. The flames in Qi Yan's eyes jumped twice, and he couldn't hide his surprise. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, that angry shout wasn't something a high-ranked demon king could bear. In his estimation, Yang Kai would at least be injured, but this boy was completely fine. This was really surprising. A high-ranked demon king had such a powerful divine soul cultivation? Or did he have some kind of protective treasure on him? Suppressing his doubts, Qi Yan laughed wildly. "For the sake of the demon territory? What a big tone. Are you from the demon race? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" Yang Kai said seriously, "This has nothing to do with whether I am from the demon race or not." Qi Yan snorted coldly. "Yu Ru Meng fought for you in vain. I didn't expect you to seek your own death. It's really a waste of her painstaking efforts." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Senior Qi Yan is wrong. Senior Qi Yan has treated me well. Naturally, I have to give her a peach and return the favor. This is just a bright road for the demon territory and a future." Without giving him a chance to speak again, Yang Kai continued, "The demon territory is falling apart, the realm gate is unstable, and the continents are gradually disappearing. Sooner or later, it will be destroyed. This boy now has the ability to reshape the demon race territory. Naturally, I can't hide it. Reshape the laws of the demon territory? Turn the pieces into the whole?" The flames on Qi Yan's body suddenly surged, showing his mood was unstable. He looked back at the rolling stone and said, That's the method? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. If not, how could this boy have the ability to behave atrociously in Senior Qi Yan's territory? I have to get her approval. Where is Yu Rumeng? Qi Yan turned his head and looked around. Not here. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at Qi Yan eagerly. This boy here has to ask Senior Qi Yan to help me. This boy is willing to swear that after the matter is done, I will repay Senior Qi Yan twice. Help you? How can I help you? Qi Yan asked. Let this boy swallow the continent under Senior Qi Yan. That is to help me. Qi Yan didn't speak, just looked at him coldly. His body leaned forward slightly, and the oppressive momentum came to him. He said faintly, Say it again. Sure enough, Kai Yang repeated himself, his face full of sincerity. Chapter 3592. Suddenly, Qi Yan laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder, the flames on his body rolling. After a while, Qi Yan stopped laughing, his eyes as cold as ice. Your courage is not small. Yang Kai sighed. It seems that Holy Senior does not agree. What a pity. Qi Yan said, If it is as you say, this senior can capture you and succeed. So, Holy Senior wants to kill me? Yang Kai looked at him calmly. Qi Yan looked around. Yang Kai said, Holy Senior Rumeng is not here. When his words fell, Qi Yan had already raised his hand, and a flame turned into a rope, rolling towards Yang Kai. A graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Feeling the scorching power, her pretty face couldn't help but change. Pushing her demonic qi, an icy aura suddenly rose and turned into an ice barrier, blocking in front of her. The flames collided, melting each other, and the void exploded. Bastard! Two angry shouts came out at the same time. It was Bailey Mo and Qi Yan. Bailey Mo was annoyed in her heart. Originally, she was fine in the small sealed world bead, but suddenly she felt a force pulling her here, and before she could react, she was facing Qi Yan. Cold and hot were incompatible. Among the many demon saint, although Bailey Mo and Yu Rumeng did not get along, that was only because they were next to each other. However, if there was one demon saint that she disliked the most, it was definitely not Yu Rumeng, but Qi Yan. The two demon saint were proficient in completely opposite principles, so they were each other's nemesis. In the territories of other demon saint, there were many different races of demon race, but only Bailey Mo's territory did not have a single flame demon, and Qi Yan's territory did not have a single snow demon. For Yang Kai to bring her out to face Qi Yan at this time was a perfect match for him. Qi Yan scolded because he felt that he had been deceived by Yang Kai and was a little angry. He had clearly checked carefully and found that there was no one else around except for Yang Kai. He did not expect Bailey Mo to suddenly appear. Yang Kai shrugged. Saint Senior Rumeng really isn't here. Yu Rumeng was still in the sealed world bead. Bailey Mo. Qi Yan roared. At this time, he couldn't care less about being angry with Yang Kai. Compared to him, Bailey Mo was actually helping Yang Kai. His voice was full of disbelief as he asked, Are you crazy? Bailey Mo didn't answer. Her delicate body trembled as icicles suddenly appeared behind her. Each icicle emitted a cold light and was several meters long. She pointed forward and shouted, Go! The sound of something tearing through the air was incessant, and the countless ice-cold attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they blasted towards Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame raised his hands and sent out countless fireballs, each of which corresponded to an icicle. A moment later, the fireball and the icicle covered each other and burst out clouds of mist in the void, causing a series of explosions. Before the first move had even ended, another one followed. Bailey Mo formed a series of seals with her hands, separating them, then bringing them together, shouting in a low voice, Seal! A huge block of ice suddenly appeared in the void, directly freezing the place where Qi Yan was standing. The vast expanse of space was completely frozen, and even Qi Yan was sealed inside. However, in the next moment, flames burst out from Qi Yan's body and a scorching power burst out, melting the ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths of time, Qi Yan had already broken free. Bailey Mo's decisive action completely enraged Qi Yan, and as he roared, he opened his mouth and sent out an 800-kilometer sea of flames. Yang Kai had already disappeared from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on Rolling's back, waiting with rapt attention. The continent in front of him had not been completely swallowed, so even if there was a strong enemy in front of him, Yang Kai could not give up halfway and had Rolling completely swallow this continent. As expected, Qi Yen and the other demon saint had already arrived. But what about the last one? Yang Kai did not know if the last nearby demon saint had arrived, but just in case, he had to protect Rolling. Standing on Rolling's back, Yang Kai had already established a connection with Ru Meng in the mysterious small world, so he could summon her at any time to catch the enemy off guard. However, Yang Kai was not worried. He still had Ru Meng. Even if another demon saint appeared, Ru Meng would be able to hold on for some time. Unless more than 3 demon saint appeared, no one would be able to interrupt Rolling's swallowing. But now, 2 demon saint had already appeared, so it was impossible for 3 more to come. The demon saint were all busy healing, so who would gather together when they had nothing better to do? Only the nearby demon saint would come when they sensed something was wrong. On both sides, in the void, dazzling lights constantly flashed, and from time to time, violent fluctuations of power would appear. These were the aftermath of the battle between the 2 demon saint-level masters. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai did not see another demon saint, so it seemed that only Qi Yen and the other demon saint who was fighting with Chang Tian had come to investigate the situation. However, he did not relax his vigilance. It was not until a day later that the Rolling completely swallowed the continent that Yang Kai put away the Rolling, and under the fluctuation of the space law, he began to move in the void. Not far away was the Realm Gate, so it did not take long for Yang Kai to arrive at the Realm Gate. With a wave of his hand, he released Ru Meng. For eyes met, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Act according to the plan." "How many came?" Ru Meng asked. 2. Qi Yen, and I don't know who the other one is. Ru Meng chuckled. "It should be Zhu Qian or Mo. Can you go? Be careful." "I know you too." Yang Kai squeezed her hand, turned around, and disappeared into the Realm Gate. Ru Meng looked back at the void, her beautiful eyes turned, her pupils shrank, and soon saw the situation of the 2 battlefields. Although the battle between Chang Tian and Zhu Qian was fierce, it was not dangerous. Both sides had reserved their strength, and they knew that they could not defeat the other side alone, so there was no need to kill. On the contrary, Bailey Mo and Qi Yen, when the cold and the hot met, it was like sprinkling salt in a pot of oil. They fought so fiercely that both of them had suffered some injuries. Standing in the distance and watching the bustle, Ru Meng was content and even hummed a song happily. Counting silently in her heart, when it reached 100, Ru Meng's red lips squirmed, and she silently spat out a word, condensing it into a bundle and sending it directly to Bei Li Mo's ears. After hearing this voice, the demon Qi in Bei Li Mo's body suddenly soared, and when her silver hair fluttered, her voice was cold, 10,000 miles ice seal. In the void, there was suddenly a small frost, and the frost quickly gathered in the middle, completely freezing the surrounding 10,000 miles in an instant, living up to the name of the 10,000 miles ice seal technique. Qi Yan's expression was cold, and the flames on his body burned fiercely, resisting the extreme cold with extreme heat, not showing the slightest fear. However, what surprised him was that after Bei Li Mo displayed this divine technique, she coldly snorted and fled like lightning. After a dozen breaths, Qi Yan broke the divine technique and stared at Bei Li Mo's disappearing back, frowning, and a feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Turning his head to look at the distant place, there was no trace of the previous behemoth. Not only was the monster that swallowed the continent gone, but even the entire continent was gone. Not good. Qi Yan seemed to think of something, and immediately urged his demon Qi, turning into a flame and chasing after Bei Li Mo. At the same time, Chang Tian, who was fighting fiercely with Zhu Qian, let out a long laugh, and after one move he stopped and stood still. "Zhu Qian, you can't do anything to this king." Zhu Qian coldly snorted, and the 3 monsters in front of him also bared their teeth, as if cheering for their master. "What can you do to this king?" Chang Tian said, "Yes, the difference in strength between you and me is not much. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid it will take a few months or even a few years. It's better to stop now." Zhu Qian's expression was vigilant. Although he did not know what Chang Tian wanted to do, his actions were obviously a bit abnormal. Just as he was puzzled, Zhu Qian's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to the side and shouted, "Bei Li Mo." In the distance, a white light shot over, exuding Bei Li Mo's aura, so Zhu Qian was naturally not unfamiliar with it. But why was Bei Li Mo here? And according to the previous investigation, All the continents of Bei Li Mo had disappeared, and should have been swallowed by that behemoth. She appeared here. Was she an enemy or a friend? Unable to determine, Zhu Qian retreated a little, opening up a distance between him and Chang Tian. Not long after, Bei Li Mo had rushed in front of Chang Tian and landed in front of him, nodding slightly. Zhu Hua's pupils shrank because Bei Li Mo was injured, and it was obvious that her injuries were caused by Qi Yan. It seemed that when he and Chang Tian were fighting here, Bei Li Mo and Qi Yan were also fighting. In this way, Bei Li Mo's position was obvious. Before he could finish thinking, Chang Tian shouted in a low voice, "Let's go together." Zhu Qian was shocked, and without thinking, he immediately fled desperately. 1 against 2, of course, there was no danger to his life, but he would definitely suffer a little. He was not a fool. How could he give Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo a chance to attack him together? With this retreat, he retreated 1,000 miles. But what stunned Zhu Qian was that after Chang Tian shouted that sentence, he did not show any signs of attacking, and instead immediately fled with Bei Li Mo. It was a fake attack, how bad? Zhu Qian gritted his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to pursue rashly. Who knew what the other side was up to? A flame shot close, and a moment later, Qi Yan appeared. Seeing each other face to face, Qi Yan asked, "They didn't attack you?" When he saw Bei Li Mo retreat, he thought that she was going to join forces with Chang Tian to deal with Zhu Qian, so he hurriedly came to help. But who would have thought that there was no fight at all, and instead Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo fled first? Zhu Qian shook his head. Strange. Qi Yan frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to think of something, and immediately looked in the direction Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo fled, shouting, "Not good." Chapter 3593. Every one of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory was an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Their hearts were tough, and they could remain calm even if a continent collapsed in front of them. But today the master of flame devils, Scarlet Flame Sage, had said "not good" twice in a very short time. The first time was a mistake, but the second time was really bad. He saw the realm gate not far away. After the battle of eternal heaven, the scene of Yang Kai escaping immediately appeared in his mind. At that time, Yang Kai had obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and fled in panic. Many demon saint followed closely behind. If the realm gate hadn't suddenly disappeared without a trace, how could that human, who was only comparable to a middle-rank demon king at the time, escape the demon saint's pursuit? The realm gate couldn't disappear for no reason. Even if it did, it would take a long time. That human could repair and maintain the realm gate, so he had probably studied the method to seal it. This was the consensus of many demon saint after seeing the realm gate disappear that day. This continent had already become a void. If even the realm gate was sealed, then wouldn't it become a land of death? What Scarlet Flame could think of, Zhu Kai naturally could as well. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly rushed toward the realm gate with Scarlet Flame, secretly praying that things wouldn't go as he imagined. But what he feared would happen. When the two demon saint ran side by side and saw the realm gate in the distance, Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian had already disappeared. Only Yu Ru Meng stood in front of the realm gate, looking in their direction with a smile and a mocking expression. Then her red lips moved, and a sentence was clearly sent to the two demon saints' ears. "You guys have fun." Scarlet Flame and Zhu Kai's expressions changed again. Different colored lights burst out of their bodies, and their speed suddenly increased, hurriedly rushing toward the realm gate. They were really anxious to death. After saying that, Yu Ru Meng turned around, walked into the realm gate, and disappeared. As they got closer and closer to the portal, Zhu Qian and Qi Yan both looked excited. In just 3 breaths, they could pass through the portal and leave this place. 3 breaths later, the two demon saint indeed passed through the realm gate. However, the instant they reached it, the realm gate suddenly disappeared. The two of them plunged into the air and ran for thousands of kilometers before they could stabilize themselves. Looking back, the entire world was empty and chaotic. Qi Yan and Zhu Qian's faces were grimaced. At this moment, how could they not know that they had fallen into the little thief's trap? They were afraid that he had calculated everything. Otherwise, how could he have made such a comprehensive plan in such a short time? Now that the two demon saint had come together, they were both trapped in the void. It would take a lot of effort for them to leave this place and return to the demon territory. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, they would have given up hope. However, Qi Yan and Zhu Qian were not ordinary people. As demon saint, they had confidence. At this point, it was useless to regret and complain. It was more important to find a way to return to the demon territory as soon as possible. They looked at each other and didn't need to communicate. The two of them flew back side by side and rushed into the distance. There was definitely more than one realm gate on this continent. Since one was sealed, they naturally had to find another way out. However, 3 days later, the two of them flew back and stopped in front of a void. After 3 days of searching, they were sure that all the realm gates on this continent had been sealed. They couldn't find any exit at all. They weren't sure where the other realm gates were, so they could only come back. After staring for a while, Qi Yan pointed ahead and said, "Is it here?" Zhu Qian shook his head. "It should be 300 feet to the left." "Are you sure?" Qi Yan looked back at him. Zhu Qian was silent for a moment and said decisively, "I'm not sure." Qi Yan didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he said, "Then let's do it together." "Okay." Zhu Qian nodded. The two demon saint immediately stood 300 feet apart and looked at the void in front of them solemnly, as if there was a lifelong enemy standing there. His demon chi suddenly surged, and a scorching aura filled the air. Qi Yan had already punched the void. His fist was surrounded by white flames that seemed to be able to melt even the void. On the other side, Zhu Qian's movements were undoubtedly much gentler. He flicked his 10 fingers and small threads visible to the naked eye probed forward. Strangely, the void seemed to turn into a lake, and the threads disappeared as soon as they entered it. Then Zhu Qian urged his demon chi, and then there was no then. Zhu Qian stopped and came to Qi Yan's side. He said, "You were right." Qi Yan ignored him and just punched the void in front of him again and again. That punch was so powerful that even a continent would be torn apart. The void in front of him also began to break, and cracks appeared one after another. After a dozen or so punches, the void really did shatter, revealing a huge hole. The chaotic void chi inside was even stronger than where the two of them were now. If they really rushed in, they might get lost in the void crevice forever, unable to find their way back. But at this point, what choice did the two demon saint have? They could only fight to live. What's more, the two of them were not helpless. They just had to take some risks. Long breath, long breath. After a while, Qi Yan said, "Let's go." Then he was about to take a step forward. "Wait a minute." Zhu Qian raised his hand to stop him and pointed at Zhu Qian. From the tip of his finger, a white thread swam out and came to Zhu Qian. The white thread was like a living thing, wriggling. Qi Yan saw it and immediately showed a look of disgust. Zhu Qian smiled. "You and I don't know how dangerous it is inside, but the aura is not good. With this soul-guiding silk, you and I will not be separated." Qi Yan did not answer, but he slightly withdrew the flames on his body, revealing a gap. The soul-guiding silk immediately went into Qi Yan's body through the gap and disappeared. The two of them then stepped into the void. What greeted them was a mass of void turbulence, which almost engulfed Crimson Flame, who was in the lead. Fortunately, Crimson Flame's skills were profound, and he managed to escape after sensing that something was wrong. If it was a demon king, he would have died immediately. There was no light, only endless void turbulence and wild void storms. With the soul-guiding silk, the two demon saint would not be separated. But since they stepped into the void, the two of them could no longer feel the passage of time. Not only that, they could not tell the direction and could only move forward step by step. After a long time, Qi Yan suddenly stopped and asked, "Can you feel the aura of the ancestral land?" There were hundreds of races in the territory of the demon race, but there was only one ancestral land. The ancestral land was invisible, and no one knew where it was. But it was the origin of all the demon race. Ordinary demon race did not know this at all, but when the demon saint level powerhouses were promoted, they received the blessings of the ancestral land. This was the biggest reason why the two demon saint dared to enter the void. Here, they could not tell the direction and could not find the exit, but as long as they could feel the aura of the ancestral land and follow it, they would be able to get out of here one day. The words came out, but no sound came out. Qi Yan suddenly understood and urged his demon Qi to send a message to Zhu Qiao. Zhu Qiao replied, "No, what about you?" Qi Yan said, "No." "Then let's keep going." They could only keep going. The void was not a sealed jar. Since they could enter, they could get out. They just needed to find the right way. They could not feel it here, but it did not mean that they could not feel it anywhere else. As long as they could feel the aura of the ancestral land, the two demon saint could find the exit. Maybe it would take 3 to 5 years, maybe 100 years, but they could not be trapped here for real. While Qi Yan and Zhu Qiao were trapped in the void, Yang Kai was busy devouring the remaining continents under Yu Rumeng's command. The arrival of Qi Yan and Zhu Qiao was expected. Since they could not stop them, they could only go with the flow. Trapping them in the void was the result of Yang Kai's discussion with Yu Rumeng and the others. Although the three of them had the upper hand against Zhu Qiao and Qi Yan, it was very difficult to kill a demon saint. Back then, the Eternal Heaven continent had made such a big scene just to kill the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Where could Yang Kai make such a scene? Since they could not kill them, they could only trap them. In this way, they would have more buffer time, at least enough for them to devour all the continents under Yu Rumeng's command. The ancestral land is ethereal and impossible to find, but it is everywhere. As long as they can feel the aura of the ancestral land, it will not be difficult to escape. If it were me, this is the only way. Yu Rumeng stood beside Yang Kai. When Yang Kai asked how long it would take for Zhu Qiao and Qi Yan to escape, she answered like this. Ancestral land? Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Chang Tian also glanced at her. He had achieved the power of a demon saint through his bloodline inheritance. When he was promoted, he did not feel the aura of the ancestral land, so Yu Rumeng's statement was very novel. Yu Rumeng said, "Only by obtaining the blessing of the ancestral land can a demon saint be a demon saint." Hearing this, Yang Kai understood a little. It's like the recognition of the star boundary. More or less. Yang Kai secretly lamented that it was a pity. After all, the place where Zhu Qiao and Qi Yan were trapped was still in the demon territory, which gave them the opportunity to feel the ancestral land. If they were trapped in the star boundary, they would never be able to leave the void crevice unless they were extremely lucky and found the exit. But then again, this time, they were taking advantage of the uniqueness of the continents in the demon territory. The star boundary did not have such convenient conditions. At the very least, the continents and realm gates were not available in the star boundary. Then how long do you think it will take for them to escape? Yang Kai asked again. Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "That's hard to say. After all, I have never entered the void crevice, so I don't know what is inside. But in general, this kind of thing depends on their luck. If they are lucky, they may be able to escape in a few days. If they are unlucky, they may be trapped for decades or even centuries." Bailey Emo did not like her and coldly snorted. It's the same as not saying anything. Chapter 3594. Time passed quickly, and another month passed by. Yu Rumeng's continent had been completely devoured. Without stopping, Yang Kai headed straight for Qi Yan's territory. Qi Yan and Zhu He were still trapped in the void, so how could Yang Kai remain indifferent when such a big piece of meat was placed in front of his mouth? In any case, in his plan, the entire demon territory was to be devoured. After devouring Yu Rumeng's territory, Raleigh changed again. Its body had expanded to 10,000 miles. It was a true colossus. Once it was released, it could completely devour a continent in just over a day. Earth-shaking changes were also taking place in the small sealed world. Its territory was constantly expanding, and the world principles and world energy that filled the small sealed world were gradually becoming richer. Although the world principles had not yet reached the level where a Tao Source Realm Master could be born in the small sealed world, it was close. Yang Kai estimated that as long as he devoured Qi Yan's territory, it would be enough to meet this condition. Days passed by, and the rolling stone almost kept the speed of devouring a continent a day. Although there were still some half-saints stationed in Qi Yan's territory, Yang Kai now had so many powerful helpers around him that a half-saint could not make any waves. Every time he arrived at a continent, Yang Kai would seal the world gate in advance, completely cutting off the connection between that continent and the outside world, and then release the rolling stone. If a half-saint came to stop him, Yu Rumeng, Bailey Emo, or Chang Tian would deal with them. Often, they would be captured and thrown into the small sealed world to be imprisoned. Qi Yan also had more than a dozen half-saint subordinates. Excluding those who were killed at the hands of the great emperors Mingyu and sent to the star boundary, there were still 6 half-saint in the demon territory. These 6 half-saints, without exception, All stayed on their own continents and were then wiped out by Yang Kai. Being trapped in the void, not only did he lose his territory, but he also lost so many half-saint subordinates. Yang Kai wondered what Qi Yan's expression would be if he had a chance to escape and learned about this. Yang Kai understood that the more he struggled here, the less pressure there would be on the astral plane. Naturally, he would spare no effort. However, he also knew that he wouldn't be able to cause a ruckus for much longer. It had already been half a year since the plan to devour the demon territory began. Even if those demon saints were still recovering, they should have reacted by now. In the demon territory, excluding Yuru Meng, Bailey Mo, and the two trapped by him, there were still 8 demon saints. With such a huge force, even if they didn't gather all of them, they would be able to force him to stop. However, Yang Kai didn't want to eat too much in one go. Devouring the demon territory was a huge and long-term project, and this was just an appetizer. Another month later, Crimson Flame's territory was completely devoured. Not a single piece of land was left. Yang Kai didn't stop. Under the accompaniment of Chang Tian, he directly went to Zhu Chang's territory and committed another round of outrages. However, just as he had expected, the great demon saints of the demon domain finally reacted to his actions. Half a month ago, Chang Tian had sensed the aura of a great demon saint from afar, but he couldn't tell who it was because the other party didn't seem to have any intention of approaching and only watched from afar. Unfortunately, by the time Yang Kai completely sealed the realm gate of that continent, the demon saint had already disappeared, so Yang Kai couldn't use the same method to plot against the other party. On this day, another continent was completely devoured. Yang Kai and Chang Tian stood on Rolling Stone's back. Compared with the huge and majestic body of Rolling Stone, the two were like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Just as they were about to set off for the next continent, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He put away Rolling Stone and frowned. "Senior, please wait a moment." Chang Tian stopped and turned his head to look at Yang Kai, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to directly throw the sealed world bead over. Chang Tian caught it, but Yang Kai's figure had already flashed and disappeared. Chang Tian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world bead. Chang Tian couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't know what had happened to make him enter the small sealed world bead in such a hurry, but it should be related to the things inside. Holding the sealed world bead, Chang Tian showed a look of interest and kept stroking it. Although he knew that Rolling Stone was transformed from this sealed world bead and knew about its magic, this was the first time he had come into direct contact with it, so naturally, he couldn't help but investigate it. However, although his cultivation was profound, he didn't cultivate the Tao of space, so how could he pry into the mysteries of the sealed world bead? At the same time, in the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai directly appeared in the medicine garden, looked at the embodiment, and asked, "What happened?" Just now, Yang Kai came here because he heard the call of the embodiment. Since devouring Cloud Shadow Continent, the embodiment had been in the medicine garden. The two wood spirits were also sitting on the embodiment's shoulders at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai, Mulu anxiously said, "Master, this is bad. This world is about to be assimilated." Muzhu also nodded fiercely with an anxious look on her face. In fact, there was no need for her to say anything. After Yang Kai asked, he had already felt it. Strictly speaking, the small sealed world bead could be divided into 3 territory areas. The first territory area was the territory of the small sealed world bead itself, needless to say. The second territory area was the territory expanded after devouring 3 cultivation stars in the lower plane star. It was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star that Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration and used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to stimulate the sealed world bead, resulting in the birth of the Rolling Star. The third territory area was the territory formed after devouring the various continents in the territory of the demon-devouring Great Emperor. For a long time, Yang Kai had strictly divided these 3 territory areas, and they were not connected to each other. In terms of world principles and the richness of energy, the first territory area was undoubtedly the strongest, which was the territory where the medicine garden was located. The world principles here were almost the same as the star boundary. The second territory area was only equivalent to the territory of the lower plane star. The third territory area was originally the worst, but as time passed and the various continents were devoured, the latecomers caught up. Although it was far inferior to the territory of the medicine garden, It was now much stronger than the second territory. In the second territory area, the world principles had now broken through the shackles of the Tao Source realm and were enough to allow a Tao Source realm cultivator to break through. The world that Mulu mentioned was about to be assimilated was not the first territory of the medicine garden, but the second territory formed by the 3 cultivation stars. In terms of size, the second territory area was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the third territory, and in terms of world principles, it was also inferior. Previously, Yongkai had set up a barrier to separate the 2 worlds, so it was not a big problem, but with the devouring of this continent today, the world principles in the third territory area had broken through, causing a problem. The first territory area, where the medicine garden was located, was not affected. Although it was the smallest, its world principles were the strongest, so it was unaffected. However, the barrier of the second territory area had been greatly impacted. Yongkai's divine sense spread out and noticed that the barrier he had set up was showing signs of loosening. Once this barrier was completely broken, the third territory area was very likely to completely merge with the second territory area. He was the master of the sealed world bead, so logically speaking, he should be able to control everything here. But whether it was the second or third territory, they were all man-made and could not be considered the main body of the sealed world bead, so his control was greatly reduced. These 2 areas each had their own world principles, so unless one side completely annexed the other, they would never be peaceful. Once such a thing happened, the inhabitants of the 3 cultivation stars living in the second territory area would be completely demonized. Among those people, there were only a handful of origin kings, so how could they resist the world principles from the demon territory? That was the lives of hundreds of millions of people. The embodiment was aware of this, so it had contacted Yongkai with its divine sense and asked him to come in and investigate the situation. Currently, the second territory area was showing signs of annexing the third territory area, but if this rolling continued and strengthened the world principles in the third territory area, sooner or later, the second and third territory areas would completely merge. Yongkai also did not expect this to happen, and after understanding the situation, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. According to his plan, he was going to swallow all of Zhu Jin's territory, and then if he had the opportunity, he would go and swallow the other demon saints' territories. Anyway, he would swallow as much as he could. But now that this situation had occurred, this plan could only be put on hold. Before the problem of the small sealed world was solved, the third territory area could not grow any stronger, otherwise the second territory area would only last for a shorter time. With a thought, Yongkai strengthened the barrier between the 2 territory areas, frowning, and said, "I understand. I'll find a way to solve it. You monitor the situation over there, and inform me immediately if anything happens." The embodiment nodded solemnly and asked again, "How do you plan to solve it?" Yongkai said honestly, "I don't know, but there is always a way." A moment later, Yongkai reappeared in the void. Chang Tian threw the sealed world bead back to him, but seeing his expression change, he could not help asking, "What happened?" Yongkai said, "I'm afraid the matter of the small sealed world will have to be put on hold for a while. There's a situation in the small sealed world." "Is it serious?" Yongkai shook his head. "It's not too serious, but before that matter is solved, we can't swallow any more." Chang Tian nodded. Now that he and Yongkai were grasshoppers on the same rope, as long as Yongkai was fine, he was fine, and vice versa, he could not help but show some concern. "It's fine as long as you know what you're doing." Yongkai smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I've already thought of a way." In just a short while, he had already come up with an idea. "That's for the best. Let's go." Yongkai called out and rushed towards the nearest world gate. Not long after, the 2 stepped out of the world gate together and appeared on another continent. Just as they steadied themselves, Yongkai's expression changed. At the same time, Chang Tian grabbed Yongkai and dragged him behind him. When he opened his mouth and roared, a dragon's roar shook the sky. The dragon's roar visible to the naked eye turned into layers of shockwaves that shattered everything. A blood-red light came in front of them, but it shattered inch by inch under the dragon's roar. A blood-red shadow rushed over quickly. Xue Li's red hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were also red. As he grinned, he spread out a boundless sea of blood, trying to envelop Chang Tian and Yongkai. Chang Tian quickly retreated. His body did not move, but his figure moved like lightning. In an instant, he retreated 1,000 kilometers. Chapter 3595. However, among the 12 demon saint, Shui Li's escape technique was the best. Although Chang Tian's movements were fast, Shui Li was still unable to shake him off. As one advanced and one retreated, the two demon saint-level masters were also fighting fiercely. Demonic chi vibrated and rumbled endlessly as violent energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was placed behind Chang Tian to protect him, felt a great sense of danger. Without even thinking about it, he raised his hand and summoned Ru Meng and Bei Liemo. Under the surge of ice principles, several transparent and almost imperceptible hexagonal ice shields formed around Yang Kai's body to protect him. Bei Liemo's reaction was quick. Although she didn't know what was going on, because they had discussed it beforehand, if Yang Kai summoned her without warning, he must have encountered a strong enemy. So, when she realized that she was no longer in the sealed world bead, she immediately used her divine technique to form an ice shield before looking around to investigate the enemy. While she acted, Ru Meng didn't remain idle either. Her beautiful pupils bloomed like lotus flowers, and she exclaimed in the next moment, "Wu Hua!" In addition to the few of them, there was only Shui Li's figure chasing after them. But under her eye technique, Ru Meng could see an almost non-existent shadow sticking close to her. The Shadow Demon Lord, Wu Hua. An almost imperceptible pitch-black shadow was rapidly approaching Yang Kai, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through several of the ice shields surrounding him. It wasn't that Bei Liemo wasn't as strong as Wu Hua. It was just that Wu Hua had charged up his attack, while Bei Liemo had reacted hastily. She didn't even know who the enemy was, so how could she block the Shadow Fiend Lord's attack? With a crash, the ice shields shattered into dust, but the pitch-black dot didn't lose its momentum and directly struck towards Yang Kai's chest. When a shadow demon attacked, it was a one-hit kill. This was the specialty of this race. Even the most ordinary shadow demon was like this in battle, let alone the flowerless demon saint. Ru Meng's expression changed greatly. Although Yang Kai's current strength was not bad, he was still only a high-rank demon king. How could he block Wu Hua's fatal attack? When she raised her hand, her arm instantly became like a snake, soft and boneless as it coiled around the source of the darkness. Demonic Yuan wildly surged as she struck out with her palm. He was not affected at all. Ru Meng's face turned pale. He watched helplessly as the black dot broke through his defense and stabbed towards Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, another resounding dragon roar rang out, and a huge golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. In a flash, it entered his back, and Yang Kai's body was instantly covered by a layer of dragon scales. Under the dragon transformation, Yang Kai's defense greatly increased. But he didn't sit still and wait for death. While urging the dragon transformation secret art, he had already used the Nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. However, what kind of character was the flowerless demon saint? This fatal attack was locked on by his aura. Even if Yang Kai escaped into the void, he couldn't avoid it. The attack chased him into the void and hit Yang Kai's chest. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing. Yang Kai's figure that had just disappeared reappeared. With a muffled groan, his body shook violently. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his face became even paler than Ru Meng's. Only at this moment did Yang Kai's chest show a hint of strangeness. A dagger was inserted into his chest, 3 inches into his flesh, and the dragon scales covering his chest had been cut open. This dagger was almost transparent. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. The same was true for the flowerless holding the dagger. His figure was twisted and fluttering, as if he was cast in clear water. The black dot just now was just the condensation of the flowerless murderous intent. Ru Meng instantly went berserk, and in the midst of a sharp howl, a tide of spiritual power turned into a monstrous killing intent that cut towards the flowerless. Bei Liemo also urged the law of ice, and her slender jade finger pointed towards the body like a stream of water. Her momentum was not as imposing as Ru Meng's, and this finger even felt a little casual, but no one would think that the power of this finger was less than the former's divine technique. 2 demon saint teaming up to attack. How could the flowerless demon resist? When the two moved, the flowerless demon saint also moved, quickly retreating. Seal! Yang Kai suddenly exhaled, and the law of space surged, imprisoning the area around the flowerless demon saint. But it couldn't stop the escape of a demon saint, and the imprisoned area instantly shattered. Ru Meng's soul attack and Bei Liemo's finger both hit empty air, and Yang Kai's moonblade also did not do anything. There was no trace of the flowerless demon saint around. The shadow demon's attack was a sure kill, and if it missed, it would escape. Yu Meng turned her head in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. At that moment, she thought that Yang Kai had died. After all, Yang Kai was only a high-ranked demon king. In her panic and anger, the terrifying power of her soul was actually drained by her attack. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was actually not dead? Although Bailey Mo's ice shield couldn't stop the flowerless demon saint's attack, it more or less offset some of its power. Although Yu Meng's first palm strike didn't hit the flowerless demon saint, it still forced the flowerless demon saint to dodge, which offset some of its power. The defense of the dragon scales, the use of the secret art of nothingness, and the contraction of his own flesh and blood at the critical moment. Under these 5 layers of protection, even the flowerless demon saint would fail. The invisible dagger was only half an inch away from cutting through Yang Kai's heart. Although there was no danger to his life, the inexplicable murderous intent that invaded his body and wreaked havoc in his meridians and flesh made Yang Kai feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. This kind of injury was simply a serious one. He had to recuperate properly. The strength of a demon saint was obvious. Although he had interacted with several demon saint for a long time, and was even chased by a group of demon saint after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, and planted a soul brand in Bailey Mo's mind, this was the first time he personally experienced the strength of a demon saint. Yang Kai's heart jumped. He wasn't even sure if the flowerless demon saint had used his full strength just now. If the flowerless demon saint had used 10% more power, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The flowerless demon saint didn't have the time to think. He retreated, but the danger wasn't over yet. The moment he left the devoured continent, he encountered the joint attack of 2 demon saint. It was obvious that the demon territory had sensed something and made preparations. They were only waiting for Yang Kai to walk into the trap. Xue Li's sneak attack was only a pretense. The main point was the flowerless demon saint's attack. If these 2 demon saint had already attacked, then what about the other 6? Bailey Mo sized up Yang Kai with a trace of pity in her eyes. She seemed to feel that Yang Kai's life was a bit tough. He was actually able to turn the situation around. If Yang Kai was dead, then she would no longer be restrained and would regain her freedom. Although she would suffer a small injury, it was not unacceptable. But since Yang Kai was not dead, then she could only continue to guard the side. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Someone is coming." The person who could make her so nervous was definitely a demon saint. It seemed that there were 3 demon saint ambushing them on this continent. Xue Li and the flowerless demon saint were only 2 of them. She didn't know who the other one was, but he was somewhere else and would need some time to rush over. At this time, the other 5 demon saint who were not on this continent must have received the news. As long as Xue Li could delay them for a while, the 8 demon saint would arrive. Even if they couldn't kill Yu Meng and the others who were also demon saints, they could still kill Yang Kai. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Chang Tian's voice rang out. As he spoke, the Dragon Fang sword shot out huge sword rays, each of them immeasurably powerful. In front of him, Xue Li was hiding in the Blood Sea. The boundless Blood Sea split to the left and right, chasing after Yang Kai and the others. The sword rays slashed into the Blood Sea, each of them splitting the Blood Sea in half. But after a while, the Blood Sea returned to normal. Yang Kai took a deep breath and endured the pain in his body. He said in a low voice, "The flowerless demon saint has locked onto me. I can't break through the void." The flowerless demon saint was nowhere to be seen, but everyone knew that he was hiding nearby. He just didn't show himself. This was why the shadow demon was so difficult to deal with. He was obviously powerful, but he would not fight you face to face. Instead, he would launch sneak attacks in the dark. He was truly despicable and shameless. "I'll do it," Yu Meng shouted. She opened her mouth and blew gently. A ball of pink mist was blown out. The pink mist did not disperse even with the wind and followed closely behind. As the pink mist increased, everyone was gradually wrapped in a pink world. They could not see anything else around them. After a while, Yu Meng closed her mouth, her tender body on the verge of collapse. Although she had only used the Soul Divine technique to save Yang Kai, it was that attack that had exhausted her. At this time, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. She forced herself to blow out the pink mist, but could not hold on any longer. Her body went soft and fell onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took her back into the small sealed world. He placed her in the medicine garden and communicated with the embodiment, asking it and the two wood spirits to help her recover. After the pink mist took shape, the aura that had been locked onto Yang Kai was finally cut off. Wu Hua lost track of Yang Kai. The demon saint each had their own means. None of them were strong or weak. Wu Hua was strong. He knew how to use his aura to lock onto Yang Kai and prevent him from escaping. But Yu Ru Meng was not weak either. She just had to deal with whatever came her way. As soon as the aura was cut off, Yang Kai stretched out his hands, one on Chang Tian's shoulder and the other grabbing Bai Li Mo's wrist. The next moment, he communicated with the space spirit bead and disappeared. In midair, the pink mist tumbled. Xue Li urged the boundless blood sea to turn into monstrous waves. The pink mist was constantly being melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. While attacking Xue Li sneered, "Huang Laoda and the others will be here soon. Yu Ru Meng, Bai Li Mo, if you don't want to die, come out quickly." As soon as his voice fell, Wu Hua suddenly appeared beside him. Xue Li did not care about attacking the pink mist. He immediately jumped away and stared at Wu Hua vigilantly. "What are you doing?" Wu Hua did not speak, only pointing in a direction. That direction was where Yang Kai had escaped. Chapter 3596. He actually ran away. However, when he thought about how Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space, it made sense. Although Yu Ru Meng's attack just now was not very destructive, it should not be a problem to cut off Wu Hua's aura lock. Once the aura was cut off, the boy could naturally shatter the void. However, the boy was naive. Did he think that he could escape by shattering the void? Xue Li sneered and immediately released his divine sense. A moment later, he revealed a surprised expression because he could not detect Yang Kai's aura. He could not help but ask with a cold expression, "How far?" "Very far." Wu Hua was a man of few words. He paused and then frowned. "He is no longer on this continent." "Impossible." Xue Li was shocked and almost suspected that Wu Hua was fooling him. If one wanted to leave this continent, they had to pass through a realm gate. The closest realm gate was tens of thousands of kilometers away. In other words, that boy could appear tens of thousands of places in an instant? This kind of thing was really too inconceivable. If that brat's spatial divine ability was exquisite to such an extent, who in the world could kill him? However, he had to believe it. Wu Hua was the master of the shadow demon. Once he was targeted, no matter how far away he was, he could feel the other's aura. If he said that the other was no longer on this continent, then he was definitely no longer. Damn this little bastard. Xue Li's face was twisted with anger. He did not expect that two demon saint would not be able to stop him. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken him down when he was wandering around a few days ago. At this time, a whirlpool appeared on the ground nearby. A figure slowly emerged from it. As the sand danced, the figure quickly solidified. The master of the sand demon, Yu Qiu. Looking at Xue Li, then at Wu Hua, Yu Qiu frowned and said, "Where is he?" "He escaped," Xue Li replied. Yu Qiu was a little surprised. Xue Li and Wu Hua working together was a headache even for Desolate Infinite. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Have you seen Zhu Qian and Qi Yan?" Xue Li shook his head. These two were also demon saint, but they had been missing for more than a month. None of the continents under Red Flame's control remained, while half of Zhu Qi's continents remained. Han Sun did not know what had happened to them. However, we can confirm that Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, and Bai Limo have already betrayed the devil territory. Xue Li gritted his teeth. Yu Qiu's pupils constricted. Chang Tian had always been at odds with the other demon saint, but Yu Ru Meng and Bai Limo had actually betrayed the demon territory. This was truly surprising. However, it was no wonder that Xue Li and Wu Hua had returned empty-handed. It was indeed troublesome to deal with the three of them working together. Will Zhu Qian and Red Flame also? Yu Qiu frowned. Who knows? Xue Li spread out his hands. There was one thing he didn't understand. What was the reason that made Yu Ru Meng and Bai Limo betray the demon territory? There was no warning before this. Let's chase. Wu Hua suddenly interjected. It was meaningless to talk about this now, but as long as those traitors were captured, everything would be clear. Above the sky, Chang Tian and Bai Limo rode Yang Kai, one on the left and one on the right, flying all the way. Wu Hua's strike had caused Kai Yang's mind to tremble. His 5 viscera and 6 organs tumbled endlessly, and his meridians and flesh were stinging. The trace of murderous intent that had invaded his body was like a million needles, constantly tormenting him. Communicating with the space spirit bead once was his limit. Now, he didn't have the energy to use the space divine technique like before, so he could only rely on Chang Tian and Bailey Mo to fly. "Where are we going?" Chang Tian asked. There were pursuers behind them. Although they hadn't caught up yet, they were all demon saint. Even if they fled to the ends of the world, they couldn't get rid of them. The passage between the two worlds. Yang Kai already had a plan. As soon as Chang Tian spoke, he already had an answer. Chang Tian raised an eyebrow. "You want to return to the star boundary?" Yang Kai nodded and wanted to explain, but he was already powerless. He could only slowly close his eyes and circulate his secret art to adjust his breathing. He didn't even dare to enter the sealed world bead. If he stayed outside, he could still use the power of the space spirit bead to escape at a critical moment. If he left and Chang Tian and Bailey Mo were surrounded, there would really be no way out. Bailey Mo turned her head to look at Chang Tian, and it just so happened that Chang Tian was also looking at her. A trace of hesitation flashed in both of their eyes. Yang Kai himself came from the star boundary, so returning to the star boundary was naturally not a problem. But the two of them, one of them was a member of the dragon race in the demon territory, and the other was a demon saint, so it wasn't appropriate for them to follow Yang Kai to the star boundary. After all, the two worlds were like fire and water. They were willing to trust Yang Kai, but that didn't mean they could trust the great emperors in the star boundary. But at this time, other than the passage between the two worlds, they seemed to have nowhere to go. Their own territory had been swallowed by the sealed world bead, and they definitely couldn't go to the other demon saints' territories either. Chang Tian and Bailey Mo's speed was not slow at all. There were no devil saints in front of them, and no one could stop them from moving forward. After passing through one world gate after another, about half a month later, the group of 3 suddenly entered an extremely small continent. This place was not so much a continent, but a floating island in the void. Compared with other continents, the area of this continent was too small, with a radius of only a few 100,000 kilometers. Standing high up in the sky, one could see the entire continent at a glance. No continent under the command of a demon saint could be so small. But it was this extremely small continent that was garrisoned with hundreds of millions of demon race. These demon race came from the various demon saint subordinates in the demon territory, gathered here from all directions, ready to enter the star boundary at any time through a dark corridor nearby. This place was a transit point for the demon territory's armies to leave the star boundary. Although this continent was small, there were many world gates, more than a dozen of them. These world gates connected to various continents in the demon territory, allowing the demon race armies to gather here with the highest efficiency. Yang Kai had been to this continent before. It was the place where Ru Meng had brought him through the passage between the two worlds. When Yang Kai saw this continent that day, he had asked Ru Meng some questions. It was from here that he slowly began to understand the demon territory. However, this continent was a little different from when Yang Kai first saw it. The entire continent was fragmented, and what was originally an empty island had now become even more fragmented, as if it had been bombarded by someone using a divine technique. Although Yang Kai was healing his wounds, he had not lost his perception. As soon as he entered this place, he noticed it and opened his eyes. Seeing the scene below, he could not help showing a suspicious look. "It's the Iron Blood Great Emperor of your star boundary." Bailey Mo seemed to know what he was suspicious of and immediately explained. Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of understanding. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the bright moon had fallen, and the star boundary had a strange phenomenon. All the great emperors had sensed it. Later on, Yang Kai heard from Ru Meng that the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen had single-handedly slaughtered his way into the passage between the two worlds in a fit of rage and slaughtered countless people of the demon race. Just the half-saint alone had died. The appearance of this continent should be the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If the Iron Blood Great Emperor was given enough time, he would definitely be able to completely destroy this continent and make it cease to exist. However, when the Great Emperor's Kenyi hurriedly returned, the Iron Blood Great Emperor could only temporarily retreat. It was not that they were afraid of Kenyi, but that destroying this continent was meaningless. If they could not destroy the passage between the two worlds, the star boundary and the demon territory would always be connected. He had killed enough, so he naturally stopped. Then the passage between the two worlds is up ahead. Chang Tian pointed. Yongkai had also seen the huge pitch-black passage long ago. The demon race had passed through the void and entered the western territory of the star boundary. After that, they had run amok in the star boundary. Are we going now? Chang Tian asked again. Yongkai shook his head and looked to the side. Although he had been recuperating for half a month and had taken a lot of pills, his face was still pale. Being injured by a demon saint was no small matter. If he did not treat it properly, it would definitely leave behind hidden dangers. You want to seal the realm gate? Bailey Mo followed his gaze and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "That's a good idea." The demon territory and the star boundary were connected by the passage between the two worlds, and the entrance to the passage in the demon territory was on this continent. As long as the realm gate on this continent was sealed, it was equivalent to cutting off the demon race's reinforcements. After half a month of running away, Bailey Mo had also thought it through. Now that she was completely tied to Yongkai, how could she not wish for him to do something good? Cutting off the connection between the two worlds, the demon saint would not be able to catch up in a short time. Chang Tian frowned and seemed to be a little hesitant. Yongkai knew what he was thinking and forced himself to say, "It's just a temporary measure. I need to solve the problem of the small sealed world first before I can devour the demon territory. Senior can rest assured that I will not break my promise when the time comes." Chang Tian had previously mentioned to Yongkai that he wanted 10 times the territory of the 100-spirit continent. Now that he had the territory, the world principles of those territories were not satisfactory, so it was useless. He couldn't let the creatures of the 100-spirit continent live in a place where the world principles were not as high as the demon commanders. If Yongkai gave up now, all his previous investments would be for naught. Hearing what he said, Chang Tian could only nod. The 100-spirit continent was gone, so he had no choice but to wholeheartedly support Yongkai. "We have to be quick, they might catch up soon," Yongkai urged. Chang Tian and Bei Liemo no longer hesitated and flew to the nearest realm gate with Yongkai. As soon as the three of them entered the continent, they were discovered by many members of the demon race. After all, there were many demon kings here, and even a half-saint. At this time, a half-saint hurriedly flew up from below and chased them to the realm gate. He looked at Bei Liemo, then at Chang Tian with a puzzled look. As a half-saint, it was impossible for him not to know the Snow Demon Master and the Master of the 100-Spirit Continent. He just couldn't figure out how these two got together. And that young man, if he was not mistaken, he should be the one who seized the opportunity of the great emperors in the Eternal Heaven continent. This half-saint also participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, so he was naturally familiar with Yongkai. It could be said that there was no half-saint in the demon territory who did not know him. Chapter 3597. Flying forward, the half-saint cupped his fists. "Greetings, Saint Senior Bailey Mo, greetings, Master." Although Chang Tian had the power of a demon saint, he was not a demon saint, so the half-saint only called him Master. However, under normal circumstances, the half-saint in the demon territory could not see him. For tens of thousands of years, Chang Tian had not taken a single step out of the 100-spirit continent until the Battle of Eternal Heaven. After the greeting, the half-saint showed a suspicious look. "May I ask why Saint Senior is here?" Chang Tian and Bei Liemo looked at each other, but neither of them answered. Chang Tian suddenly stretched out his hand and reached for the half-saint. The other party's face changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged wildly as he quickly retreated. Since he could not retreat, the demonic chi instantly stopped. In the blink of an eye, the sage-to-be was grabbed by Chang Tian by the neck and lifted in front of him. It was as easy as pinching a chick. "What is the meaning of this, Master?" The half-saint was shocked and angry, his eyes wide open. He did not know what happened in the demon territory, so he did not expect Chang Tian to attack him. Although the 100-spirit continent had always been inferior to the rest of the demon territory, and Chang Tian was not liked by the other demon saint, they could at least maintain a minimum of peace. Chang Tian was attacking here. Was he going to start a war with the other demon saint? What was the meaning of this, Saint Senior Bailey Mo? Chang Tian did not pay attention to him, so he just sealed his cultivation and handed him over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and put the half-saint into the small sealed world. Anyway, there were many half-saint in the small sealed world now. Some time ago, he had also captured a few half-saint subordinates of Qi Yan and Zhu Ku, so it did not matter whether he was captured or not. There were two other figures approaching from below. They were the other two half-saint who were overseeing this place and coordinating the army. Seeing this scene from afar, all of them turned pale with fright. Their flying figures immediately stopped, and then they flew back without looking back, drilling into the army to hide their figures. He did not know what had happened over there, but there was no mistaking the fact that one of his comrades had been captured by Longevity Sky and then suddenly disappeared. If he went over there now, he would be courting death. Quietly looking over, he saw that Yang Kai had already stretched out a hand, his 5 fingers spread out, and was about to cover the realm gate. Ripples visible to the naked eye swept past, and the realm gate became more and more blurry and transparent at his peak condition. Yang Kai only needed a single breath to seal the world gate. But now that he was heavily injured, he had no choice but to expend some energy. The space laws fluctuated, and the world gate slowly disappeared. It took a full half a cup of tea's time before the realm gate completely disappeared. Without stopping to rest, he went to the next realm gate. Another half a cup of tea's time later, the second realm gate was sealed. Yang Kai's already pale face became even paler, and the injuries he had recovered from over the past half a month had worsened. However, he had no choice but to continue. There were over a dozen realm gates here, and as long as a single one remained unsealed, all of his efforts would be for naught. Fortunately, he had bought himself quite a bit of time when he was fleeing, which should be enough for him to seal all of the realm gates before the demon saint arrived. One realm gate after another disappeared. Around 2 hours later, over 10 of the 13 realm gates had disappeared. The demon race army below all looked up in shock. After all, apart from a few demon kings and half-saints, the lower-level demon race had never thought that someone would be able to make a realm gate disappear one day. However, at that moment, Longevity Sky and Bei Liemo suddenly turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. That direction was the void where the passage between the two realms was located. Yang Kai sensed something, and he didn't need to ask to know what was going on. The location of the passage between the two realms was very important, and the demon race had always been guarded by the Great Emperor's Night Shadow. With such a huge change happening here, how could the two half-saint who had just escaped not inform Kenyi? After receiving the news, Kenyi immediately rushed over. When Bei Liemo and Longevity Sky's gazes landed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the huge passageway. It was wrapped in a cloud of black gas, and they couldn't see the face clearly. Even the figure couldn't be seen, let alone whether it was a man or a woman. Night Shadow Great Emperors, Kenyi was the most mysterious of the 10 Great Emperors of the Star Realm. The other Great Emperors didn't even know whether this person was a man or a woman. In the past, everyone thought that Night Shadow's personality was due to his cultivation technique. After all, most people who were proficient in the path of assassination were like this, blending into the crowd and hiding their tracks. Later on, they found out that this guy had the bloodline of the demon race, so he didn't interact with the other Great Emperors, afraid that he would accidentally reveal some flaws. After so many years of habit, Night Shadow was still wrapped in black gas when he appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. However, no matter if it was Longevity Sky or Bei Liemo, they could clearly feel the sharp gaze from the black figure. Longevity Sky grinned at the Great Emperor's Night Shadow and didn't say anything. Kenyi probably didn't know about what happened in the demon race's territory, or else he would have taken precautions. However, Yang Kai and the other two's attitudes and actions were extremely obvious, so how could he not know whether these three were enemies or not? Seeing Yang Kai seal the 11th realm gate, Kenyi remained indifferent. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop him, but that he couldn't. Facing Bei Liemo alone, what chance did he have of winning? What's more, Yang Kai waved his hand and released Yu Meng. Previously, Yu Meng had exhausted her divine sense and was like a lamp that had run out of oil. After half a month of recuperation, although she had not fully recovered, she was still in a much better condition than Yang Kai. 3 against 1, Kenyi wasn't stupid, so he naturally wouldn't ask for humiliation. The 12th realm gate, the 13th realm gate, and even when all the realm gates disappeared, Kenyi didn't make any moves. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Finally, all the realm gates were sealed before the demon saint caught up. With this, the biggest problem was eliminated. As soon as his mind relaxed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into Yu Meng's arms. A light voice entered Yu Meng's ears. Return to the star boundary. Using the last bit of her consciousness, she flashed into the small sealed world and fell into the medicine garden. She didn't know this, but it was because she had exhausted too much of her divine sense, and because of the worsening of her previous injuries. Yu Meng held the sealed world bead and carefully put it away. She turned to look at the passage between the two realms, but Can Yi had already disappeared. He ran fast. Chang Tian coldly snorted. Just now, when the last realm gate was sealed, Can Ye's figure slowly disappeared. He must have known that if he didn't leave now, he would definitely be besieged. How could he do such a stupid thing? Bai Liemo looked at Yu Meng, then looked at Chang Tian and said, "What do we do now? Are we really going to the star boundary?" She was still a little worried. The star boundary wasn't like the demon territory. Who knew what would happen if they went there? Chang Tian was silent, but Yu Meng said firmly, "I don't care about you guys. If my husband wants me to go to the star boundary, then I will go to the star boundary." After he finished speaking, he actually took the lead and charged towards the void corridor. "Husband." The corner of Bai Limo's eyes twitched as she stared at Yu Meng's back. She couldn't figure out how a dignified demon saint could say those two words. Was that little thief really that good? Not only did he make a demon saint lose her virginity, he even made her heart fall for him? "Let's go." Chang Tian sighed. There was no place for them in the demon territory. Now, other than placing their hopes on Yang Kai, he and Bai Liemo had no other choice. The three of them quickly gathered again and rushed into the incomparably huge void corridor, moving forward. However, even in this void corridor, the three of them were in a triangle formation, guarding against Can Yi. Although Can Yi retreated just now, who knew if he would be lying in ambush here? That guy had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and was also the great emperors of the Star Boundary. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary person to deal with. Fortunately, when the three of them saw the light in front of them, Can Yi didn't show any signs of life. The light grew brighter and brighter, and they were getting closer and closer to the exit. Not long after, the three of them rushed out of the void corridor and arrived at the desert of the Western Territory. The demon race's camp was all around them, and there were many powerful auras. Although there was no demon saint, there were many half-saint. Sensing the three's auras, a dozen figures immediately rushed into the sky from the camp. However, when these dozen or so half-saint arrived, they found that there was no one there. They couldn't help but look at each other. In the small sealed world, in the medicine garden, Yang Kai was lying on the ground, with Mu Zhu and Mu Lu on his head and feet respectively. They were both forming hand seals, and a green light enveloped Yang Kai. This scene was very familiar. The last time Yang Kai fought with Yin Si, it was like this. Less than 2 years later, he came here again to heal his wounds. Mu Zhu's face was cold and stern, and she was full of anger. No one would be happy to meet a guy who didn't take his life seriously. Even though the embodiment had already explained to them that this time, Yang Kai was injured by the Lord of the Shadow Demon, Mu Zhu was still very angry. When Mu Zhu was angry, the docile Mu Lu could only follow suit. Of course, the embodiment had to put in a good word for the main body. He served the two little wood spirits like a grand aunt, and finally, the ice on the two wood spirits' faces melted. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. In fact, he had already woken up. Although he was injured by the demon saint this time, it wasn't as serious as last time. In the last battle with Yin Si, he really went all out. However, waking up was one thing, and he still had to heal his wounds. With the help of the wood spirits, he was almost healed. Slowly sitting up, he looked at Mu Zhu floating in front of him and smiled. Before he could thank her, Mu Zhu snorted and turned her little face to the side. She was ignoring him. However, her hands didn't stop moving, and the green aura still enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai sniffed and turned to look at Mu Lu. Mu Lu hesitated for a little while, but when she saw her sister looking at her coldly, she also snorted and turned her head to the side. Yang Kai blinked, a blank look on his face. He communicated with the embodiment and asked a few questions, and soon understood what was going on. Clenching his hand into a hollow, Yang Kai coughed and said, "I have good news, do you want to hear it?" Mu Lu immediately turned her head and stared at him with wide eyes, a look of curiosity on her face. "We've returned to the star boundary." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed, Really? Really? We've returned to the star boundary? Mu Zhu couldn't be angry anymore and turned to look at Yang Kai. Have we really returned? Although they had been staying in the small sealed world, Yang Kai was in the demon territory, which was equivalent to them being in the demon territory. Suddenly hearing that they had returned to the star boundary, they naturally couldn't ignore it. Chapter 3598. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned to the star boundary, Mu Zhu's expression relaxed a little, while Mu Lu cheered with joy. Yang Kai stretched out his finger and patted Mu Lu's head. You've worked hard. Mu Lu immediately narrowed her eyes, showing a look of enjoyment. Mu Zhu sighed as she watched from the side. Although you are the master, we sisters are much older than you. Don't treat us like children. What are you doing? Yang Kai rubbed her head with his other hand. You've also worked hard. Mu Zhu suddenly fell silent. After meditating for a while, Yang Kai left the small sealed world. When his figure flashed out, 6 pairs of eyes looked at him. Naturally, they were Yu Ru Meng, Bailey, Mo Chong Tian, and the others. Seeing him appear, Yu Ru Meng hurriedly asked, How are you? Yang Kai smiled slightly. I'm fine. Yu Ru Meng was still worried and directly grabbed his hand, using her demonic chi to carefully examine him. After confirming that there were no major problems, she was relieved. Bailey Mo sneered, You're lucky this time. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly, took a deep breath, and was in a good mood. He had finally returned to the star boundary. Since the last time he'd betrayed the star boundary and followed Yu Rumeng to the demon area, almost 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The war between the two realms had also lasted for 5 years, and both sides had suffered countless casualties. However, from the looks of it, this long-lasting war had only just begun. In any case, returning to the star boundary put Yang Kai in a good mood. Although he had become the demon race, he was still a human at the root. How could he like a place like the demon territory? The star boundary was his final home. Here were his relatives, friends, family, sect, and all kinds of ties. Even the barrier of the great world could not separate them. The place where Chong Tian and the others landed was a rugged land surrounded by withered yellow rocks. There was not a trace of green in sight. They could even see some traces left behind by a fierce battle, but these traces had been there for some time. It was likely that a great battle had been fought here, and the scale was not small. The dry wind swept up the sand and dust, obscuring their vision. The scorching sun was right above their heads, making it hot and stuffy. This place should still be somewhere in the Western Territory. It could even be said that it was not too far away from the demon race's camp. After Longevity Sky and the others came to the star boundary, they did not go too deep. After leaving the demon race's camp, they came here to stay. What do you plan to do next? Longevity Sky asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, Let's solve the problem of the small sealed world first, then gather the strength of the star boundary and slowly encroach on the demon race's territory. Chong Tian declined to comment. However, I still need your help in this matter. Only then did Chong Tian speak. Since it has come to this, we have no other choice, so we'll naturally lend you a hand. Yang Kai said gratefully, Thank you very much. Please come with me to meet the great emperors. When everyone is together, we can carefully discuss the rules. Chong Tian smiled and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid that won't do. Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, Why? We belong to the demon race after all. Now that the two worlds are at odds with each other, if we hastily follow you to meet the great emperors, no one can say what will happen. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to speak, Chong Tian raised his hand and interrupted. This king believes you, but that doesn't mean that this king believes the great emperors. You might as well ask Saint Li Mo and Saint Ru Meng about this. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bei Li Mo nodding seriously. Although Yu Ru Meng did not say anything, her expression was very obvious. Mingyu was trapped in eternal heaven and ended up dead. We don't want to follow in Mingyu's footsteps. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. It was normal for Chong Tian and the others to have such concerns. He hadn't thought about this problem before and just felt that there wasn't much problem with his plan. Now that Chong Tian mentioned it, he immediately understood that he had been taking things for granted. What if the great emperors saw the three of them and fought? What if the situation was different from what he thought? Although the great emperors were reasonable and considerate people, Mingyu's hatred was too great. Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo had participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven. Although they did not directly cause any harm to Mingyu, they had participated in the 12 Great Devil Formation. Mingyu's death was more or less related to them. Then how do you think this matter should be resolved, Senior? Yang Kai asked. Chang Tian said, while you were recuperating, we discussed in detail. We have a plan. Listen to it and see if it is feasible. Please speak, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Your plan remains unchanged. Do what you want. Chang Tian stretched out his hand and drew Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo into his circle. The three of us will stay here. Not only the three of us, but some of the demon race in your small sealed world will also have to stay here. What is the standard? Demon King and above. Chang Tian replied. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The small sealed world had swallowed more than 100 continents in the demon territory in the past half a year. The demon race on these continents numbered in the hundreds of millions, but if only the Demon King and above were counted, it would probably only be a few thousand. But this was still an extremely terrifying number. The Demon King was comparable to a master in the Emperor realm. A few thousand Demon Kings was a terrifying force, not to mention that there were many half-saint among them. Senior, what do you want these demon race for? Yang Kai was puzzled. Chang Tian pondered for a moment and smiled. I'll tell you the truth. Although the three of us are strong and are not afraid of the great emperors, there are only three of us. Now that the demon territory has been cut off, if something happens on your side, we have to leave some people behind. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai realized that Chang Tian wanted the demon race to guard against the star boundary. This is only one of the reasons. Chang Tian continued. Secondly, he pointed in a certain direction. The demon race's camp is over there. As a fellow demon race, we don't intend to kill them all. We can try to subdue them, but this kind of thing can't be done by the three of us. The Demon King and half-saint in the small sealed world are the best candidates for this. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Before coming here, Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that there were tens of millions of demon race stationed on that very small continent. In addition to the ones that had already invaded the star boundary, the number of demon race members was likely to be in the hundreds of millions. With such a large force, if they were to rely on the people of the star boundary to kill them, who knows how long it would take. But if Chang Tian and the others could subdue the demon race, it would be tantamount to weakening the demon race's strength in this place. Among the hundreds of millions of demon race members, there was no demon saint, only the Night Shadow Great Emperors. It could be said that as long as Chang Tian and the others took action, they could immediately deal a heavy blow to the demon race's army. Moreover, it would be effortless. This was a good thing, so there was no reason to refuse. Yang Kai quickly nodded in agreement. Chang Tian's attitude was the same as Bei Li Mo and Yu Ru Meng's. Obviously, the three of them had carefully discussed this during the days when they were recuperating in Yang Kai and felt that this was the best way to solve the current situation. You go and communicate with those great emperors. Also, pass on a message for the three of us. The demon race under us will never make things difficult for the star boundary. In fact, they will even be of help when we counterattack the demon race's territory. We only ask that they will have a place to stay after this matter is over. I will remember. I will definitely pass on this message. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. There was no need to say anything else. Yang Kai immediately connected with the small sealed world bead and swept his powerful divine sense across every inch of land, summoning all the demon race members that met the conditions of the small sealed world bead. In a short while, there was a black mass of demon kings in front of him. Just as he had estimated, there were several thousand demon kings, and these demon kings were basically all under Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo. At this moment, when they saw the two saint seniors, they naturally saluted respectfully. There were also the demon kings under Qi Yan and Zhu Qian. Yang Kai also summoned them. These guys were useless in the small sealed world bead, so it was better to leave them to Chang Tian and the others to train carefully. He believed that in front of the majesty of Chang Tian and the others, these demon kings would not dare to play any tricks. There was also a group of masters from the 100-spirit continent with saint spirit bloodline. Other than the demon kings, there were also half-saint masters. This was an extremely terrifying lineup. There were 8 half-saint masters under Yu Ru Meng. There were 12 half-saint masters under Bei Li Mo, 9 under Chang Tian, 6 under Qi Yan, 2 under Zhu Qian, and one captured at the entrance of the passage between the two worlds more than 10 days ago. In total, there were 38 half-saint masters. It was almost a quarter of all the half-saint masters in the demon territory. Although the number was small, it was a galaxy of talents. With such strength, even if they did not dare to say that they could sweep through the star boundary, they would definitely have no problem protecting themselves. This was also the reason why Chang Tian and the others wanted these people to stay. If the great emperors wanted to harm them, they would at least have the strength to resist. The 8 half-saint masters under Qi Yan and Zhu Qian, plus the one captured before, these 9 half-saint masters were not considered their own people. Their cultivations were sealed, and their strength was imprisoned, but it should not be difficult for Chang Tian and the others to subdue them. After being busy for so long, Yang Kai had consumed a lot of energy, so he found a place to rest alone. A few hours later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, and Yu Rumeng was guarding him. Seeing that he had woken up, she smiled. 10 kilometers away, demonic qi soared into the sky. Several thousand demon kings and 38 half-saint masters gathered together. The scene was spectacular, but although there were many people, it was very quiet. Only Chang Tian's voice echoed. After the initial excitement, the demon kings and half-saint masters calmed down a lot. Coupled with Chang Tian's answer, they knew what they had to do in the future. Yang Kai listened quietly for a while, then smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you on this side." Yu Rumeng shook her head. "This side is a small matter. You have to be careful on your side. After all, your current situation is somewhat different from ordinary people." Yang Kai knew what she was talking about. It was nothing more than the matter of him becoming the demon race. She was afraid that the great emperors would want to subdue him. Chapter 3599. Yang Kai laughed and said, "I know, I will be careful." Yu Rumeng carefully warned him for a while, like a young woman staying at home and warning her husband about to go to war. She no longer had the dignity of a demon saint, only endless reluctance and worry. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile, remembering every word she said in his heart. "You're so long-winded, aren't you?" Bai Liemo had been standing not far away, looking up at the sky full of stars. But at this time, she finally couldn't help but turn around and stab Yu Rumeng. "Since you're so reluctant, you can go with him." Yu Rumeng glared at her. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Of course Yu Rumeng wanted to go with Yang Kai, but she couldn't. Chang Tian and Bai Liemo were worried about the great emperors, but how could Yu Rumeng be at ease with them? Now that Yang Kai had left, if Yu Rumeng also left, it was hard to say whether these two, who had obtained thousands of demon kings and dozens of half-saints, would have other thoughts. Yu Rumeng staying behind could at least act as a distraction to ensure that Chang Tian and Bai Liemo didn't have any ulterior motives, especially Bai Liemo, who still had the soul brand Yang Kai had planted in her mind. If she didn't keep an eye on it, who knew if she would try to break it? She didn't tell Yang Kai about this, because some things didn't need to be said so clearly. However, Bai Liemo didn't need to be impatient. After reminding her for so long and saying what she needed to say, Yu Rumeng finally sighed and clapped her hands. 2 figures quickly approached from the side, and when they got closer, Yang Kai found that these 2 were old acquaintances. Baizhua Baya. One was a half-saint under Yu Rumeng, and the other was a half-saint under Bai Liemo. Both of them had interacted with Yang Kai many times. Among them, Baizhua was originally in the 2-realm battlefield. However, when Yang Kai was preparing to devour the continents under Yu Rumeng, Baizhua received orders and returned from the 2-realm battlefield. When the 2 sides met, Yang Kai nodded at them and then looked at Yu Rumeng suspiciously. Yu Rumeng said, "When you go out, I'll feel more at ease if you bring the 2 of them with you. There's no need for that." Yang Kai laughed. "I have Windchaser in my Dharmakaya." "That's different." Yu Rumeng shook her head. "I have stayed in the star boundary before and know that it is not peaceful here. If something happens, they can help. With 2 half-saint level helpers, unless the great emperors personally took action, who could do anything to Yang Kai." Bai Liemo also said, "If you don't want to bring the 2 of them, then don't leave. You are the key to us. If something really happens to you, what should we do?" Their path of retreat was cut off. All of their hopes were placed on Yang Kai. No matter what, they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Since the 2 demon saint had said so, it was likely that Chang Tian also had the same intention. Yang Kai could not refuse even if he wanted to, so he could only nod helplessly and say, "All right, then bring them along." Yu Rumeng turned her head, her charming face stern. "The two of you follow my husband at all times. No matter what, you must ensure his safety. If anything happens to him, the two of you will bring your heads to me." Bai Zhua and Bai Ye cupped their hands together and said solemnly, "Two saint sages, rest assured. We will protect Lord Yang with our lives. Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his hands at them. "We don't dare." Bai Zhua and Bai Ye hurriedly returned the gesture. In the past, when everyone had come into contact with each other, they had all treated each other as equals and called each other brothers. But now that Yu Rumeng had called him husband in front of them, how could they dare to act arrogantly and call him Brother Yang? At this moment, Chang Tian also walked over. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. "If everything is ready, then let's go. The sooner this matter is resolved, the sooner we can be at ease." There was nothing to prepare. Yang Kai immediately put Bai Ye and Bai Zhua into the small sealed world bead. After bidding farewell to Yu Rumeng and the others, his figure soared into the sky. Under the star field, Yang Kai turned into a stream of light and headed south. Staring at his disappearing back, Yu Rumeng let out a long sigh. Bai Liemo glanced at her and sneered, "You look like a resentful wife. Can't bear to part with him?" Surprisingly, Yu Rumeng did not quarrel with her this time. She just watched Yang Kai leave before turning around and leaving. This made Bai Liemo feel a sense of powerlessness, as if she had punched cotton. In the small sealed world bead, 100 kilometers away from the three peaks, there was a tall mountain with dense trees. On the trunk of a big tree, a graceful figure was lying down with a leisurely look on her face. Her slender legs dangled down and swayed. Boya was holding a 10-meter-long arrow in her hand, refining and polishing it with her demonic chi. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air, less than a meter away from her. Boya's reaction was quick. Her original laziness disappeared, and she quickly jumped up. The 10-meter-long arrow in her hand disappeared at the same time and was replaced by a sharp dagger. She held the dagger in a reverse grip and stabbed it forward. But in the next moment, Boya's figure suddenly stopped. The dagger in her hand stopped 3 inches away from the figure. She let out a long breath and patted her towering chest. "You scared me. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Her breasts tumbled in her chest. The person who had come was naturally Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could appear here so abruptly. Yang Kai smiled. "Your vigilance is pretty good." Boya snorted. "If I didn't have such vigilance, who knows how many times I would have been killed by others by now." Saying so, she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked suspiciously, "Your body. Are you dead?" "It's just a projection," Yang Kai replied. His main body was still on his way, so what appeared in the small sealed world was just a divine sense projection. In any case, he was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master. His divine sense was even stronger than a half-saint's, so it was naturally not a problem for him to multitask. His divine sense projection looked ethereal, so Boya thought that something had happened to Yang Kai and that only his soul avatar was left. Last time in the Eternal Heaven continent, Boya risked her life to block a blow for Yang Kai. After returning to the Cloud Shadow continent, Yang Kai returned the soul puppet to Boya. So, even if something happened to Yang Kai now, Boya wouldn't be implicated. Saying so, Yang Kai turned his head and looked 100 kilometers away. "Is everything all right over there?" Boa replied, "What's wrong?" "Those 3 fellows are getting along better and better." 100 kilometers away, in the 10,000 Flower Valley, on the mountain peak where Li Shiqing was, a simple long table was set up. On the table, there were several plates of exquisite food and several jars of fine wine. Hua Luan, Mo Sheng, and Li Shiqing were sitting on 3 sides, talking and laughing. Chang Tian wanted all the masters above the Demon King level in the small sealed world, and Yang Kai had satisfied him. However, Mo Sheng and Hua Luan from the 10,000 Flower Valley didn't move and stayed behind. Naturally, this was because of Li Shiqing. It could be seen that the 3 of them were getting along well. Although Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, all of them looked happy. "Have you investigated Mo Sheng's background carefully?" Yang Kai asked. Boya replied, "I have. He's just a down-and-out demon king from the sinking frost continent. Although his cultivation isn't bad, being at the high-ranked demon king realm, he's too arrogant, so he's not liked by the other demon kings and the half-saint of the sinking frost continent. A few years ago, he also served that half-saint, but later, he left the sinking frost continent for some reason. Like me, he's now cultivating alone and not under anyone's control. She then added, by the way, the sinking frost continent is the territory of Saint Senior Bei Li Mo. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In your opinion, did he approach Li Shiqing on purpose, or did he come here by coincidence? It was just a casual question. There was no deeper meaning. The main reason was that right after Li Shiqing arrived at the 10,000 Flower Valley, he followed her. Coincidentally, he even came to save the damsel in distress. In the end, he even settled down in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Yang Kai couldn't help but think more about it. Coincidence, right? Boya replied. Yang Kai had asked something similar last time, so she paid more attention to it. During this time, she didn't find any other ulterior motives from Mo Sheng. The three of them basically only met once every 1 or 2 months, and they were usually busy with their own things. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything more, just watching quietly. Although Boya could see 100 kilometers away with her eye technique, she couldn't hear what was being said over there. Yang Kai could hear it. As long as he wanted, nothing in the small sealed world could escape his perception. At this moment, Huoluan was asking some questions about cultivation. Mo Sheng didn't hide anything and told Huoluan about his own cultivation experience in detail. Huoluan looked thoughtful, as if he had benefited a lot. Li Shiqing was also listening quietly, interjecting a few words from time to time. Every time, she would hit the nail on the head, causing Mo Sheng to praise her greatly. After all, she was a disciple of the great emperors and had received excellent training from a young age. Naturally, she had a deep understanding of cultivation. Although humans and demons were different, their pursuit of power was the same. After some discussion, Mo Sheng agreed to Huoluan's request and went down to fight. The difference between the 2 minor realms in the demon race was 2 minor realms. One was a high-ranked demon king, while the other was a low-ranked demon king. Originally, there was a huge gap between them, but now, the world principles of the small sealed world only allowed Dao Source Realm cultivators to appear. Even if Mo Sheng had a powerful cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength, so it was relatively fair. There wasn't much to see in this battle. In the end, Mo Sheng was superior and Huoluan admitted defeat. Half a day later, Huoluan and Mo Sheng bid farewell and left. After Li Shiqing packed up her things and returned to her stilted house, the smile on her pretty face changed slightly, turning cold all of a sudden. She then turned around and left. With a bang, the door was suddenly closed. Li Shiqing used all her strength but still couldn't open it. After struggling for a while, Li Shiqing turned around and angrily looked at Yang Kai, who was sitting in the hall. What do you want? Yang Kai looked at her and said lightly, I'm back in the star boundary. Li Shiqing blinked, as if she didn't hear him clearly and wasn't sure what he said. After a while, she asked, You're back in the star boundary? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. You should be able to leave soon. Li Shiqing was silent, not as happy as Yang Kai expected. After a while, she raised her head and looked at him with a complicated gaze. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Honored Master about what happened that day? Chapter 3600. That day on the Cloud Shadow continent. The reason she had tried to assassinate Yang Kai was because she had seen the great emperors Mingyu die at Yang Kai's hands with her own eyes. She was filled with the desire to avenge the great emperors. Otherwise, why would she have attacked Yang Kai? Although she had more or less guessed that whether Yang Kai was present or not, Mingyu would have died that day. Perhaps Mingyu took the initiative to commit suicide in order to protect the great emperor's opportunity. In the end, Mingyu was killed by Yang Kai. Every time she saw Yang Kai, she would remember the scene of Mingyu's death. That was why she had left the city guard palace and came here to escape after the Cloud Shadow continent was devoured. She thought that she would never have to see Yang Kai again, that she would no longer have to make things difficult for him. But she didn't know that her every move was under Yang Kai's surveillance. If she could return to the Star Realm and return to her master's side, there was no way she would hide what she had seen that day. She would definitely report it in detail. And how great was the crime of killing a great emperors? Li Shiqing didn't know how the Star Realm would deal with the man in front of her if they learned of this. Since the War of Emperors tens of thousands of years ago, no great emperors had fallen. Mingyu was the first one in tens of thousands of years, and the only great emperors to die at the hands of the Emperor Realm since time immemorial. When I see Master Huaying, I will let you out and let you reunite with your master and disciple, Yang Kai said as if he hadn't heard her words. Li Shiqing gritted her teeth and said, When I see Master, I will definitely report everything that happened that day. Yang Kai nodded. He had never thought of hiding the battle of eternal heaven. Even if Li Shiqing didn't tell him, he would have reported everything to the great emperors himself. His figure gradually blurred, and he suddenly said, Oh right, be careful of that emotion. I feel that there's something wrong with him. He wasn't trying to frighten them, nor was he trying to give them advice. It was just a feeling. Logically speaking, in this small sealed world, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could even pry into Mo Sheng's thoughts. From what he had seen and heard before, coupled with Bo Ye's report, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with Mo Sheng's origins. However, Yang Kai had this feeling, an inexplicable feeling. Since he had this feeling, he naturally had to remind Li Shiqing. It didn't matter if she was wrong. It would just make her more vigilant. Li Shiqing was stunned. Just as she was about to ask a few more questions, Yang Kai's figure gradually became transparent, and then disappeared. Staring at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared, Li Shiqing secretly gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled. Beneath the star field, Yang Kai's figure was like a rainbow. Yang Kai had stayed in the star boundary for many years, climbing from the Origin King realm to the Emperor realm. He had made many friends here, and had even established the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, bringing his family and friends here. It could be said that the star boundary was now his home. But there had never been a time when he felt as comfortable as today. Since leaving the small sealed world, Yang Kai had felt that returning to the star boundary was like returning to his mother's embrace. The scenery, the surrounding air, the star boundary's world principles, everything seemed incomparably familiar. It wasn't the kind of familiarity one would feel when a wanderer returned home. Perhaps this was part of the reason, but the bigger reason was the opportunity of the great emperors. He now had the star boundary's world recognition. The whole world had opened its arms to him, and the star boundary was embracing him. Like a tiger returning to the mountain forest, like a dragon returning to the sea. This kind of comfort made Yang Kai feel inexplicably happy. He couldn't help but hum a little tune as he flew through the sky. Not only was he comfortable, but when Yang Kai meditated to recover, he also noticed something different. When he circulated his secret art, the world energy in the world poured into his body like swallows returning to their nest. The efficiency of his cultivation was more than 10 times higher than before. The world recognition had increased the speed at which he absorbed the world energy by more than one level. This alone was enough to show how terrifying the opportunities of the great emperors were. Perhaps there were more benefits that had yet to be discovered. Now that he had returned to the star boundary, he could have used the space spirit bead to directly teleport to the side of someone close to him. The reason why he flew all the way back was to experience this feeling and check out the situation in the star boundary. However, when he remembered that the price of these benefits was the fall of one of the great emperors at his hands, Yang Kai's mood couldn't help but become a little gloomy. In the end, he had failed to bring back the great emperor's bright moon from the demon territory. Recalling Lan Sun's pleading and eager eyes when he left the star boundary, Yang Kai felt somewhat powerless. Now that he had returned, how could he face her? While he was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly paused and tilted his head to listen. He could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting and intense energy fluctuations, so he immediately understood that there should be a fierce battle between the demon race and the human race. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. 500 kilometers away, in a wasteland, 1,000 people were engaged in a fierce battle. 30% human race, 70% demon race. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the battlefield, the light of artifacts and secret techniques rose and fell one after another, illuminating the world. Demonic chi surged and demon chi rolled. The demon race were fearless. All the human race had been surrounded. The demon race had a great advantage in terms of numbers, and there were 2 demon kings among them, so naturally everything was under their control. On the human race's side, there was only one injured member of the Emperor realm. Although they were doing their best to defend, their defensive circle was still shrinking bit by bit. All the human race members wore determined expressions. Not a trace of fear could be seen on their faces. This was because everyone knew that if they fell into the hands of the demon race, they would definitely suffer. Since they were surrounded, They could only fight to the death. If the enemy didn't die, then they would die. The ground was littered with corpses. There were both human race members and demon race members, but relatively speaking, the human race's casualties were undoubtedly several times higher. The blood that flowed out from their bodies had thickened the earth. Many of the human race members came from different sects. After several years of fierce battles, each of them had gained a fierce killing intent. They all formed into formations, back to back, and stubbornly resisted. The demon race continued to circle outside the encirclement. The several hundred demon race members seemed to have turned into a millstone, and the human race members in the middle were the soybeans under the millstone. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause their human race companions to be ground into fine powder. The number of casualties increased, and the Emperor Realm's only demon race member had more wounds on his body. Blood dripped everywhere, and it was a tragic sight. As he shouted, his movements were disorderly. On the other hand, the two demon kings of the demon race were calm and composed. Not only did they not join the battle, they instead floated high up in the sky, appreciating the stubborn resistance of the human race. One of the sand demons' lustful gaze swept across the beautiful women in the field, licking his lips from time to time. In particular, he paid special attention to a woman who was comparable to a high-ranked demon commander. That woman was mature and voluptuous, just the type he liked. Over the years of invading the star boundary, the demon race had captured many human race captives, and some of the lecherous men on the demon race's side had tasted human race beauties. This demon king was one of them. His greatest pleasure was to collect human race beauties of all kinds for his own enjoyment. This was a completely different kind of restraint from the demon race women's passion. Every time he saw those women screaming and struggling under his body, but they were unable to resist, this demon king would feel a heartfelt excitement. Of course, the human women he had played with generally didn't have a good ending. Their corpses were basically incomplete. When he was having sex, what he liked to do the most was to bite off pieces of fresh and tender flesh and chew them into his stomach. That kind of taste was something that he would never forget after tasting it once. He stared at the mature beauty who was sweating profusely and wielding her sword in the field, his demon blood boiling and his crotch bulging. The demon king next to him obviously knew what kind of character his colleague was and turned his head to look at him. Following his gaze, he stared at the mature beauty and coldly snorted, "Ice Heart Valley's slut." Sand Demon was startled when he heard this. "She's from Ice Heart Valley?" Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory and had contributed greatly in the War of the Two Worlds. They had been active in many large-scale battles and had even suffered losses at the hands of many members of the demon race. As such, some of the Demon King knew about Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't just Ice Heart Valley, but also the strength of the top and first-class sects of the Star Boundary. After all, after fighting for several years, it was impossible for them not to know the origins of their enemies. They're using ice attribute chi, and they're all women. Coupled with the clothes they're wearing, there's no doubt they're from Ice Heart Valley, the Demon King replied, apparently quite familiar with the great forces in the Star Boundary. The Sand Devil was startled when he heard this. Soon after, he laughed out loud. His mood seemed to have become even better. It was a long while later before he stopped laughing. He slowly nodded and extended his hand to touch his face. Very good, very good. There was a hideous scar on his face, as if a giant centipede was crawling on it. He didn't know how long the scar had been there, but it still hadn't healed. Not only that, from time to time, a cold aura would escape from the scar, and the image of a woman with a cold expression appeared in his mind. In the middle of a large-scale battle, that woman descended from the sky and swept her sword over. Out of the 4 demon kings gathered in one place, 3 of them died on the spot. Only he was relatively lucky. After being struck by the sword, he took advantage of the situation to feign death and escaped the calamity. After that, he specifically asked the other demon kings about the origins of that woman and learned that the woman who had killed 3 demon kings with a single sword strike was called Ji Yao. She was from Ice Heart Valley and was the 3rd disciple of Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. He was originally an extremely handsome demon king, but after this scar appeared, his handsomeness was destroyed, leaving only a hideous expression. He firmly remembered this debt in his heart, thinking that one day he would take revenge. He would capture that girl called Ji Yao and make her cry and beg for mercy under his crotch. He would make her suffer so much that she would wish she was dead. Then he would tear off her flesh bit by bit and eat her until there was nothing left. Chapter 36:01. However, Iceheart Valley's disciples were few in number, and the battlefield was so wide. So he had never seen anyone from Iceheart Valley since then. However, he didn't expect to encounter them this time. Moreover, there were more than a dozen of them. He could clearly see that there were more than a dozen of her fellow disciples beside the mature beauty, all of them wearing the same robes and using the same secret techniques. Now I can collect some interest. A heartfelt smile appeared on the sand demon's face. There was a soft sound, followed by a bone-piercing coldness. When the aura of death enveloped the sand demon, all the hair on his body stood on end. He instinctively dove downwards, trying to escape into the ground. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was certain he had been attacked. As he fell, the sand demon had time to investigate the situation, and when he looked towards the source of the sound, a look of shock appeared on his face. He saw that his colleague, who had been standing with him and chatting with him just a moment ago, had been cut in half by an inexplicable attack. The wound was flat, and pitch-black blood gushed out like a fountain. His face was still blank, as if he hadn't realized what had happened. Secretly, the sand demon rejoiced that he had reacted quickly, otherwise he would have suffered a similar fate. However, before he could even think about this though, the sand demon's pupils shrank as he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, causing the demonic chi in his body to be unable to circulate properly. Falling to the ground, the sand demon was unable to successfully escape underground. Looking down, he saw blood oozing out of his chest and a burst of great force that sent half of his body flying into the air. So, I also suffered a calamity. The sand demon's upper body was sent flying while his lower body landed on the ground. While the sand demon's vision was spinning, he saw a figure suddenly rush into the battlefield. A high-ranked demon king. The person who had just arrived was a high-ranked demon king with a rich and pure demonic chi. He didn't seem to be very old, but his eyebrows were sharp like swords and his eyes flashed like lightning. Holding an excessively large sword in his hand, this demon king spun around like a whirlwind. Wherever the sword passed, the demon race cultivators were thrown into disarray. Hundreds of demon race cultivators were unable to withstand a single blow, and wherever the sword pointed, one demon race cultivator after another exploded into a bloody mist. Not even their bones were left behind, and the crackling sounds of explosions were as dense as beans being fried. With such strong support, the human race cultivator trapped in the middle was both surprised and overjoyed, all of them rushing forward to assist in killing the enemy, the light of their artifacts and secret techniques also brightening. The demon race was powerless to resist. In just 10 breaths of time, all the demon race members gathered on the periphery were wiped out. It was only at this moment that the lightning-like figure finally stabilized. He stood in front of the sand devil with the myriad's sword on his shoulder and looked down. The sand demon was not dead. As long as the demon heart was not destroyed, the demon race would not die. The sand demon was a demon king, so it was impossible for him to only cultivate a single demon heart. Even if he was cut in half, he would still be able to live. If he was given enough time, it was not impossible for him to recover. Not only was this sand demon not dead, the demon king from before was also not dead, but his yuan chi was severely injured. For eyes met, the sand demon was puzzled. Why? He could not understand why this high-ranked demon king would attack his own people without saying a word. There had always been traitors on the human race's side, so when did the demon race have a traitor? Moreover, it was a high-ranked demon king. Yang Kai grinned at him and slashed down with the myriad's sword, directly killing him without leaving behind a corpse. Following the same pattern, the other demon king, who was struggling at death's door, was also unable to escape, quickly following in the footsteps of the sand demon. After dealing with the two demon kings, Yang Kai turned around and smiled to the hundreds of people behind him. "Are you all right?" There were no tears of gratitude or cheers as he had expected. On the contrary, these hundreds of people were looking at him with puzzled expressions. The leader of the group, the Emperor Realm, wore a look of vigilance, secretly circulating his Emperor Chi as the sword intent on the artifact in his hand pulsed, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing Yang Kai turn around, the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm even gulped nervously before shouting, "Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai raised his brow and turned his gaze away from the leader of the group from the Emperor realm to a mature beauty beside him. Fan Exan? After not seeing her for so many years, Yang Kai could not recognize her, but he was sure that he remembered correctly. She was Fan Exan. Back when Bing Yun was trapped in the solitary void ocean for 3,000 years and established Ice Heart Pavilion. Fan Exan was a deacon recruited by Bing Yun in the solitary void ocean. Later, after escaping from the solitary void ocean, Fan Exan and Lu Xian Yun were accepted by Bing Yun into Ice Heart Valley. At that time, Fan Exan was in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and now she was still in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although her realm had not changed, her source chi was undoubtedly much more vigorous. Yang Kai's vision was not bad now, and could see that she was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. However, breaking through to the Emperor realm required secluded meditation. Now that the war of the two realms was in full swing, how could she have the time to do so? This time, if it were not for Yang Kai descending from the heavens, her fate would have been dire. Hearing Yang Kai call out her name, Fan Exan could not help but be startled. If he recognized her, then he was definitely someone who knew her. Moreover, Yang Kai's figure gave her a familiar feeling, and his voice was also very familiar. A name immediately popped into her mind, but she still could not believe it and asked tentatively, "You are?" Only then did Yang Kai remember that his demonic chi was covering his body, so his face was a little blurred. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to see his true appearance, so he quickly dispersed his demonic chi and revealed his true face, smiling. "It's me, Brother Yang." Fan Exan's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed. A few of the dozen or so people around her also exclaimed softly, obviously recognizing Yang Kai. There was no way they wouldn't recognize him. When Yang Kai was in the Northern Territory, he frequently visited Ice Heart Valley. From time to time, he would visit Ice Heart Valley. So many people had seen him and knew that he and the ancestral founder's last disciple, Su Yen, were husband and wife. Pleasantly surprised, Fan Exan was about to step forward to speak, but the leader of the group from the Emperor realm blocked her with his sword and shouted, "Wait." Yang Kai glanced at the Emperor realm, but he did not get angry. After a moment, he understood why the other party was so vigilant. It was none other than the ferocious demonic chi he released just now, which was no different from the demon race. It was inevitable that the other party would be vigilant. If it were Yang Kai in this situation, he would also be vigilant, let alone the other party. For eyes met, and Yang Kai gave him a friendly smile. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, since they were fighting the demon race together, he was a comrade. Just now, he had not begged for mercy and had even defended his companions. It was clear that he was a man worthy of respect. Who is this person? Does Fan Rightguard recognize him? The leader of the Emperor realm stared at Yang Kai while quietly sending a message to Fan Exan. Fan Exan was about to tell the truth, but she suddenly remembered that Yang Kai's current identity in the star boundary was a bit strange, so she did not know how to answer. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai was hunted down by the Iron Blood Great Emperor and Li Wuyi. He was a traitor who had betrayed the star boundary. At the time, this matter caused a great uproar, and everyone in the star boundary knew about it. Because of this matter, the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory had closed its mountain range, and no disciples of the High Heaven Palace had been seen during the War of the Two Worlds. Just as she was in a dilemma, Yang Kai's voice sounded in her ear. "It's fine. Just answer whatever he asks. When I come back this time, I will meet the great emperors." Fan Exan breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yang Kai dared to meet the great emperors, he must have something to rely on. When the news of Yang Kai betraying the star boundary spread, no matter what the other sects thought, all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley felt that there must be some inside story. Now, it seemed that there was indeed some inside story. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have the courage to come back and meet the great emperors? With Yang Kai's permission, Fan Exan told the truth about his identity. The leader of the Emperor realm immediately sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Thinking of the power Yang Kai had just shown, he thought that the rumors were true. A few years ago, he had heard that the famous palace master of High Heaven Palace had become the demon race and betrayed the star boundary. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. If he had not become the demon race, how could he have such a demonic chi? This was a bit difficult to deal with. The other party's life-saving grace was undeniable, but he was also a demon. The leader of the Emperor realm didn't know what attitude he should use to deal with Yang Kai. But soon he figured it out. Judging by the means Yang Kai had used to kill the demon race, if he really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. No matter how vigilant they were, it would be useless. Since he only killed the demon race and didn't hurt the human race, it seemed that he still cared about the star boundary. Thinking so, the leader of the Emperor realm immediately cupped his fists and said, "So it is Palace Master Yang. This old man is 100 Lotus Mountains Mountain Master Han Zhengqing. On behalf of everyone, I thank Palace Master Yang for his life-saving grace." Yang Kai smiled and returned the gesture. "It was nothing, Mountain Master Han is too polite." Han Zhengqing nodded lightly. "We still have military affairs to attend to, so it is inconvenient for us to stay. We will take our leave now." Saying so, he turned to leave with the several hundred human race members. It was a fact that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary, and the High Heaven Palace had sealed off their mountains because of him. Even though he was indebted to Yang Kai for saving his life, Han Zhengqing didn't want to have too much to do with him. At most, when they met on the battlefield in the future, he would find an opportunity to return the favor. Fan Xian saw this and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Han Zhengqing glared at her, and she shut her mouth before she could say anything. She could only look apologetically at Yang Kai. If it were any other time, she could have defended Yang Kai. But on the battlefield, they had to follow military orders, and Han Zhengqing was the leader of this group of human race members. No one could disobey his orders, or they would be punished according to military law. Yang Kai smiled. "If Mountain Master Han wants to go that way, I'm afraid you won't be able to." After taking a few steps, Han Zhengqing stopped and looked back. "What is it? Does Palace Master Yang have any other orders? If you do, please speak frankly. As long as it does not harm the interests of the star boundary or harm our star boundary compatriots, this Han is willing to go through water and tread on fire." A life-saving grace was a life-saving grace, and a righteous cause was a righteous cause. Although Han Zhengqing's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, he could clearly distinguish between the two. Chapter 3602. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Mountain Master Han misunderstands. "I didn't say no because I wanted to instruct you, but because there are about 10,000 demon race soldiers 2,000 kilometers away. If Mountain Master Han were to go there, it would be tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap." 2,000 kilometers away? Han Zhengqing couldn't help but have a strange expression when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai with more vigilance. He didn't know what Yang Kai's current cultivation was, but it was said that this High Heaven Palace Master was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master when he betrayed the star boundary. Now that a few years had passed, he was at most a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. As for a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, no matter how powerful his divine sense was, how could he spy on the situation 2,000 kilometers away? Taking a step back, even if he could spy on the situation, how could he find out such a detailed number like 10,000? How powerful would his divine sense be to do that? Perhaps only those fake emperors were qualified to do so, right? So when he heard Yang Kai say that there were 10,000 demon race 2,000 kilometers away, Han Zhengqing's first reaction was that this Palace Master Yang was exaggerating. If it were any other time, he would have ridiculed him, but now that he had just received a life-saving grace, even if Han Zhengqing didn't take it seriously, he was too embarrassed to speak ill of him. So he just cupped his fists and said indifferently, "Many thanks for the reminder, Palace Master Yang. Farewell." Saying so, he led the hundreds of people gathered around him and turned to leave. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, and whether there was really a 10,000 demon race over there, he had to go in that direction because that was their goal. Before they left, Han Zhengqing's divine sense surged as he passed down orders one after another. Hundreds of people quickly got into formation, taking care of each other from head to tail. In this way, even if they encountered an enemy, they could quickly set up a military formation to resist. But before he could walk far, Han Zhengqing frowned and looked back, only to see Palace Master Yang Kai 1,000 meters behind the team, his hands clasped behind his back, following them at a leisurely pace. Seeing him look over, Yang Kai smiled at him and nodded slightly, the meaning of which could not be more obvious. "You go your way, I'll go mine." Han Zhengqing showed a displeased look. He felt that his attitude was already very clear, but he didn't expect this palace master Yang to not have the slightest demeanor of a palace master and actually play the trick of tailing them. Immediately he ordered them to speed up, but who would have thought that even though they were fast, Yang Kai was also fast. While they were slow, Yang Kai was also slow. From beginning to end, they were still 1,000 feet behind. Since they couldn't get rid of him, they could only let him be. The strength that Yang Kai had displayed before was really impressive. A team of a few hundred people was nothing in his eyes. If they really went back to question him and angered him, they wouldn't have a good ending. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai, who was following behind him, was also feeling very helpless. On the way back, since they had encountered a group of scattered human race soldiers, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore them. Not to mention the dozen or so Ice Heart Valley disciples and Fan Xan, he knew, even if these people were all strangers, Yang Kai still had to protect them. He was heading south, and they were also heading south. Obviously, they were returning to the human race army's encampment, so it was only a slight delay. Moreover, while they couldn't perceive anything, Yang Kai could clearly sense that within a 10,000-kilometer radius, not only were there scattered human race soldiers, but there were also many from the demon race. Han Zhengqing's group wouldn't have a good ending if they ran into any of these groups. After traveling less than 100 kilometers, Han Zhengqing suddenly frowned and glanced back with a dignified expression, because he had just noticed that Yang Kai's divine sense had suddenly surged. He didn't know if Yang Kai was investigating something, but that divine sense fluctuation wasn't obvious, nor was it subtle. It was just within the range that he could perceive. Seeing his expression change, Fan Xan, who was beside him, asked, "Master Han, what is it?" Han Zhengqing didn't explain, just slowly shaking his head and saying, "Pass down the order, be careful." He didn't know what Yang Kai's divine sense was transmitting to the outside world, but he could only do his own thing. Fan Xan nodded and passed down Han Zhengqing's orders. After traveling another 30 kilometers, Han Zhengqing suddenly stopped and raised his hand, causing the hundreds of people behind him to immediately stabilize themselves. "Prepare for battle." As soon as Han Zhengqing shouted, the hundreds of people behind him immediately lit up and summoned their artifacts. Small teams began to move in an orderly manner, and in an instant, a military formation had been formed. The auras of the hundreds of people had almost merged into one, and the eye of the formation was where Han Zhengqing was. Moreover, this military formation was not a dead one, but a living one, the kind that could be changed at will. With the help of this military formation, Han Zhengqing's momentum, which had originally been somewhat sluggish due to his injuries, suddenly improved greatly. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai stood in place while stroking his chin, watching with great interest. After not returning for a few years, he had only heard a few words about the war between the two realms from others, so he naturally didn't know the specific situation in the star boundary. Now that he saw this military formation, he realized that the cultivator in the star boundary had completely adapted to the rhythm of the war. For a team of hundreds of people to be able to arrange themselves so quickly, they must have long been familiar with it. They must have done this kind of strategy countless times before, allowing them to be so familiar with it. A gentle breeze blew, and a murderous aura filled the air. The auras of the hundreds of people were closely connected, waiting for the enemy to show themselves so they could deal a fatal blow. Suddenly, Han Zhengqing let out a light sigh and shouted in a certain direction. "Third Left Guard Han Zhengqing of the Bingchen Army's 9th Town. Who are you?" As soon as his voice fell, a vague figure using a secret technique slowly appeared 10 kilometers away, and an excited voice called out, "Is that Han Zhuowei?" The newcomer obviously knew Han Zhengqing. After hearing the other party's voice, Han Zhengqing also reacted. "Is that Lu Yue?" "It is indeed this Lu." A loud laugh filled with joy rang out. That person quickly rushed towards Han Zhengqing and the others. When he got close, a burly man appeared in everyone's eyes. This burly man was covered in blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was his enemy's. There were many wounds on his body that were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, he seemed to be completely fine. His entire body exuded a valiant aura. Seeing that it was one of his own people, Han Zhengqing waved his hand to signal everyone to relax. However, Han Zhengqing himself did not relax his vigilance and simply stretched out his hand. "Please forgive Lu Yue. On the battlefield, everything must be done according to the rules. This Lu understands." Lu Yue obviously knew what the rules were and immediately stretched out his hand to shake Han Zhengqing's. In the next moment, the two circulated their qi to check each other's condition. After checking and confirming that there was no demonic qi in the other party's body, Han Zhengqing breathed a sigh of relief and released his hand, asking, "Where are your people?" Lu Yue raised his thumb and pointed behind him, 100 kilometers away. This Lu came to check the situation first. "I'll call them over." Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and poured information into it with his divine sense. Han Zhengqing's face lit up with joy as he asked, "How many people do you have left?" Lu Yue's expression dimmed when he heard this. Looking at the people behind Han Zhengqing, he said, "It's about the same as Master Han's side. How is the situation on Master's side?" Han Zhengqing looked back and forced a smile. "When we broke out of the encirclement, there were originally more than 500 people following us, but now there are only a few left." Lu Yue showed a look of admiration when he heard this. "Master Han is really amazing to be able to protect more than half of your 500 people. Our side, on the other hand, has more than 1,000 people. Let's not talk about it." Han Zhengqing smiled bitterly. Previously, when they were surrounded by the demon race, if it weren't for Palace Master Yang's divine intervention, they would have been completely wiped out by now. He knew that this had nothing to do with him, but it was not convenient to explain anything at this time. However, if he could reunite with Lu Yue's people now, he would have more means to protect himself. After all, there was still a few thousand kilometers to go before they reached their destination. Along the way, there would likely be thorns at every step, so how many people could return safely? The other side was still 100 kilometers away, so it would take some time for them to arrive. Han Zhengqing and Lu Yue discussed for a while before moving to a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. While waiting for reinforcements, they could also restore themselves. While they were recovering, Lu Yue suddenly came to Han Zhengqing's side and pointed in a certain direction curiously. "Master Han, that person over there is..." Along the way, he had already noticed that there was a person following behind the group about 1,000 meters away. This person had a dignified appearance and was quite young, but he gave off an unfathomable aura. If one said that this person was one of their own, he would be following them from a distance. But if one said that this person was an enemy, he did not show the slightest hostility. Even when Lu Yue pointed at him, that person showed a faint smile. Han Zhengqing shook his head, seemingly not wanting to talk about this person. Lu Yue shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything more. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to Han Zhengqing, and before the battle, he had to carefully greet Han Zhengqing. In terms of status in the army, he was also inferior to Han Zhengqing, so since the other party did not want to talk about it, he naturally did not ask. "But that person should be one of our own, right?" When he turned his head, he saw Fan Yue walk up to the young man and give him some water to drink before smiling apologetically and saying something, to which the young man simply waved his hand. Facing this situation, Han Zhengqing only frowned slightly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Han Zhengqing suddenly raised his brow and shouted, "Someone's coming." Lu Yue was startled. "Not so fast. Master sent a message saying that it would take another half an hour before he would arrive." "It's not one of your people." Han Zhengqing stood up and blew lightly. The several hundred people who were meditating immediately stood up and gathered around Han Zhengqing. 20 breaths later, the previous army formation was formed again, filling the air with a thick murderous aura. After an incense stick worth of time, several dozen people appeared in front of Han Zhengqing, some of them missing arms and legs. These people were not from the demon race, but from the human race. Just like Han Zhengqing, Lu Yue, and the others, they were all stragglers scattered nearby. You're tuning in to the Blee Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.